Bitcoiners.
We will make the 2024 election a referendum on sound money in the United States.
If the world were on a Bitcoin standard and our money held its value, we would all have the ability to live more abundant lives. Bitcoiners have it right. Fix the money, fix the world.
And I want to ask every one of you to love the United States of America every bit as much as you love Bitcoin. And if we do, then our kids' best days are still going to be ahead of them.
CBDCs are no longer a remote, futuristic possibility. 134 countries and currency unions around the world, representing 98% of global GDP, are currently exploring or implementing a CBDC.
And reflect on the fact that I don't believe that Satoshi Nakamoto was innovative.
I don't understand politicians who say they're opposed to Bitcoin. It's like saying you're opposed to semiconductors, or you're opposed to the laptop, or you're opposed to the iPhone. I mean, Bitcoin is a technology. And why wouldn't America want to lead in technology?
There's a new threat out there. It's crypto, and it is being used for terrorist financing.
And I'm going against Elizabeth Warren, who wants to ban the self-custody of Bitcoin in the United States.
There will be more transactions in your daily life where Bitcoin is accepted as a form of payment.
Have a good time with your Bitcoin and your crypto and everything else that you're playing with.
Thank you, Bitcoin.
Welcome to Election Day Live, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine and Bitcoin historian on X. And of course, tonight we are making history, covering the first Bitcoin election in the United States. Tonight, an open source apolitical software that's changing money on the world stage is making its debut as an issue in American democracy, as voters across the country ask their candidates, what can you do for crypto? Of course, tonight we'll be following all the action in state and congressional races, up to the presidency itself, with a live reporter at Mar-a-Lago as Donald J. Trump competes with Vice President Kamala Harris to become the 47th Commander-in-Chief. And as we begin, there's much at stake. The future of crypto regulation in Congress, the promise of a national strategic Bitcoin reserve, and of course, perhaps most importantly, the freedom of one man, Ross Ulbricht, creator of the Silk Road Marketplace. All this and more we'll be talking about tonight, but want to begin with a big question. How did Bitcoin get political? Why are we here? Going to throw it to our commentators, Pierre, Rochard, all the way on the left, VP at Riot Platforms.
Hey, thanks for having me on, Pete. I think that the genesis for the political situation that Bitcoin is in today really is the China mining ban, where that jump-started the mining industry here in the United States. It caused it to scale up. And it wasn't long after that that Elizabeth Warren started sending letters to all the major Bitcoin mining companies. And then her counterpart in the House, Frank Pallone, started sending letters. And that definitely brought to mind the saying that you might not be interested in politics, but politics is interested in you. And they were showing strong interest in a very negative light. These letters were really focused on attacking Bitcoin mining rather than doing any kind of good faith fact-finding. All of that escalated this year tremendously on two fronts. One is the Biden administration proposed a 30% excise tax on mining, which would have effectively banned the industry. And second, that the Energy Information Administration sent out an emergency survey of Bitcoin miners at the behest of Senator Warren. And ultimately, the Bitcoin miners took that to court and prevailed because the law was on our side. But all that to say that I think that the level of political engagement that Bitcoin miners and the Bitcoin industry and community as a whole has really been driven as defense to what were pretty strong attacks over the past couple of years.
Well, that's the claim here. The current administration invited this. Avik, want to turn it to you. Is this your perspective on why Bitcoin became political?
Well, Pete, I would maybe I'll draw a wider lens from the details that Pierre brought to the fore here, because 4 years ago, the typical view of a typical Bitcoiner was that Bitcoin was immune from politics. Bitcoin is censorship resistant. Bitcoin's network is decentralized. It doesn't matter if China bans Bitcoin mining, because then the mining hash power will move to somewhere else, right? So Bitcoin was seen by a lot of its advocates and a lot of its users as something that was immune from politics. And I could say for myself, as someone who came from the policy world, I was always trying to warn Bitcoiners that wasn't the case. That in fact, policy and politics can find Bitcoin, and there is a lot that, say, the U.S. government can do to make Bitcoin less useful, especially in the realm of payments. Think about something as simple as tax policy. The fact that every time you try to buy a cup of coffee with Bitcoin, you have to register a capital gains, a gain or loss, because did you make money on the Bitcoin or did you not? Something as simple as that creates massive friction in being able to use Bitcoin in the real economy. The biggest example, I'd say there's two things I would really highlight in terms of how Bitcoin got political. The first is the exploration by the Federal Reserve of a central bank digital currency. Again, this was not something that was originally on the radar of Bitcoiners, but if there is a central bank digital currency based on the U.S. dollar, it then becomes a lot easier to basically repress the ability of people to convert U.S. dollars to Bitcoin. That's danger number one. Danger number two was the Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC, which for 10 years made it incredibly hard for mainstream investors through an exchange-traded product like an ETF to own Bitcoin in their portfolios, or a Bitcoin correlated asset. That finally changed earlier this year, and I'd argue that was the biggest policy development over the last really 5 years that's been good for Bitcoin.
Well, I want to drill down into that. We've got David Zell from the Bitcoin Policy Institute here talking about the Biden administration, which is really important because in many ways Kamala Harris, the Democratic incumbent, is running on this record and has said to the crypto voting, crypto constituency that she has made progress. She's willing to make progress. Why is there skepticism of this within Bitcoin?
Well, I think that what we saw during the Biden administration was, among other things, a troubling shift in enforcement perspective. Early on in Bitcoin's existence, FinCEN put out guidance that was kind of the rules of the road for about a decade, wherein software developers were not treated as money service businesses or as banks or as financial institutions, nor were miners, node runners, other sort of constituent actors in the Bitcoin ecosystem. During Biden's administration, that changed. We saw, notable cases brought against Bitcoin developers, all sort of hinging on a theory that software developers, people who write code, should be regulated as if they are banks. Notably, these regulations were tried to slip them in last minute into the infrastructure bill in 2021. And the regulation was not just onerous. In many cases, it was impossible for the targets of that regulation to comply. So I think many people in the industry, were angry. And, outside of statements that she's willing to sort of take a different tune, I think, if you're a business owner or a crypto holder for the last 4 years, you've probably felt, a market shift. And so you're going to need strong evidence to maybe shift your view.
I want to drill down into this attack on the industry. Obviously, Nick Carter on Twitter today calling for voters to go to the polls to show their distrust or dissatisfaction with Operation Choke Point 2.0, and this has come to light over the last few months, and that there was a coordinated effort to block Bitcoin and crypto companies in the U.S. Pierre, can you break down for the viewers how this happened and why isn't it being discussed?
Yeah, so how this is happening is that the regulatory bodies that are in charge of the banking system, right, so the FDIC, for example, and others will look at what do they consider to be risk factors at a bank. And they have arbitrarily categorized involvement with Bitcoin, with crypto, as being a risk factor. And quite often this gets swept into broad phrases like reputational risk, right, which really can mean anything. And this enables political actors in the government to be able to censor or to separate the Bitcoin ecosystem from the fiat system. Fundamentally, why they want to do this is to prevent the growth of Bitcoin. They recognize that this is hugely competitive to their interests, And they want to have capital controls to make it harder and harder for people to interface and buy and sell in on and off ramps like exchanges and brokerages. And that is the intent of Choke Point 2.0.
Avik, I want to go to you. What has to be done in the polling data tonight in terms of the turnout in order to have an impact on these initiatives at the government level, in your view?
Yeah, it's a really important question, Pete, because we're going to be obviously following the results over the course of today. I think there's a couple things to watch. Obviously, everyone's focused on the presidential race, but the congressional races matter a lot. There are a handful of congressional races that are relatively important for Bitcoiners. One that many people are aware of is the race in Ohio, where a pro-Bitcoin Republican named Bernie Moreno is running against the incumbent Sherrod Brown. That's going to be one to watch. There are a handful of congressional races as well. And aside from the individual races, who has the majority or the minority in the Senate and the House is going to matter, because there have been efforts, most notably the Cynthia Lummis, Kirsten Gillibrand bill from the last Congress and the one before it, the Responsible Financial Innovation Act, that would try to create some clear rules of the road as to what's legal and what's illegal. That's been the huge issue. A lot of businesses they're really trying to comply with the law, but the SEC won't tell them what's legal and what's not, and then they get selectively prosecuted later or sued later. So having clear rules of the road is going to be important, and it appears that Republicans are more interested in that overall than Democrats, so there are important Democrats who care about this too. And so having that composition of Congress be something that's more aligned with having clear rules of the road, I think will be something that's important to follow.
David, your view, we're talking about stopping Operation Choke Point 2.0, preventing this government overreach into preventing the growth of Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies as technologies. In your view, you're looking at the House, you're looking at the Senate, you're looking at the presidency. How much ground needs to be gained here for there to be progress that many people want to see?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends. I mean, we've seen in the last sort of 4 years that, gridlock in Congress makes passing any regulation around crypto quite difficult. I think what we've also seen is that the executive is able to wield pretty considerable influence over the regulation of cryptocurrency and can really make a lot of decisions. So, I mean, it's sort of the obvious answer, but I think that the presidential election is probably the most important with respect to the future of Bitcoin.
All right, we're going to toss it over to our second set here. First, a reminder to get out and vote. There are still polls open across the country. You can go to standwithcrypto.org, check out your state, look at political rankings and evaluations of politicians based on their Bitcoin and crypto positions. We're going to send it over to Bitcoin Magazine's business reporter, Frank Corva, who is on our second set to continue the discussion. We'll be right back.
Welcome again, everybody, to Election Day Live here, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. As Pete mentioned, my name is Frank Corva. I'm the business and political correspondent at Bitcoin Magazine, and I'm joined by a stellar group of individuals here. American HODL over here to my right, Bitcoin enthusiast. To his right, Joe Carlasare, partner at law firm of Amundsen Davis. And to my left here, we have Ben Askren, mixed martial artists. So we heard a little bit about Choke Point 2.0 over there. We heard a little bit about how Bitcoin all of a sudden became political. Joe, let me start with you. Did you expect to see Bitcoin become this much of a hot-button issue in this election, maybe, let's say, a year ago?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at Bitcoin, the trajectory it was going to go to, we weren't going to get to $1 trillion asset class without it being a fundamental discussion we're always going to have. You've got millions of Americans who own digital assets generally, who are Bitcoin believers, right? So it was always going to follow this path. It was just a question of what path it took. And the biggest story, I think, is that we have this transition, right? Because we started out the early part of last year with severe antagonism from the current administration. That's the Choke Point 2.0. Yep. And what we've seen throughout this cycle, right, we've seen outreach from Republicans, which has prompted Democrats, at least some of them, most notably, Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, they're actually starting to move in the direction of supporting digital assets. They voted and broke with their party on SAB 121 repeal and other issues. So it's exciting, right? This is the path it's going to take. It's going to win over hearts and minds. And we hope, right, we hope it wins over not just Republicans, but eventually Democrats as well.
Yeah, I'll kick it over to you, American HODL. Your thoughts?
Well, it's interesting to me. It's like the question of when did Bitcoin become political? Bitcoin's been political since inception. I mean, Satoshi put that in the Genesis block, like Chancellor on brink of second bailout for banks. Money is inherently political. There's this saying in the energy industry that the oil guys use, which is you can separate oil and water, but you can't separate oil and politics. It's the same thing with money. Money is inherently political and always will be. And so I think this, sort of this ascendancy of Bitcoiners was inevitable on the roadmap. And we've seen the state have a lot of friction with us as a new ascendant class. And I think what happened, the difference in this election was that we started throwing money around. And, the Republicans realized, hey, here's a group of young millennials that we can, get money from and use that to further our agenda while, helping them as well. And the Democrats were like, wait, there's money? I want some of that, too.
I mean, this is our answer, right, for everything. It's always goes back to money, right? You have these sort of kitchen table conversations about inflation, right? And that's Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin is supposed to respond to some of these issues. It's supposed to respond to the debasement and all the things that I think are triggering our society and having us, fight like cats and dogs among each other because we can't figure out what is a good economic system. That's the number one, kitchen table issue.
I think that's fair. Ben, you're a fighter. Are we in the then they fight you stage of Bitcoin? This has become a political issue, as we said. Your thoughts?
Absolutely. The thing that you guys didn't bring up that I think is probably first and foremost is freedom and control, right? These are oppositional things, and what Bitcoin gives you is freedom from the system. And there's a lot of people in the government who don't want you to have that freedom, right? They want to have control over you. They want to have control of your money. And actually, this is one of the things bringing Bitcoin to the forefront. Think about like the Canadian truckers protest where they shut down the bank accounts. Like that was for Rogan. That was like, oh, wait. They can do that. I mean, I think that was such a wake-up call for so many people. So Bitcoin is freedom technology, and there's a lot of people in the government that don't want freedom, especially at this point on the left.
Yeah, that's fair. So it is freedom technology. We know that it's inherently a technology that gives power back to the individual. When people talk about America, they often think about empowered individuals. But as you said, there are certain dynamics where certain people want control. We know one of those people is someone like Elizabeth Warren.
The worst.
Do you think this election evening there will be some sort of messages sent to Elizabeth, some sort of message sent maybe through the vote to Elizabeth Warren?
Well, we have to talk about that, right? A friend of mine, John Deaton.
John Deaton.
He's running
Let's
for
go.
He's running for the United States Senate, right? I mean, and one of the pillars of his platform is talking about Bitcoin, talking about digital assets, talking about economic opportunity, talking about how 1/5 of African American men have some exposure to digital assets. That's the Pew Research, right, that we have. So, I mean, these are issues that are only going to grow. I mean, the people that think this is just going to go away with one election cycle, they are completely misguided.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fair. And I think it's also important. A lot of people are talking about, Trump versus Harris, but there are plenty of other people who are, right? We just talked about the Deaton versus Warren race right now. What other races are you paying attention to, American Model?
One thing that's interesting, back to Ben's point about freedom versus control, which I think is an interesting point we should key on here for a second, is, in the Republican Party right now, I think the reason why Bitcoin has found more purchase in the Republican Party is because the Republicans are grappling with this idea of freedom versus control, or libertarianism versus authoritarianism. Sure. And there's an actual conversation going on about what the future of the party is. And you see this broad-based coalition, which has, the Tulsis and the RFKs and the J.D. Vances and the Elon Musk, which are clearly on the libertarian side. And then you have this sort of old guard, which are clearly on the authoritarian side. Right. And so there's an actual conversation to be had there, whereas on the Democrat side, I just don't see that happening. I see it largely as, basically unanimous decision for authoritarian control. And they basically want to top-down architect their party, which is funny because it's the party who constantly is talking about, democracy all the time.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, we had Democrats come to the Bitcoin conference, right, in Nashville.
There was more than a handful.
Ro Kahana was there, right? So I think if you're a leader, you're an up-and-comer in the Democratic Party, and you're not getting on board with Bitcoin and digital assets, I think you are going to be a dinosaur, right? Like, I think that is...
So I disagree with that, because if you think of what Elon Musk is saying, which is, I think, inherently correct, is that there's a lot on the left. If they win tonight, X might get shut down. I mean, that's freedom of speech right there. And Elon bought Twitter, turned it into X, and gave us freedom of speech and access to tons of information that we would not have had without that event happening. And so I think the left doesn't want to lose control. They own the narrative, they own the mainstream, and they want as much control as possible.
There's definitely some people on the left that have that mindset, right? But if they get trounced, right, if Donald Trump wins and
if they get trounced,
right, there's nothing like shifting a political party like losing, right? Losing elections it causes them to shift on the issues, right? I agree with you. We're probably set for more of status quo from the Democratic Party if they win tonight.
Well, by the way, on that point, I think if the Democrats are to lose tonight, the story will be they lost because of a protest vote.
From the crypto voters?
Well, no, I think there's more of a protest vote going on for the Dem electorate widely, which is they can see that Kamala Harris is not a democratically elected candidate. It's not somebody that they chose.
You're referring that there was no primary for Kamala
right,
Harris.
There was no
right?
she was installed from the top, from elite Democratic brass, right? And so essentially, I think the average Democratic voter, surprise, believes in democracy, which is one of the things where I find a lot of buy-in with them, and makes me love my fellow Americans. But I think their protest, they're not going to switch to Trump. They don't like Trump. They will never like Trump.
That's
they're
fair,
never
right?
going to like Trump, right?
Yeah.
But their protest is to say, I'm not going to show up for you because you took my voice away.
But
And
I
think
is
if they lose, that's the story.
But this is like the division, right? This is where Democratic voters are versus Democratic politicians.
Yes,
it's a
absolutely.
huge difference, right? I think if you talk to Democratic voters, millennials, right, they're on board with digital assets and Bitcoin. If you talk to the Elizabeth Warrens, the establishments, they're not.
Yeah, but I think part of it is that they just haven't figured out that they're being controlled yet. A lot of Democratic voters, right? They just haven't figured out what's going on yet. And the ones who are smart and who've woken up, look how many Democrats, longtime Democrats, have defected now to the Republican Party, which I don't even love the Republican Party. But it's, Elon defected, Joe Rogan has defected, RFK has defected, Nicole Shanahan has defected. All of these are really smart, intelligent people. The gig is up. They've defected to the other party because they realize that they don't want to be a part of this anymore.
I think there's also a bigger narrative, too. I covered a few of the Stand With Crypto events, and a quick Stand With Crypto is helping to sponsor this live stream. Thank you for your support. One of the big things that I noticed at these events when I spoke with especially younger people, and I asked them, are you Democrat, Republican? They're like, oh, I don't know. I'm just voting for people based on their positions on crypto. So I think in a weird way, we're in sort of this new age of the age of strange bedfellows, right? There are certain people. You have Richie Torres on the left, who's very, very far to the left in certain ways, but very, very pro-digital assets, pro-Bitcoin. And then you obviously have someone like Trump on the right. So are we in this new age now where there's just going to be sort of a shift in people's politics as a result of an issue like this?
I don't know if you guys are fourth turning type people, but if you read the fourth turning, the turn to the next first turning is a political realignment. And I think that's kind of where we're at is there's a lot of people. I mean, Rogan is a perfect example. Socially, he's so freaking liberal.
Super liberal, right?
But now the left has went so far left, it's like he's like, I can't do it anymore. I got to go this way, right? Same with Nicole Shanahan and all these other people. So I do genuinely believe there's going to be a political realignment. Is it tonight? Possibly. If not, probably in the near future.
Okay, perfect. Well, we do have to wrap it up. We're going to kick it over to, I believe it's a crypto voter roundtable. And we're actually, no, one second. We're actually going back over to the live desk. Pete, back over to you.
Some more discussion here happening at Election Day Live, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. Thank you, Frank. Of course, lots to come. Polls start closing on the East Coast in 30 minutes. We just talked about how Bitcoin became political, now going to shift gears to talk about the worries that people might have about the crypto industry's involvements in the election. We've got a new group of panelists here to my left. Margot Paez, fellow at Bitcoin Policy Institute and host of the Progressive Bitcoin podcast. To her left, Jason Brett, Bitcoin lobbyist at Key Bridge Advisors. And last but not least, Rachel Silverstein, U.S. General Counsel at Bitfarm. So I want to drill down. We've seen the headlines come out negatively. The crypto bros, this is the crypto industry spending its dirty money, influencing the U.S. elections. How do you deal with this criticism? Is this view valid? Margot, Jason, Rachel, would love your thoughts. Whoever would like to begin.
So I think it's actually pretty invalid, and this has been going on before these PACs started spending a lot of money. So Elizabeth Warren, which we just heard about being talked about before, did quite a bit of efforts to dissuade people in Congress from listening to lobbyists, crypto lobbyists, saying it's all just from the crypto lobbying money. And she even went so far as to send letters to advocacy groups like Coin Center and Blockchain Association questioning the efforts that they're doing. Lobbying is part of our democracy, and really what this should show everybody is that crypto has arrived. There is a lot of spending, and that's a needed thing. In a way, all that spending is like taking a vote on the fact that we've had very difficult waters to navigate with the current administration. And so that's why you see things like Fair Shake PAC and other PACs appearing and starting to spend on elections.
Well, some facts there, $200 million raised to support pro-Bitcoin and crypto candidates. We've seen the big sponsors, including Coinbase, Ripple, A16Z. And really, as you said, the allegations of dark money, really attack ads. Margot, how do you deal with this? Is this something you've come across in your own life?
Absolutely. I think this is a major concern, especially for liberal and progressive voters.
You're in the waiting
room.
We're
just concerned
making
about
sure that
how
you're
much lobbying is going on, what kind of candidates are coming up. And I think crypto and Bitcoin, it's not the only industry that faces these criticisms. It's just this is one particular election where they've played a really huge role.
Okay,
so I
sounds
think
good.
In the
Is it
broader
going to be someone
context
other than
of
Frank?
things, I think super PACs, Citizens United, all of this is just historically been the issue for voters for a very long time now.
Rachel, I want to throw it over to you. Obviously, part of the industry and the mining side. How do you deflect these concerns in your everyday life? Are you hearing these concerns, and what is your thoughts?
Happy to do it. So I think that the amount of spending we're seeing in this election from the crypto community and Bitcoin community in particular is the result of the industry being under attack for the last, it really hasn't been just the last 4 years, it's been longer than that. And it's also a reflection of the fact that, frankly, Bitcoin is the best performing asset among all assets for the last decade, which means that Bitcoin hodlers have some money to spend. And for miners in particular, miners have struggled in a number of reasons. They've been impacted by choke point 2.0. They've been impacted by energy regulations and lots of red tape around energy grids. And so crypto voters and miners are looking for an administration that's going to be supportive of the industry, and we're putting our money where our mouth is.
I want to go through some notable Senate races. Of course, we'll be bringing up and showing graphs and data about the results as they come in across the country, and there are some big ones. In Massachusetts, we heard about it on the second stage with Frank. John Deaton, upstart Republican, going against Elizabeth Warren, the venerable Democrat, who has really pushed a lot of sort of the negative sentiment about the industry. We heard a little bit about her earlier. Why has she become such a boogeyman for the Bitcoin and crypto industry? What has she done, and what do we want to undo, Margot?
Well, obviously she has her anti-crypto army. And so she's come out fully opposed to anything.
I will be momentarily.
And of course, it's somewhat hypocritical because she, in the past, has been very hard on the banking industry, and Bitcoin provides this kind of freedom money that where you can exist outside of the banks. So I think that this hypocrisy that she represents really rubs crypto voters the wrong way. And so we'll see, how she does. I think she's going to probably win. She is the incumbent. She's been there for a long time. And I think maybe voters are really going to try to balance their opinions on crypto versus what they really want to see on the broader scale.
Well, we've heard John Deaton's name, and we're talking about crypto spending on the election, crypto candidates. Jason, I want to go over to you. What makes someone like John Deaton a viable crypto candidate, the right crypto candidate for the industry that we want to support?
Well, I think John Deaton has all those characteristics, right? He's done a lot of efforts, from the beginning as a lawyer. He's still commenting on SEC, cases, which is very unusual. But I think John Deaton's really up against it because Senator Warren is really in a safe state right now. It's just going to be hard for him, so he really brings to the table what you want to have, which is somebody that's going to fight for the rights, of Bitcoiners. Now, Eugene Moreno in the Ohio race, and Sherrod Brown, Moreno, the Republican candidate that's been funded by Fair Shake to, get rid of Sherrod Brown, who's also been negative. Sherrod Brown hasn't been as bad as Elizabeth Warren, but he has been negative, and he holds a very important seat in the Senate, which is the chair of the Senate Banking Committee. And one thing that, Fair Shake PAC in general wants to be careful of is as we start to get involved in this industry and play the 3D chess of lobbying in D.C. is if we do knock off Sherrod Brown today, right, and we get somebody like a Eugene Moreno who's going to be fair to our industry, but the Democrats hold the Senate, then Elizabeth Warren becomes the chair of the Senate Banking Committee. And so we just have to think through a little bit of how all of this is going to work from a tactical perspective. But I think, John Deaton is definitely a man of sort of the Bitcoin and crypto, fighting that anti-crypto army. And I think he's doing yeoman's work because I just don't see how he can get to the numbers today to win.
Well, I want to drill into some of Warren's statements and bills and legislation, right? So this is a lawmaker who is, trying to propose changes that she thinks will be positive. She's introduced bills aimed at preventing cryptocurrency from being used in sanctions. She's talked about the need to stop crypto from being used by terrorists. Rachel, why is this legislation that we don't want when these things sound so nice and appealing?
So Elizabeth Warren has certainly taken the approach that she is coming from a consumer protection sort of narrative or background, Like Margot pointed out, questionable how genuine that is, considering the unholy alliance that's been formed between her interests and the banking interests. But I think that it's going to be really interesting to see how the sanctions issue plays out, because we've already seen in the last several years that, the Office of Foreign Asset Control puts out wallet addresses that are prohibited from Americans doing business with. And there have been some minors who have dabbled in that sort of censorship of prohibited wallet addresses. And I think ultimately, if I had to guess, I think the idea that we figure out some regulations around prohibiting sanction runaround through the use of publicly available addresses is probably going to come to fruition. And frankly, I think that's probably a good thing, because sanctions, in my mind, are a way to avoid war. And so leaving that as a tool for states to use, while still leaving at the heart of Bitcoin a censorship-resistant model, I think is really important.
Well, of course, we want to promote new candidates, but also keep the current crypto advocates. So I want to go to some other races that we're following in addition to John Deaton, Elizabeth Warren. We talked about Bernie Moreno versus Sherrod Brown out in Ohio, but also Kristen Gillibrand and competing for the New York Senate seat against Mike Sapriacone. Texas Senate, we've seen Ted Cruz up for re-election against Colin O'Red. And in the Tennessee Senate, Marsha Blackburn going up against Gloria Johnson on the Democratic side. Who are the advocates that we want to keep? What are they doing that is effective? And how would you break this down, Margot?
Well, I've heard some Democratic names come up here who have very strong, progressive, left, liberal-leaning records that I really would hate to see lost just because they don't understand Bitcoin, they don't understand crypto. So I think that even though we may have some new names, new faces who are riding on this single issue, I think that there's a little bit of a missing context here. So I'm hoping, personally, I'm hoping as somebody who identifies as left-leaning, that some of these candidates, these incumbents, stay in, especially Sherrod Brown.
Who are the advocates that you want to see stay? Jason, we mentioned some big names. Who's the top of your list?
Yes, I think Ted Cruz is great. And he's put in some interesting legislation. He put in a bill at one point that was to allow people to use Bitcoin in Congress, like at the cafeterias. And that teaches members of Congress and senators how to use that. And we all know Cruz is a firebrand, but I think he has been a lightning rod in a way for Bitcoin, particularly out of Texas, in pushing the needs and the rights of Bitcoiners. And he's done a lot of great explanations about how it helps Bitcoin miners. He's really educated himself on the subject. So I think Ted Cruz is definitely a winner. I think having Kristen Gillibrand, in my opinion, less on sort of the progressive front, but what Margot's saying is, Gillibrand's been more working with, Senator Lummis on constructive legislation like the Lummis-Gillibrand bill. And I think that has the possibility of getting what we really want and what we're hoping to see from this election is a Congress that'll pass legislation so we don't see things like Senator Warren's DAMLA, the Digital Asset Anti-Money Laundering Act, which essentially would make all Bitcoin miners or anyone running a Bitcoin mine having to do KYC. Mm-hmm. So it just went too far. So I think having people like Gillibrand to sort of keep Warren sort of from going too far is important, and also having people like Cruz who are going to speak up for Bitcoin and want people to just get the essence of the peer-to-peer part of the technology.
Of course, polls still open across America. Head to standwithcrypto.org to find out more about your candidates. We're going to head over now to an interview with Logan Dobson of standwithcrypto.org. Stay tuned. Bitcoin Magazine will be broadcasting all night on X, Rumble, and YouTube.
Thank you so much, Pete. Again, as Pete just said, we are here with Logan Dobson, Executive Director of Stand With Crypto. Logan, it has been an exciting few months, I would say, /year for Stand With Crypto. We've had you guys do some excellent work in getting the vote out and educating politicians. Can you tell us a little bit about the work that Stand With Crypto does? We may be having some technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so we're just going to hold on a second. I will give... as we're figuring out the technical issues here, I will highlight some of the work that Stand With Crypto did. They actually put on a tour this year, the America Loves Crypto tour, a few of the dates of which I was at. At that tour, we had a bipartisan representation of politicians there. So I think on the first date, we had everyone from we had independents, we had Republicans on the local government level, and we had a lot of people who had obviously been very, very educated in what crypto is and what Bitcoin is. And some of the people who weren't necessarily holders, I remember someone from the Arizona government saying to me, I don't necessarily own any Bitcoin or any crypto, but I do think that this is really important, especially given that the U.S. government is sort of printing money in mass. We're seeing currency debasement, so it's a bit of a hot issue. But we've seen that the work that Stand With Crypto has done has been instrumental in educating people. If they haven't made them complete believers yet, they're at least allowing politicians sort of giving them the space to say, hey, you know what? I know that this is something that people care about. Logan, do we have you? Can we hear you yet? It seems like we're still having technical difficulties. Still working on that. So, yeah, all right. We're going to head back over. Do we have you there, Logan? I think we might have him, or we might not. No dice, no audio. We tried. Hey. We are going to try to get him in there. I think he's working on something on the back end. We're good now? Almost there, looks like. I would love to continue singing. All right. You got me, Logan?
I can hear you now.
Logan, how are you, sir? Welcome. Again, we have to do this very quickly, Logan, if you don't mind. So again, we have Logan Dobson here, the executive director of Stand With Crypto, the organization that helped to sponsor this evening's event. Logan, can you just tell us what you saw out there on the America Loves Crypto tour, the tour that you sponsored in battleground states around the United States? What did you see out there? What can you share with the audience?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you and Bitcoin Magazine so much. You guys were on several stops of that tour with us, and we really appreciated it. I mean, what we saw is I think what you're going to see at the polls as the results come in tonight is just a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of excitement. We had hundreds, thousands of people coming out to our events all across the country. And like you said, we were in some swing states. We did an event in Washington, D.C. We did one in Ohio. We were kind of all over the country. And these were the big ticket events, where we had some really cool, like I said, hundreds of people at a time. Some awesome venues, folks coming together. But we also did hundreds of smaller events across the country, whether that's, sponsoring local Bitcoin meetups, whether that's, throwing local crypto debate watch parties where just 2 or 3 crypto advocates would get together and watch the presidential debates. And we really just wanted to make sure that the crypto community was engaging with this election and getting informed, getting educated, getting excited. And I think our tour really helped us do that. All of our tools on, standwithcrypto.org helped us do that. And we were just so excited and so proud of all the crypto advocates and a lot of Bitcoin in particular advocates who I know are among the most passionate members of the crypto community. Came out in force, and we're so excited to work with them, and we're so excited to help raise their voices as we headed into this critical election.
Sincerely appreciated. One of the things that blew my mind was learning the stats about the vote differential between Biden and Trump in 2020 versus the amount of people that hold crypto in each of those battleground states, and then also the Stand With Crypto advocates. Could you go over some of those numbers quickly, if you don't mind?
Yeah, of course. So our organization, Stand With Crypto, we have about 1.8, almost 1.9 at this point, million advocates who have signed up with us. Obviously, that's a big number, but it's smaller than the overall number of people who own Bitcoin, who own any type of crypto in our country. And when you think about the 2020 election, and certainly we expect, and all the analysts are saying that this 2024 election could be just as close, if not closer than 2020. In some of those states in the last election, it came down to tens of thousands of votes. So not only do we have more Stand With Crypto advocates in those states, but certainly the vote differentials are much smaller than the amount of people who own crypto in those states. So crypto owners are a huge voting bloc. They can make a difference in close races. They did in several elections in the last election cycle, and now they're even more excited, even more energized to vote, and certainly are going to make a huge difference tonight.
Amazing. One last thing, if you could touch on it quickly, we just wanted to give people a sense of maybe the bipartisan nature of these events, these Stand With Crypto events, right? At each of the ones I was at, we heard from everything from independents, Democrats, Republicans, and then people in different parts of that spectrum of each of those political ideologies. If you could quickly just touch on why that was important to do.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, we are a nonpartisan organization. We love to work with members of both political parties where it's necessary. We were super encouraged over the past summer at the passage of the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act, FIT 21, which passed with, over 270 votes in the House of Representatives. You don't get that many votes with just support from one party. And hopefully, we're going to build an even more pro-crypto Congress heading into next year. And that can only be done by being bipartisan. That can only be done with, crypto energy coming from Republicans, coming from Democrats, coming from independents. That's what we saw on our tour. We didn't see a lot of people who said, I'm only a member of this party and I only care about this party. We met a lot of people who are passionate about crypto, passionate about Bitcoin, and who wanted to make sure that this technology was available for everyone in America. And, the more allies we can add, no matter what party they're in, no matter what sort of political leanings they have, the better. And that's what we're trying to build.
Much appreciated. We really appreciate all of the efforts. We appreciate your helping us out, bringing this live stream to people. I think it's great that people have this opportunity to, maybe if they're a little bit disillusioned with mainstream media, that they have something like this to watch. So we sincerely appreciate it. We want to kick it over to a video that we recorded beforehand of a Crypto Voters Roundtable, something else that Stand With Crypto helped us to get together. So let's go over there. Logan, thank you so much for joining us. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Welcome to the first maybe quad annual Bitcoin Magazine voter roundtable on the crypto election. Going to go around the horn. Would love to have everybody introduce themselves, share their story about how they got into Bitcoin, and talk about how Bitcoin is informing your choices this election, how you became a crypto voter. Let's start all the way on the left.
My name is John Barnes. I got into crypto, Bitcoin, back in 2009. My accounting professor told me instead of buying a house for my wife, you should buy Bitcoin. And I turned it down because I didn't understand at the time. And now that I'm this age of where I'm at in 2024, I have been telling all my friends, all my clients about investing in Bitcoin, investing in crypto. And I'm just trying to be part of that new generation of crypto enthusiasts.
Can you talk a little bit about why it's kind of weighing on your vote this year, or why you're thinking about it with the election?
I'm weighing on my vote this year because I believe the future is crypto, blockchain technology. I believe that just what's going on with how the value of the dollar compared to Bitcoin, it's such a huge gap that I just believe that we're transforming to a world of a lot of technology, like cryptocurrency or rather blockchain, and I believe it's something that the nation should be educated on.
Thanks, Sean. We'll go down the line.
I'm Snacks, and I learned about Bitcoin pretty early. In 2011, I was actually organizing Bitcoin meetups here in Philly about 10 years ago. These days I run Pizza DAO, which is a global pizza co-op, and we actually throw a global pizza party every year on Bitcoin Pizza Day. And in doing this, and for the last decade, especially today, I have learned that crypto is just faster, it is easier, it is better than the traditional payment system. So this election, the first election in my life where it's really been super relevant, I want to see our politicians pay attention to this industry that has the capacity to change how finance works on Earth.
So my name is Fundamentals. I host a podcast called Rock, Paper, Bitcoin. I'm fairly new to the space, probably 3 years maybe. Fell very, very deep in the rabbit hole. Hit me very hard. Traditionally I was an actuary. Never really took Bitcoin seriously until 2021 when it really hit me. Looking at the medical tyranny, it hit me as a big freedom issue, and I got all in before I even understood the economics or anything like that. I was a deranged Democrat. I think I'm still registered as a Democrat. I don't think I've ever voted for a Republican, and that's very likely, very, 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 very likely going to change in a couple of weeks. And I just think it's interesting to, certainly for myself, observing myself go through almost changing my views because of how deeply I feel that this is world changing. I'm not a big political person. I'm not big on asking permission to use money. I'm not big on, empowering politicians like that. However, I think like creating an industry, empowering an industry to figure this all out, I think is really important.
I'm Greg Bundy. I was searching. I was trying to figure out how does one get rich. Growing up, all we learned about was how to work for money. And at 18, I initially went into the Army, not really knowing what else I was going to do with my life. So going through that avenue, towards the end of that, do I keep re-ing up into the Army or do I get out? So after about 10 years, I started looking for other ways to make money. How do the rich get rich? They don't go to work for money. So I started reading, looking, searching, and learning, found real estate, bought a couple of pieces of property in real estate, but not really heading that direction seriously. I started looking into stocks. Somehow stocks kind of led me to what was called Bitcoin. That's all we knew in the beginning, the first coin. It was very expensive. I bought a little piece of Bitcoin in like 2019. I actually got started in 2020 looking for something cheaper, and I found a cryptocurrency. And I started heading in that direction. It was hard to learn in the beginning, hard to get involved because I didn't know how. I didn't have any friends doing it, trying to find somebody to help me, teach me, until I found Google and YouTube. I learned you can Google stuff and find out stuff. And that took me into cryptocurrency. As far as voting for somebody, I'm thinking biblically, we're supposed to put somebody in charge of us who's one of us. So I'm interested in voting on somebody who's like crypto. I don't want to go outside of that because, some of us have thousands of dollars invested in crypto. And if somebody comes in and want to stop all of that, then we lose all that money. So personally, I'm just trying to learn, continue to grow, and try to increase my wealth. Health and wealth is what I'm interested in. Being healthy, being wealthy, being healthier, being wealthier.
I'm Paul Len. I heard about Bitcoin in probably 2012 or so, and for years I walked around talking about how it's a scam. It's a pyramid scheme. It's silly. 2017, I finally started to read up on it more than just what my friends told me. And so I bought a little bit. I caught the run up in 2017 and got super excited. I'm an investment genius now. I know everything. And then I kind of forgot about it for a couple of years when it went back down 10x or whatever during COVID. But yeah, around 2020, end of 2020, I became interested in it again because I just had all the time in the world. We're sitting at home. My company shut down. And I kind of fell in love with DeFi, just providing liquidity, learning how the financial system works. I had no idea how stocks are really exchanged on an exchange until I went and learned about crypto. Uniswap, all the other DeFi products. And that's where I was like, this is what I want to do. I quit my job and I was providing liquidity full-time for a while. Now I still work in the industry. We do cybersecurity consulting. We do audits, formal verification. In terms of the election, I'm a libertarian at heart, and I'm not that interested in flipping red to blue or blue to red. I think crypto's here to change the system rather than work within it. And so I'm not a single issue voter, but I think given enough time, if we can take control of money, we will get rid of the nonsense that the federal government is. That's my opinion.
This is a live look at the seats that are up for grabs in the Senate as we vie to change the course of the election and install crypto-friendly politicians in Congress. So we'll be back with more updates on live races, polls closing on the East Coast, sending it over to Frank Corva back in Studio B.
Thank you so much.
Really appreciate it. So I have a question based on that previous panel for Vortex here to my right, the creator of BitcoinDev.org. So a lot of times we have Bitcoiners, right, who are, there's this concept of Bitcoin maximalist, right? Just Bitcoin, no other crypto. But I think it's also important that we do look at the broader crypto space in the sense of developers who are doing things in the crypto space, like in the case of Tornado Cash, are now on trial for what they're building, privacy technology. How does this then affect Bitcoin?
Well, it's interesting because the privacy technology is mostly located in Bitcoin. From what I can tell right now, most of the developers like Tornado Cash and Samurai Wallet and Wasabi Wallet, these types of this type of software is mostly Bitcoin focused, Bitcoin related. There is some privacy stuff in other tokens, but really for the most part, I've been mostly focused on the privacy technology in Bitcoin. And so there's a lot of great stuff there, especially with the Lightning Network. But there has been some very scary stuff that's been happening recently with Samurai Wallet, with Tornado Cash, and policymakers are going to have to sort of get together with developers to kind of figure this out, because it's almost like the 90s again when the crypto wars were happening, where they almost declared cryptography as munitions. Thankfully, they didn't, but we're still looking, there's still a bit of a battle there, and so it's really going to be up to these developers to keep building so they can keep pace, so the policymakers can eventually, finally, hopefully come around to getting this stuff, to getting privacy more and more legal.
Yeah, appreciate that. To touch on some of the things that the voters at the roundtable said, you laughed a little bit when one of the gentlemen said something like, "Oh, I bought Bitcoin because I wanted to get rich. I wanted to make money." I think a lot of people actually get into it for that reason, but they posture as if they were sort of holier than thou, right? Why did you?
I love that guy. That guy was based as fuck. He was just like, "Yeah, I got in to get rich, and I found out about Google. I started Googling." I love that guy. He's just telling it like it is. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I think you get into Bitcoin. In order to get rich quick. Everybody thinks it's a get rich quick scheme, and then you kind of find out like, oh no, it's actually like this epic, battle against good and evil, and you become this, sort of character that it like sets you on the path of the hero's journey, where you're like, it now changes all the ways in which you think and act and interact with the world. And I think it's been a super transformative experience for people, Americans from all walks of life, and not just Americans. Like, we're talking about America today, but Bitcoin is a global phenomenon, and it changes lives everywhere on Earth.
Yeah, I think that's important. We talked about this a little bit before we just jumped back on camera here. We were saying there's that phrase in Bitcoin, right? You don't change Bitcoin, but Bitcoin changes you. It has this catalytic effect, right? Yeah. Ben, your thoughts on that?
100%. And, we all love the number go up technology, of course. And some of us are easier to Bitcoin than others, because I was a Ron Paul guy and the Fed. I would still love to end the Fed. And I love that Ron Paul's getting the spotlight, even in his later years here. But so I got into Bitcoin a little easier because I already understood the problems with fiat currency. But there are some people who get into it for a number go up, and then they start reading, they start doing the research. And once you go deep into Bitcoin, it's like there's just no going out, and there's no seeing the world a different way anymore.
Right. I think that's fair. You could probably speak to that as well. One of the things I'd actually love for you to comment on, Vortex. So let's say we do end the Fed, and we get things right with the U.S. dollar. That's probably not that good for Bitcoin, no? And why would that be the case?
Well, it's interesting. There's people out there like Saylor that are really, really pushing the marriage of the U.S. dollar and Bitcoin, because at the end of the day, most of the liquidity for Bitcoin is going to come from the U.S. dollar and the transition over to that over time. So it's really been interesting to see some of these technologies come out, like stable sats and some of these other things, using DLCs that are trying to create these Bitcoin-backed dollar stablecoins. And so the marriage of those two is going to be really interesting, because most of the people around the world, they want dollars. And so they're going to get dollars, they're going to get on something like Tether, and then they're going to be able to find out all of these other coins, like all of these other opportunities like Bitcoin. And hopefully they will find Bitcoin.
They only want the dollars because they haven't realized what Bitcoin is yet.
Exactly.
Dollar is just the least shitty fiat currency.
Sure. The prettiest pig in the pen, some people say. Do you think, though, it's sometimes, and not to get too deep into this, but, just as people were introduced to Bitcoin, a lot of people around the world also got access to maybe like a synthetic dollar bank account through stable coins. Yeah. So do you think that there is maybe a little bit of leeway to say, you know what, okay, I kind of get it, but so long as sort of in the long term we move to Bitcoin, if there's a little bit of an intermediary here thing with some stable coins, what do you think? Do you think it plays out like that?
Well, it's obvious that the poorest people on Earth, the people who are living on $1 a day, like that, they don't have time to have a long time horizon, long time preference, low time preference, and invest into Bitcoin. They can't deal with that volatility. And so unfortunately that has been more of a privileged Westerner thing up to this point. So I think that stablecoins in the third world have a use case, and I would personally never shame anybody for doing that.
Can I push back a little bit on that? Yeah. Because you obviously I understand the high and low time preference there, but in certain countries, you can't even hold their currency, whether it's Argentina or
Totally.
Venezuela.
Yeah.
I mean, they're literally inflating so fast that if you hold them for a month, they've already devalued a significant amount. So you got to get out of that and almost into something else.
100%.
It has been dollars to this point, but I think at some point it'll probably be more Bitcoin.
That's why if you look at the top 10 crypto list, it's Bitcoin, a bunch of digital dollars, and some crap like Solana.
Well, I like your point where people just the people that are trying to in those third world countries save in dollars, like you said, it's because they don't know about Bitcoin yet. Yes. But once they have access to these stable coins and these tethers, and they can get into Bitcoin very, very easily, and all of a sudden be a part of this world global financial system.
Appreciate all these perspectives. We are going to kick it back to this live studio with Pete. Over to you.
Politics. We've talked about the influence of crypto lobbying. You've heard from everyday voters. Switching subjects here, want to connect Bitcoin and crypto to the larger issues. We haven't really talked about inflation or the economy, but exit polls showing this is top of mind for voters. David Zell of the Bitcoin Policy Institute, want to go to you. How do you connect Bitcoin to these larger themes in the economy? Has Bitcoin connected to voters on this subject, your view?
I mean, I think it has. The average voter is, concerned about their grocery bill. They're concerned about the recurring expenses that they've seen over the past 4 years rise dramatically. And we can look back to this time 4 years ago. In November of 2020, the national debt was around $21 trillion, and the price of Bitcoin was about $15,000. Flash forward to today, and the national debt's up more than 50%, at nearly $36 trillion. And Bitcoin's approaching all-time highs. I think it demonstrates that not only is Bitcoin increasingly the problems that it was designed to solve are increasingly manifesting, but the market, voters and investors, are increasingly relating Bitcoin to the fundamental, driver of inflation, which is the endless printing of money and the debasement of the currency. And I think as that link between higher grocery bills, depreciated savings in terms of purchasing power grows stronger to Bitcoin, it's only going to be a more relevant electoral factor.
Avik, your view, are voters really making this connection, though? Obviously, pain at the gas station, pain in the grocery store. Bitcoin, how do you bring them into that? Do you think we can cover ground here?
A small percentage are. So there was a poll recently that indicated that 5% of the electorate consider themselves crypto or Bitcoin only. That was their top issue, that they were going to vote based on that. So that gives you some indication. But overall, the exit polls reported by CNN indicate that 31% of the electorate of voters felt that the economy was their top issue. Interestingly, democracy was number one at 35%. But the inflation is something that affects everybody, and it disproportionately affects lower and middle income people. My think tank, the Foundation for Research on Equal Opportunity, put out a major study on this last year where we actually compared how inflation affects people at different income brackets. And what you find, not to the surprise probably of the people watching here, is that if inflation is high, it disproportionately affects lower income people. Why? Because if you're low income, you don't have an extra $600 to pay for higher energy bills or higher car payments or what have you. So inflation is punitive, particularly to lower and middle income people. And even, this is the interesting thing about our work, even when inflation is relatively low. So people think of that time frame when inflation was at like 2% year after year after year as a real policy victory. But what our research found was that even 2% inflation compounded over time is devastating to lower and middle income people. Because if you think about it, over a 20-year period, 2% inflation compounded is more than 40% inflation. That's a lot. That means half the value of your savings has gone away. And that matters a lot to lower and middle income people.
Breaking news coming across the Bitcoin Magazine desk here. We're starting to see news sources around the country start calling states for candidates. Donald J. Trump wins Kentucky, according to Edison Research Projects, and Kamala Harris, they're calling Vermont, as CNN calling Vermont, and it's the Associated Press calling Indiana for Trump. So just quick to recap, we have Indiana and Kentucky going for Trump, Vermont for Kamala Harris. Of course, no surprises there. Talking about the economy, talking about an issue at the polls. Pierre, as someone who's living maybe on a Bitcoin standard and a Bitcoin economy, what has been your perspective of inflation? And can we make the case to voters that Bitcoin and crypto can help their cause?
Yeah, I think that inflation, the narratives around inflation have really been a tale of two worlds, where on one hand you have moderate Democrats and Republicans agreeing that the Federal Reserve needs to raise interest rates to bring down inflation and that it's a monetary phenomenon. But the far left wing of the Democrat Party, and obviously I have in mind Elizabeth Warren on this, has been blaming corporate greed and finding other scapegoats to attack rather than speaking about the monetary issues facing the nation. So I think that wing of the Democrat Party, in particular when they intersect with Bitcoin, are going to struggle a lot more than what we've seen with the Republican Party. And I think this is the core issue of how do we make Bitcoin bipartisan. Well, on some level, you have to eject the far-left progressive wing of the Democrat Party that sees money as being solely the province of the sovereign, and that there should be a strong monopoly on the currency, so that that fits with their chartalist ideology. And there's no way to persuade them otherwise. They're probably maybe 10 to 15% of the Democrat Party, but they will impede any kind of progress in terms of improving the policy positions on the left on Bitcoin.
Reviewing some of the state calls here, hot off the press, Trump winning in Kentucky, South Carolina, and Indiana, Harris winning in Vermont, so starting to get a picture of what the Electoral College might look like. Want to stick on something you said there, Pierre, ejecting the far left, sort of dealing with this progressive idea or interest in controlling the money. Avik, David, your thoughts quickly.
I just might add that the polls close at 7 o'clock Eastern time in those states that you mentioned, also Georgia. So I'm going to be really interested to see how Georgia reports over the next hour or two. 7:30, we're going to hear North Carolina is also going to close, and Ohio polls will close there. So those are some of the things that are coming up in the next half an hour or next several minutes, where we're going to see some polls close. And if there's an indication from exit polls that there's a significant margin of victory, then you'll start to see people call that. But if it's too close to call, we'll have to wait until the actual precincts are reported.
Polls closing. Your quick thoughts, David?
Look, it's easy, especially with this election, to believe that Bitcoin is partisan. We believe, I think it's fair to say that Bitcoin is nonpartisan. And the silver lining here is there are, while there have been progressive Democrats who have attacked Bitcoin relentlessly, we've also seen tech-forward, pro-innovation Democrats really stand up, part ways from their party. And I think in hindsight, that strategy is going to be looked back at as bold and correct. So my hope is that regardless of how tonight goes, those firebrands in the Democratic Party like Ro Khanna are able to help their colleagues see that this is an issue that affects everybody, that isn't partisan, and that the Democrats should largely be embracing. Because fundamentally, Bitcoin is something that protects civil liberties, freedom, and vulnerable people, like all top-line priorities of the left.
Polls closing, but of course, so much more to come. Trump wins in Kentucky, South Carolina, and Indiana. Harris wins in Vermont. We're going to throw it back to our senior business correspondent, Frank Corva, with another live interview as the election rolls on across America. Stay with us.
Welcome back, everybody. I am here joined by David McIntosh, president of Club for Growth and former congressman. David, thank you so much for joining us. Please let me know if you can hear me okay.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's give the audience a little bit of background on yourself, if you don't mind. Can you tell us a little bit about what you do leading the Club for Growth?
Yeah, the Club for Growth is the largest independent, free market, liberty-oriented super PAC and political group. We have a special super PAC dedicated to Bitcoin Freedom Fund, where we support candidates who endorse Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies generally and want to reverse a lot of the decisions that were made in the Biden administration, where government would try to cripple or hinder the use of cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin. We also oppose a central bank digital currency where the government creates a type of coin, digital coin, that it would use. We're totally behind the development in the blockchain technology, Bitcoin, as a way of producing freedom, more opportunities, Now, we're on the Republican side, and I was a former Republican congressman. We're very engaged in about 25 races. But we've also teamed up with some friends on the Democrat side who run a political group called the Moderates, and they too favor making sure that we have blockchain technology, Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies available and competitive in the U.S. We were talking about it. We believe in freedom and free enterprise and ingenuity and allowing the people to have opportunity. They believe in that too, but they also see it as a great way to provide services for the unbanked, for people of color who don't work and can't get banking in the system, for opportunities for everybody in the country and around the world. And so they've teamed up with us to advocate for policies that wouldn't be on a partisan basis, but in Washington would basically be hands-off so that people could innovate and develop. One of the things that we early on fought against was the whole environmental attack on Bitcoin mining.
Right.
And it was so clear that they had basically just made up different statistics because they were being given grants to go after Bitcoin, saying that it was polluting the air and using energy. And I visited several different mining operations. One of the great things about them is that they can switch on and off, so they become like a user of energy when there's a low load, but they shut off during the peak season so that they can provide air conditioning if it gets too hot, heat if it's cold, and it works really well with the utilities. They're also greatly supported by a lot of the new types of alternative energy. Anyway, we're very engaged in the races. What we do is support candidates. Our members donate money to them, and we come in with a super PAC and run ads about why they would be a great senator, a great congressman. And we do that. And one of the things we test is, are these candidates going to be pro-Bitcoin, pro-crypto generally? And will they, when they come to Washington, make sure we've got policies that keep the government hands off?
I appreciate all that. You left me with a lot there to unpack, but I really appreciate all those details. What are some of the races that you have an eye on this evening, or that we should be keeping an eye on this evening?
Yeah, two of the ones that I think are really important are Senate races. One in Ohio, Bernie Moreno actually built a company on the blockchain to record car titles because he was a car dealer. And he's running for U.S. Senate. He's challenging Sherrod Brown, who is one of the worst members in the Senate in terms of wanting the government to shut down cryptocurrency and Bitcoin. And he's been head of the banking committee, which has blocked legislation that would let the United States be competitive in all those areas. That's a key race to watch. It'll close relatively early because it's in the East Coast time.
That's right.
Another one on the West Coast is Nevada, where Sam Brown has been a strong advocate for cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, freedom, and he's up against another Democrat incumbent, Jackie Rosen. She's kind of doesn't get that involved in things, remember, so she doesn't have a strong record either way. But as a result, folks in Nevada, they're not that committed to her, and it's given Sam an opportunity to make a case. He's also a war hero. He served over in Iraq, was severely injured, a really strong man of conviction. Both of those races are ones that Club for Growth super PACs have been involved in, and they're key races for getting a Senate majority that'll be pro-blockchain, pro-Bitcoin, pro-cryptocurrency.
Amazing. I really appreciate it. I want to go back to one of the first things you said as well, talking about working across the aisle. We know that partisanship is at all-time highs, and you seem to have made it a point to work with Democrats who believe in the same things that you believe in. Can you talk a little bit about that process, if you don't mind?
Yeah, it came about in part because we were friends to begin with, and both were talking about how I was investing in Bitcoin. I really think it's great, and my Democrat friend was doing the same. And we realized if we could work together, it doesn't happen very often in Washington these days.
Right.
We could actually get something done that would be good. And to to show you one way it worked, we're small. We're not one of those big corporate interest groups. But I knew people in the House leadership, Tom Emmer in particular, who was very pro-Bitcoin. Yep. And there was a resolution basically to say that Gensler and the SEC couldn't use enforcement until there were clear rules allowing cryptocurrency and Bitcoin to be traded. And Tom was in favor of that. He was sponsoring it. My friends on the Democratic side knew Richie Torres, for example, and a couple of the Democrats that are very much with us in the House.
Totally.
And we tried to get them to meet, but the staffs, they were kind of afraid of, oh, if a Republican and a Democrat are meeting, what's that mean? And so I just called up Tom personally, and my friend on the Democrat called up Richie and said, hey, you guys actually agree on this. Why don't you meet down on the House floor and you can agree to voice vote the resolution, and then the House will be on record saying that Gensler needs to basically shape up before he can do more of the enforcement efforts.
I appreciate
it. It never ended up passing the Senate, but we got it through the House because we could talk directly to the leaders on each side and say, hey, you guys actually agree on this. Why don't you go do it? It'd be a good thing.
Much appreciated. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us this evening. Thank you for the work that you've been doing behind the scenes. We sincerely appreciate that as well. To everyone listening, this was David McIntosh, president of the Club for Growth, and we're going to head back over to the live desk. Thanks again, David.
Great to be with you.
We're talking about U.S. Senate and congressional races, and of course, races are being called across the country. You can head over to standwithcrypto.org to see snapshots of all the action. Want to shout out a few things that have happened as these races are being called. We've had a pro-crypto candidate elected in Indiana, Jim Banks, a Republican, as well as an anti-crypto candidate, Bernie Sanders of Vermont, being reelected to his Senate seat. And looking at the House of Representatives, according to Stand With Crypto's scorecards, we've seen 29 pro-crypto candidates elected and 9 anti-crypto candidates. Of course, you can drill down into all the details at standwithcrypto.org. Polls are still open. You can get candidate scorecards. We're going to send it now over to a graphic of the presidential race electoral map. So this is a graphic we'll be coming to all night as this race heats up. Again, the Electoral College, 270 electoral votes needed to win. Indiana and Kentucky called for former President Trump, and Vermont called for Kamala Harris, current vice president. So sticking with this theme of partisanship, we were talking just before the break about the far left, the far right, the partisanship in America. Pierre coming out with some pointed comments about not needing to cater our ideology, our technology to certain viewpoints. Avik, David, would love to continue the discussion. How are you having this conversation about bipartisanship? Can we achieve a real bipartisanship on this issue?
It's essential. I mean, you can't, if Bitcoin becomes a partisan issue where, say, Republicans are pro-Bitcoin, the pro-Bitcoin party, and Democrats are the anti-Bitcoin, anti-crypto party, that's going to be very bad for Bitcoin and very bad for crypto. Because the fact is, if so long as there's a filibuster in the Senate, you're going to need 60 votes in the Senate to get things passed. You're going to need moderates to get things passed. So you've got to have a bipartisan coalition that supports this technology. And I want to highlight the election of Jim Banks in Indiana to the U.S. Senate. He's a guy in the House who was one of the co-sponsors of FIT 21, the piece of legislation we were talking about earlier. He was a co-sponsor of the CBDC Anti-Surveillance Act. So this is a guy who's had a lot of the, kind of progressive small p views about Bitcoin and crypto, has embraced the technology. He has an A rating from Stand With Crypto. So he's a guy who in the House, now moving to the Senate, is going to have the potential to have a lot more influence on this particular issue. It's going to add another pro-Bitcoin, pro-crypto senator to the U.S. Senate. I think that's going to be pretty important. But bipartisanship is important, particularly in Congress.
Well, I want to read some of President Trump's statements here. I will ensure the future of Bitcoin will be made in the USA, vowing to end Joe Biden and the current administration's war on crypto, talking about the need for the U.S. industry to grow and thrive, and, of course, freeing or vowing to free and pardon Ross Ulbricht. Core issues that really speak deeply to the Bitcoin constituency. Maybe, Pierre, you can talk about just how connected Trump has seemed to be and run this campaign in courting the Bitcoin vote.
Yeah, it seems to be driven by his son, Barron Trump, who has his finger on the pulse of crypto Twitter, Bitcoin Twitter. And in the interview that Trump did with Joe Rogan, he mentioned that his son Barron brought up Ross. And I think that Ross really highlights a key abuse of power on the part of government, where we had a judge really crack down on Ross Ulbricht and throw the book at him to make an example out of him. And I don't think that's how the judicial system should work. I don't think that's how justice is best served, is by arbitrarily making examples of people. And so even if you are opposed to what Ross Ulbricht did, he's been in prison for a decade now. So I think that even for somebody who is anti-drugs or whatever, he served his time. And so it's time to undo the injustice of the lengthy term that was handed by that judge. I want to circle back to the bipartisanship question, because I don't think the Democratic Party is anti-Bitcoin or anti-crypto. I think that there is a center of power within the Democratic Party of Elizabeth Warren, who has helped staff the Biden administration, and by all indications would also be helping staff a Harris administration. And so I think that that's where all the bad ideas are coming from, is from Elizabeth Warren through the executive branch, which is very perverse because she's a legislator. When we look at I think that if the House if Democrats take the House, or if Democrats keep the Senate, I don't think that's a huge problem. I think that the crypto Bitcoin policy is set by the moderates in the legislative branch. It really is the executive branch that needs to be reined in.
Well, to say actions speak louder than words, going through some of President Trump's actions, he's come out saying that he owns Bitcoin, receiving it at the Bitcoin 2024 conference, buying a burger, making a Lightning payment at PubKey in New York, becoming the first president to pay with Lightning, also doing his own token sale. So I guess to the people on the left who sort of want to, make the argument here, it's like, how do you make the argument, David, that Trump hasn't done all he can to reach the crypto vote and earn the crypto vote?
Well, I'm not sure that's the argument that you'd want to make. I think Trump has obviously done far more to court the crypto voter than Harris has, but that's an opportunity for Democrats, not a threat. If anything, I think what he's done is shown that there is a massive contingent of voters in the United States. I think Avik mentioned earlier, 5% of whom are single-issue voters on this. That means that their allegiance is not to a political party, nor is it even to the first end to offer them a good deal. It means that 5% of the electorate are willing to hear out candidates on both sides of the aisle and pick the one with the better views as they relate to cryptocurrency. So I think the real question for Democrats to ask is, if the crypto vote does swing the election for Donald Trump this year, what can they do to win it back in the next election?
Well, let's stick on that because it's a powerful thought, this idea that crypto could swing the election. So, Avik, how would we know if this happens? Because obviously they're not going at the polls and you're not identifying as a crypto voter. How do we know the impact that we might have?
Yeah, I don't believe the exit poll is going to ask a question about how many voters were Bitcoin-only voters. Unfortunately, Edison Research is the organization that's conducting the official exit poll, of which the subscribers are CNN, ABC, CBS, and NBC, I believe. So I doubt we'll get a question on that. If we did, that would, of course, be very telling. But if we take this 5% number in terms of the national vote and say that, okay, the margin of victory for one candidate there, let's say Trump wins the popular vote by 2% or even 1%, whatever it is, that's going to be enough to say that a number of critical states would have swung one way or the other because of Bitcoin. You can't just say all 5% swung his way, because it's not like they were all Democrats who suddenly became Republicans. They may have been people who weren't voting before. They could have been people who voted before. They could have been people who were already Republican. We don't know. So there's a little bit more digging into the Bitcoin or crypto-focused voter that we'll need to do to understand the impact. But you got to believe that Democrats are going to look at a close election loss, if that were to happen, and say, what constituencies can we most eagerly bolt onto our existing coalition? And Bitcoin, you would think, would be on their list. But I think that's going to depend on who's in charge of the Democratic Party and who is most influential in putting that coalition together.
Of course, Trump himself, no initial Bitcoin or crypto fan, and then we have the first Trump administration to prove that, right? The administration during 2016 to 2020 perhaps was indifferent to Bitcoin and crypto as a constituency. I think, Pierre, how do you look back on that time as someone who might want or favor the Republican side? What is your view on the accomplishments of that era? Were there accomplishments?
Yes, so if we look at the previous Trump administration, they kind of left on a low note with regards to Bitcoin. Treasury had put forward a proposal that would have hampered people's ability to self-custody their Bitcoin. Since then, though, I think that there's been a tremendous amount of education. So huge kudos to all of the lobbyists and educators who have been talking about Bitcoin and crypto with legislators, with staff, as well as the children of legislators. It's not uncommon to have conversations where, yes, they might be too old to really be interested in Bitcoin, but their kids are into it, and that gets brought up positively. So just the fact that you have the entourage around Trump has shifted to new people who have come out strongly as being pro-Bitcoin, that ultimately, he's listening to his advisors very closely. I think Kamala, on the other hand, is surrounded by folks who are, broadly speaking, anti-Bitcoin or anti-crypto. And the reach out we've seen was really centered around Ripple and XRP. And so it raises questions of what their motives are with CBDCs and the funding that they've given to Greenpeace to attack Bitcoin mining. So it would be great to have a shift in the executive branch. I think ultimately, though, for Democrats, what it has to be about is it's about the marketing or the branding of the policy platform. I don't think that we can look at crypto or Bitcoin in a vacuum. We have to look at it of, are they, broadly speaking, Luddites who are anti-technology and want to go back to the Stone Age, degrowth proponents, or are they more on board with the zeitgeist of accelerationism, of energy abundance, and let's revive American manufacturing?
Well, let's talk about Kamala Harris's Democratic nominee's statements on Bitcoin and crypto. Obviously been relatively silent, but said that she would support blockchain and AI. She was rumored to be accepting Bitcoin for her campaign, ended up accepting it through a super PAC, and has pledged to help protect certain segments of the population, certain voters, from being targeted unfairly by the industry. Is there a change of mind for Kamala Harris, like we saw with Donald Trump, in the future? How does that happen?
Yeah, so I think it's important to highlight that not just that last hour legislation or a regulatory change about self-custody in the Trump administration. Trump himself said in his first term, I'm really skeptical about Bitcoin. I want the U.S. dollar to reign supreme. Bitcoin, people tell me, is going to be something that displaces the dollar, and I don't like that. And there were a lot of other people, Steve Mnuchin, his Treasury Secretary, for example, who were pretty skeptical about Bitcoin. So there are kind of national security hawks on the right who have been sort of skeptical of Bitcoin. So there is an anti-Bitcoin wing of the Republican Party as well. Now, of course, Trump has had this conversion into a Bitcoin candidate, in part, I think, because he sees an opportunity with the electorate that votes on Bitcoin. But Harris, it's worth remembering, she cut her teeth in San Francisco. That's where she came up. She was in San Francisco politics, then became Attorney General in San Francisco, then a senator. And as we know, Silicon Valley is an area which is a hotbed of crypto VC, of crypto companies. And so there are plenty of people who are left-leaning or even not left-leaning who are in her ear, who are based in Silicon Valley on these issues. And I'm sure that that's a big part of why her rhetoric in this campaign has been, let's call it mildly positive towards Bitcoin, certainly not going as far as Trump or RFK have gone, but not antagonistic. The question is, what does that mean for an actual administration? She can say, I'm for digital assets, and then when it comes to who's running the SEC, keep it status quo. I mean, a lot of people, when Gary Gensler became SEC chair, thought, hey, here's a guy who taught about cryptocurrency at MIT. He's going to be one of our allies. Right. And then it turned out he was the most aggressive antagonist to crypto that the country has seen. So we just don't know enough about Harris at this point in terms of who she'd put in these critical policymaking positions.
So we're going to stick with Gary Gensler here and this idea of this being an issue that we'll see. What are we on? Gary Gensler and the SEC, do we see a change regardless of the administration that comes forth? It seems like broadly unpopular now by both parties, but also, there is there would be some obstacles to removing him as the SEC chair, right? He might have to stay on the SEC. He might have to stay within the department. How does this change occur? Can it occur, Avik, David, Pierre?
Yeah, I think that it would be very out of touch with precedent for Gary to remain in his current position for, the next year that he would have. I think typically when things go this way, there's usually a graceful exit and a resignation. I think Trump has said that he'll fire Gary Gensler. I don't think he can quite do that. But obviously I think that when you've accrued a reputation like Mr. Gensler has, a resignation and a quiet departure is your best bet.
Throwing it back to the studio now, we're going to hear a special message from someone whose support has meant very much to the Bitcoin and crypto community. I'm talking about Senator Cynthia Lummis from Wyoming, and we'll be right back after this message from Cynthia.
Here it is. This is the Bitcoin Reserve Bill. I'm reading from the text. In the Senate of the United States, to establish a Bitcoin strategic reserve, a network of secure storage vaults, purchase program, and other programs to ensure the transparent management of Bitcoin holdings of the federal government. My name is Cynthia Lummis, and I'm the Bitcoin Senator. When Satoshi Nakamoto, in January of 2009, mined the first Bitcoin, he brought about an asset that will change the world. And this is our Louisiana Purchase moment. This Bitcoin reserve that we're going to create will start with the 210,000 Bitcoin that President Trump just mentioned and pull it into a reserve stored in geographically diverse vaults. And that's only the beginning. Over 5 years, the United States will assemble 1 million Bitcoin, 5% of the world's supply. And it will be held for a minimum of 20 years and can be used for one purpose: reduce our debt. This Bitcoin is going to be transformative for this country. As President Trump just said, we are printing too much money. We are spending too much money. We printed in 22 months during COVID the same amount of money that had ever been printed in the history of the United States. Well, no more. With a strategic Bitcoin reserve, we will have an asset that in that period of time before 2045 can cut our debt in half. And as Michael Saylor said yesterday, if we put $3.3 million in a Bitcoin reserve, we will eliminate the United States debt. We will be debt-free because of Bitcoin. This asset is transforming not only our country, but our world. And the United States needs to be the global leader, as President Trump just said. And you know what? We don't have to raise taxes to do it. We have the funds now. This bill provides that not only will the asset forfeiture money be transferred into this reserve, fulfilling President Trump's promise that he won't sell any Bitcoin, but we will convert excess reserves at our 12 Federal Reserve banks into Bitcoin over 5 years. We have the money now. But we'll no longer be holding it in U.S. dollars, an asset that is designed to debase at least 2% per year. We'll be holding it in an asset that will grow in value, that throughout its history has grown 55% per year. This is the solution. This is the answer. This is our Louisiana Purchase moment. Thank you, Bitcoin. It's your love of freedom, your innovation, your thoughtful design, your keeping this asset alive, well, free, and in support of individual sovereignty that is going to save America. Let's make America free again, Bitcoin. This is our present to the United States of America. Thank you.
Donald J. Trump, Kentucky, South Carolina, Indiana, West Virginia, all being called for Donald Trump. And Harris, of course, now only with Vermont, but still early in the early innings of this elections. You just saw a clip from Bitcoin 2024. Senator Cynthia Lummis, Republican from Wyoming, talking about the prospect that America could become debt-free because of Bitcoin, calling her strategic Bitcoin reserve proposal a Louisiana Purchase moment for the nation. Throwing it back to our panel here, do we believe America should build a strategic reserve? How does this impact the average voter, David?
I think the answer is a resounding yes. And it may seem radical, but recall the level and extent to which the United States government funded and supported the growth of the internet, which was fundamentally an open protocol for transferring information. We benefited massively from the economic growth that it generated and the geopolitical benefit that it accrued to the United States. An investment in Bitcoin, in my mind, is quite similar. You have to understand that not only does Bitcoin give the United States government sort of a plan B in much the same way that an individual investor may have a small percentage of their portfolio in Bitcoin where if the thesis is wrong, it's not a scratch. And if the thesis is right, it pays off handsomely. The U.S. is sort of just a larger fractal of that. It seems like a daring bet, but if it's wrong, nothing changes. And if it's right, it could very well provide option value for the United States as it faces uncertainty around its debt. But I think the bigger argument as well is that Bitcoin as a technology, like the internet before it, its very existence and proliferation is accretive to the United States' position in the world. Whether it's economically, whether it's by spreading our values abroad, whether it's by bolstering the development of renewable energy, the more Bitcoin grows, the more America benefits. So taking a real stake in it, not just financially, but from a signaling perspective, I think just speeds up that natural process of value accruing to America from Bitcoin's growth.
And of course, there is a policy change at play here for the people at home because the United States government does own Bitcoin, has been active in the Bitcoin market for almost a decade now since its seizure of Ross Ulbricht's Bitcoin in the original Silk Road shutdown. Pierre, Avik, can you talk about this history of the U.S. government owning Bitcoin, selling Bitcoin and maybe now reversing that strategic decision?
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin, the United States actually is one of the largest holders of Bitcoin in the world, and could be even larger if it hadn't been auctioning off much of the Bitcoin that it seized over that period of time that you referred to. On a personal level, I want to say, Pierre and I have proposed this idea of a Bitcoin strategic reserve, I want to say 4 years ago. So it's amazing to see that idea come to fruition. I want to shout out as David as well, whose organization, the Bitcoin Policy Institute, that I'm a senior advisor at as well, has just put out a big white paper on exploring a lot of the technical details of how a Bitcoin strategic reserve could work. And so I recommend to viewers that they take a look at that at the Bitcoin Policy Institute's website. The other thing I want to mention is that I think that Senator Lummis, in that clip that you played, oversold the value of a Bitcoin strategic reserve. You can't wipe out the federal debt with a Bitcoin strategic reserve for the simple reason that she's basing it on today's math. She's saying, okay, the Bitcoin that we buy today could be worth $35 trillion maybe in 10 or 20 years. The federal debt will not be $35 trillion 10 or 20 years from now. It'll be $100 or $200 trillion. So Bitcoin strategic reserves will not wipe out the federal debt. What it could do, however, along with what David already mentioned, is smoothen the transition from the fiat-based U.S. dollar to perhaps a Bitcoin-backed U.S. dollar, which could be more robust and allow us to climb out of the debt and fiscal and monetary crisis that we are digging ourselves into and have been for the last 50 years.
Well, Pierre, let's go over to you. What's the danger for the people at home if the United States just doesn't own any Bitcoin as one of the many governments around the world that is just not a holder, is not active in the market, and needs to find another answer to these problems? What's the downside for that?
Yeah, well, the downside is that in case of a dollar collapse, that there isn't an asset out there for the government to use to prop up the value of the dollar, just like they do with foreign exchange reserves or with sovereign wealth funds. It's important to have buffers that absorb shocks at a macroeconomic level. To your point, Avik, I think I agree that the proposal should have been to acquire more Bitcoin so that it could cover all the future liabilities. And I think that Senator Lummis is incredibly brave to propose this as a legislator in the United States Senate. I think it kind of shifted the Overton window on this topic. It went from defense about energy consumption and pollution and volatility, instead going on offense of what are the reasons why the U.S. government should acquire Bitcoin. 90% of those reasons have overlap with why you on a personal level or your business should acquire Bitcoin. And so opening up that debate of, okay, what is the value proposition of Bitcoin rather than always being focused on what are the costs of Bitcoin to society, what's the benefit? Senator Lummis shifted that narrative 180 at the Nashville conference.
Showing now an updated presidential race electoral map. So what you're seeing on screen is the races that are called by a consensus of different news organizations around the country. Right now we have Vice President Kamala Harris, Democratic nominee, with 3 electoral votes won in Vermont, and Donald J. Trump, 45th president, securing wins in Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia. Of course, much more to go as the country votes. Polls closing on the East Coast, but open across the Midwest and on the West Coast. You can go to standwithcrypto.org to evaluate all the candidates still in play. Talking now about a strategic Bitcoin stockpile or reserve, and want to connect it to what's going on in the voting. What's the pathway for the strategic reserve? Does it require a Donald Trump presidency? Can this be achieved by some congressional wins in the House or in the Senate? David, Avik, Pierre, how does this get enacted, and does it require a Trump win?
There's 2 elements to it. So there's things that a president could do unilaterally, particularly through the Treasury Department. So the Treasury Department owns a lot of gold, as we all know about Fort Knox. So the U.S. has long had a gold reserve. It would be very easy for the Treasury Department to compile the Bitcoin that the federal government has and simply say, we're not going to sell it. They could, in theory, do that without congressional authorizing legislation. However, congressional authorizing legislation such as what Senator Lummis has proposed could strengthen the utility and the robustness and particularly the security protocols around a Bitcoin reserve. And I think what's interesting is, as you mentioned, Pete, West Virginia has just reported that Jim Justice, a Republican, has picked up a Senate seat for Republicans since Joe Manchin is stepping down. That brings Republicans a little bit closer to having a majority in the Senate. If somehow there were to be a trifecta where Republicans controlled the House, the Senate, and the White House, then something like this could actually happen.
David, Pierre, talking about the pathway of a Bitcoin strategic reserve potentially happening in the short term, what's the timeline for something like this? Let's just say, best case scenario, it was enacted. How quickly could this be implemented, and how quickly would we see some positive developments for the voters?
It would be immediate because the U.S. government already holds Bitcoin. The U.S. Marshal Service would stop selling those Bitcoin. And so I think that there is tremendous urgency. It's long overdue. When we look at the prices at which past administrations have sold Bitcoin, as Trump said at the Nashville conference, never sell your Bitcoin because the value increases over the long term. And so I think the benefit would be immediate. And then, of course, just the signaling aspect of it, of other nation states looking at this shift in policy, and they might be able to move even faster than the United States, some of these other countries.
And of course, just for some comparative data on that recent sale that had its 9th anniversary, the U.S. government selling 44,000 Bitcoin confiscated from the Silk Road, worth only a handful of $1 million back then, $3.1 billion today. But does this move the needle for the debt and some of the things that you're talking about, David?
I mean, I think, like Pierre said, it depends on scale. The reserve could be established on day one, but the question of at what schedule the U.S. ought to accumulate Bitcoin is an interesting one, and I think fairly unsettled. There's sort of two ways you could go about this, but one is that the government could implement sort of a phased accumulation strategy, try to keep their impact on the market minimal. The other option would be to try to move quickly to avoid being front-run. The challenge is that, unlike other governments like Bhutan that we've seen sort of quietly accumulating Bitcoin, it'd be very hard for the U.S. to buy, as Lummis proposes, 1 million Bitcoin without, telegraphing their intention well in advance. So the question of how we accumulate 5% of the Bitcoin supply, as Senator Lummis sort of sets as a goal, is, I think, still an open one.
So let's talk about your report that you just released for the Bitcoin Policy Institute. This was centered completely on this question. Can you maybe give us, David, a look at what were the issues that were covered? Who was this report for? Where can people find it?
Well, people can find the report on our website, www.btcpolicy.org, or by Googling the Bitcoin Policy Institute. This report is our most comprehensive to date. So the sort of structure is we start off by talking about first of all, what Bitcoin is. Secondly, sort of why the Bitcoin protocol drives value to the United States across 4 critical domains. One is the economy and economic growth. 2 is sort of geopolitics, how Bitcoin can help us compete with our geopolitical rivals. 3 is the energy question, how Bitcoin can help accelerate American energy dominance and help the transition to renewable energies. And 4th, and arguably most importantly, is how the growth of Bitcoin benefits the most vulnerable people, not only domestically, but also abroad, and how it really has become a beacon and a tool for driving human rights in the most sort of illiberal and repressive parts of the world. Once you set all that up, then you can kind of get into the argument of why America should not only support Bitcoin sort of with a light touch, but should also take a meaningful stake in the protocol itself. It's a long report. It's about 53 pages, but it is an easy read. There are lots of pictures. And look, the reason we wrote this is because the moment called for it. I mean, a few months ago, maybe a few years ago, this was sort of a meme. Now we've got someone who's looking like they may win the election for president, endorsing this idea. And so, our job is to create policy analysis that rises to the moment and the occasion. So the reason we wrote a 53-page in-depth report on the strategic Bitcoin reserve is because it's becoming a more real and concrete possibility with every moment that passes.
What's the opportunity cost here? We talked about the geopolitical rivals, the geopolitical relationship. Obviously, the U.S. still invested in the dollar. Donald Trump coming out saying Bitcoin and the U.S. dollar are complementary. Pierre, maybe you're saying the opposite. So how does this, how would you set the stage for how this matters in the geopolitical stage?
I would say I'm not saying the opposite, in the sense that the U.S. government acquiring Bitcoin, even if they do it by printing dollars and diluting the dollar supply, is still bullish for the dollar. because you are strengthening the balance sheet of the United States with the world's best asset. And so in terms of backing the dollar and making sure that it survives the 21st century, it's a critical move to acquire the strategic reserve. And it will also get people thinking about how to start running a budget surplus instead of a deficit so that they can be acquiring more Bitcoin. But it's not like that there's inherently a conflict between Bitcoin and the dollar in the sense that people are looking for different things. Some people want a stable purchasing power for short-term, spending, and the dollar works well for that. I think if the dollar collapses, it's because it is wildly mismanaged, and it is something that exists to finance deficits and also to bail out bankers. We've seen this over the past couple of decades, and it's really the genesis of Bitcoin's history.
Well, much at stake in the election and so much more to come. We're in the early innings of election 2024 here at Bitcoin Magazine. We're heading now to an interview with Kristen Smith of the Blockchain Institute with Bitcoin Magazine business reporter Frank Corva taking us inside what's happening in Washington, D.C. right now.
Welcome, Kristen. Thank you so much for joining us. As Pete mentioned, we have Kristen Smith, the CEO of the Blockchain Association. Kristen, can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's great to be here, Aaron.
Perfect. I think we may have to turn your volume up just a teeny bit, if that is possible. I don't know if that's something that might be able to be done on your end or if it's something we could do here. All right. I think we're almost there.
Okay. How's this?
There we go. Welcome,
All
Kristen.
right.
Thank you so much for joining us on such a busy and exciting evening. Just for the audience, if you wouldn't mind just please telling us a little bit about what you do with the Blockchain Association and maybe what role it played in this election cycle.
Yeah, no, so I'm the CEO of the Blockchain Association. We're a trade association representing crypto and Bitcoin companies in Washington, D.C. We've been around for about 6 years, and it is so exciting to see Bitcoin and crypto play such an important role in this election. I know for a long time that this is something that is very meaningful to people, and the idea of disrupting some of the current systems that are broken is a really powerful one. And I think it's really great to see that this has now become such an important issue in the election, whether it be the presidential election or many of the House and Senate races that we're watching. And so, we've been looking forward to this day for a long time. I think we're going to have a much, much better policy regulatory environment going forward because of the elections that we have tonight. So very, very, very exciting day.
Amazing. Much appreciated. Do you feel like politicians are looking at this as an opportunity to see that, okay, there's a voter base out there, there's a voter bloc out there that really cares about this, so maybe I'm just going to say, okay, I'm pro this or I'm pro that, pro crypto, pro Bitcoin? Or is there actual education taking place here where they really understand the value of this technology?
I think it's a mix. I think what candidates and politicians have realized is there is no upside to being anti-crypto. If you are, then there are consequences to that, and voters are watching and they'll vote against you. And so I think what we're seeing is a lot of these candidates and existing sitting members of Congress that have decided, all right, I'm going to be open-minded to crypto. But I think a lot of the hard work is going to be when these new people show up in Washington in January. We're going to have to continue the conversation because it's not something that people intuitively always understand overnight. It takes a lot of conversations. We were talking internally today, and in the last election cycles, no one proactively called us to come in and sit down and learn about Bitcoin. But what we've seen this year is we've had dozens of candidates that have just proactively reached out and called us at the Blockchain Association and wanted to come by the office and sit down and meet us. And so I think this is something that's definitely turned a corner. I think there's a realization that the crypto voter is real, and we have a very active crypto advocate who's out there reaching out to these candidates. And so you combine that with a more organized industry, and I think it's a recipe for success.
Amazing. Much appreciated. So you just talked about sort of maybe some of the real work, or a lot of more work begins in January once we have a new Congress. What does pro-crypto or pro-Bitcoin, what does legislation look like? What does pro-Bitcoin, pro-crypto policy look like?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of different angles here. I think there are some things that could potentially be done without Congress acting, right? I mean, one of the big issues that we've had this year is people who are affiliated with Bitcoin and crypto have been debanked. If we could get that turned around easily, that would be helpful. I think repealing the SAB 121 accounting guidance, which makes it very difficult for institutions who want to get into the Bitcoin space to do so. That's something the SEC could do on day one. I think also getting Gary Gensler out. He goes after all of the exchanges that are impairing the ability of people who want to buy Bitcoin or other crypto assets. And so, I think there's a lot that can be done at that level. I do think there are some holes that need to be filled with legislation. I think there does seem to be an interest in having some sort of, consumer protections around cash markets. It's not something we normally see with commodities, but there seems to be a growing consensus there. But we also would love to see some proactive statements and maybe even legislation for Congress around self-custody. I mean, this is something that we've seen across the board come under attack. There's a big misunderstanding there. And so we're working to change the narrative. But I think there's a lot of good things that even just getting the Biden administration out the door and getting a different administration in, obviously we all know where Trump is at. He would be very solid, but I think even Kamala would be better than what we've had to deal with under the Biden administration.
Yeah, I would love to pull on that thread a little bit. So let's say Harris does win. She has, I think, gotten the message to some extent that there are plenty of people around the country that care about this, and that following in the footsteps of Biden in terms of his approach is probably not going to be the best way to move forward if she's looking to sort of, at the very least, court this voter block. What do you think, maybe, let's say, under Trump, he's made certain promises, but what do you think we might see from Harris, someone who has not really spoken about policy specifics when it comes to Bitcoin and crypto?
Yeah, no, she's given a nod to it, right? She's said a few words. She's, tried to come into it. I will say she's only had a very short amount of time she's been in this position. And so it does take a while to come up with thoughtful policies, but I do think it is an open question. I mean, I think one of the big early indicators will be if she wins is what is she going to do with her regulatory chairs at the independent agencies? Is she going to work to remove those and change those or not? But I do have some hope. I mean, she is from California. She is younger. She does, I think, care very much about sort of the political whims of Congress. And I think that we're going to have a very, very pro-crypto Congress on both the Republican and the Democratic side of the aisle. I think, traditionally we've had a horrible time with Elizabeth Warren, who's wanted to impose all sorts of TradFi regulations on, the decentralized world. And it just simply doesn't work. It would be very bad for Bitcoin and for other decentralized networks. And so, I think the people at the top matter, but I do think Congress is not going to stand for this anymore. They're not going to listen to Elizabeth Warren. They're not going to give deference to Gary Gensler at the SEC. They're going to, realize that this is something they want to fight for, that they have a lot of voters who care about it. And so my hope is that our best sort of tool we'll have with Kamala is the political force that should be getting elected to Congress and the Senate today.
Amazing. Thank you. As a final question, I covered the DNC for Bitcoin Magazine, and I went to some satellite events where they were very pro-crypto events, and these were people, they were hosted by former Obama appointees and people who have been Bitcoin holders maybe for over a decade at this point. Just based on, oftentimes the narrative with the Democrats is often Elizabeth Warren and the anti-crypto army. Based on a little bit more of what you see behind the scenes, are things really more bipartisan than most people realize? Obviously, we know that Trump has become the super pro-Bitcoin, pro-crypto candidate. Is there more than meets the eye when it comes to this stuff?
I actually think this stuff is pretty bipartisan. If you remove Gary Gensler and Elizabeth Warren from the equation, it is a fairly open-minded on both sides. And even this summer, Chairwoman Stabenow of the Senate Agriculture Committee, she was working to craft legislation that was very, very workable. And it's something that, and she's a Democrat. She's retiring this year. I think we have a lot of support on both sides. I think one of the challenges we've had over the past couple of years is we were dealing with the fallout of FTX and Sam Bankman-Fried. Right. And that, that for for where we are today versus where we were 2 years ago when that news was breaking is an absolutely remarkable turnaround. We haven't just recovered. We have gone beyond, I think, what anyone thought any industry would be able to do after dealing with a crisis like that. And so I really think that this is a fresh opportunity to have new conversations, to work with those who we've been working with for a long time, but to also have a new set of interested policymakers show up and want to, roll their sleeves up and make sure that we get these policies right. So yeah, I think there's a few outliers there that don't get me wrong, they've caused a tremendous amount of problems and have been incredibly difficult. But I do think that this is something that we've turned a corner. There's no going back now. I think the community is really strong and they're showing up at the polls, and it's being reflected, in the polling. It's being reflected in focus groups, and so I think that this good policy is just around the corner.
We appreciate that. That sounds like a real nice note to end on, too. So again, Kristen, thank you so much for all the work that you do and for taking the time to join us this evening. We sincerely appreciate it, and we'll be in touch.
All right. Thanks, Aaron.
I also go by Aaron sometimes. No, I'm just kidding. Frank Corva, again, business and political correspondent here at the Business Magazine. That's no. So yes, so we are here joined by Rachel Silverstein, U.S. General Counsel for Bitfarms. Rachel, some takeaways from what Kristen had to share this evening.
I think the biggest takeaway for me is, and kudos to all of the trade associations out there, is that education works. We can persuade people in this industry. The reason we can do that is because the truth is on our side and merit is on our side. I think that education is, what I mean by that is a number of topics. Number one is we've seen just understanding of what Bitcoin is, what crypto is, what blockchain is, has increased, probably exponentially over the last 4 years. We've seen a number of new faces to the conversation, people who have changed their mind, including former President Trump. And we hear all the time that everyone's against Bitcoin before they're for it. That's a testament to education. We also see an increase in education on energy policy and the fact that it seems like more and more people are coming to understand that energy abundance is good for everybody. It leads to the flourishing of human society, and that there's no such thing as a rich nation that's energy poor. Right. And lastly, I would say that education has become more apparent for everybody when it comes to inflation and the unsustainable debt and spending trajectory that this country has been on. We now hear that spouted by people who, are in the government. Right. So education on those three fronts works, and I think it's what's going to propel this industry.
Appreciate that. Joe, maybe you could talk a little bit to the latter point there. So yeah, inflation, I think this is now becoming sort of a more well-known issue, not only people in the government mentioning it, but maybe people who don't pay as much attention to markets now sort of understanding what inflation is, what currency debasement is. Bitcoin is obviously going to play a role in this, in sort of being a sort of cure or sort of a way to combat this. Your thoughts on this?
Well, I think it's interesting because when you look at Bitcoin, right, there are so many people that come to it, they struggle to understand it, right? It's like drinking from a fire hose when you first get into
Yes.
Bitcoin. There's so many different aspects of it. And when you're a congressman or you're a senator or a regulator, right, you can't just spend all your time focusing 10,000 hours on trying to understand Bitcoin. You have to understand national security issues and other, all sorts of other liberty issues that you're trying to deal with on the Congress. And it's difficult, right? You can really only become a specialist in a couple different key areas. And the most important thing that I heard is just on that interview is that look at what we had to do, what we had to combat against the popular media narratives that your congressmen, your senators. We start out with Bitcoin primarily being used for drugs, like that was the first narrative.
That's it.
Then, as she alluded to, right, then we had to deal with the fallout of FTX and all of these crooked people stealing money and abusing the system. And now we're finally getting people to understand, here's what the asset is, here's how it's a protection against debasement, and here's how it plays a legitimate role, not just in, an investment, but, as we were talking about in the prior panel, as a potential national strategic reserve, as something to secure America's place for mining purposes. I mean, there's so many different aspects of Bitcoin. This is why all of us, eat, sleep, and breathe it every day, right? We learn every bit, and we specialize in certain aspects of it and try to become subject matter experts. But it's difficult. And, my big takeaway is it takes time. It takes that extra effort. And I was so encouraged by hearing her say, this is not just going to be single partisan. There's a bipartisan effort. There's people out there on both sides that are opening up to this technology. And frankly, I think we're just getting started.
Amazing. Jason, you play a very critical role touching on some of the things that Joe just mentioned in educating people, distilling this information for them, because, as Joe said, they can't spend 10,000 hours reading every Bitcoin book out there and listening to every Bitcoin podcast out there. It's impossible for, again, us enthusiasts to keep up with this kind of stuff. What is that process like, trying to get people almost from just sort of off zero in terms of their knowledge base, especially policymakers?
Yeah, and I've helped in the past people who've been trying to talk to their members of Congress how this all works. And the key is the staffers. So the staffers on the Hill are really the key. They usually hold the pen to legislation, and they're the ones who, if you can influence, you're lucky you get 20, 30 minutes with them, right? You maybe get 1 or 2 minutes with the actual member of Congress. So you want to work with the staff. I do want to shout out to the Blockchain Association, the great work Kristen Smith has done. It's not too long ago, I remember, because I've been on the Hill almost forever now, in 2019, when, Libra came out. And Kristen was running around to all bipartisan offices, everyone who would listen to her, about the difference between Libra and Bitcoin, because they didn't even understand what that was. So, the Blockchain Association is a great organization to consider if you're a company in this space for the industry. And I think the message, as Joe said, about the idea of bipartisanship is there is this notion of having, American competitiveness, right? America first is something that appeals to Democrats when you talk to Democrats about it. You talk to national security. National security is important, and, economic, prosperity. So you have all of these things. So it's about talking. Sometimes you have to talk a little bit different to the Republicans than to the Democrats. But the key is to educate them on the basic issues, the concepts like self-custody in sound bites that, no offense to the members of Congress, but almost like you would to a fifth grader. You have to break it down that simple so they can understand it. If we have a bad habit in this industry of, like Joe said, eating, sleeping, Bitcoin, we try to explain it so much, like the mempool and this and that.
Yeah, it's too much.
And there's staffers who've walked away, and I've gotten a call one time from a staffer who said they just had a 45-minute conversation with somebody about like a layer 1 blockchain.
Yeah.
And they didn't even, what's a layer 1? They didn't even explain what that is.
We're a little bit ahead. Yeah, I apologize. And I don't mean to cut you off at all, Jason. I think this is a really important point that you're making. But we do have some information here. South Carolina has been called for Donald Trump taking 59.5% of the vote. So, that's another state in favor of Trump here. I don't know what that brings us up to yet for electoral votes in total. I know that we're all sort of looking at our phones as we do these conversations. Where are we at right now, Joe? I know you were looking at your phone a little bit off camera before. How are things looking right now?
Well, it's still really early, right? You got to take it. But I think there have been some encouraging signs for former President Trump. I was looking at some of the counties where previously in some of the cycles he ran, he actually was he's overperforming those numbers, right? So that's got to be encouraging for his campaign. And it's always important, I say, like, let's just reserve judgment to get all the votes counted, but I definitely think there's reason for optimism on his side.
Okay, fair enough. I want to go back to a point that Jason was making about distilling information for people. Bitcoin mining, you're the U.S. General Counsel for Bitfarm, so you probably have to do a lot of work in trying to explain something that's quite complex, this distributed system where everyone's contributing hash rate and energy to it. Are there any sort of key points that you've come to? And I'll contextualize this. I remember, I think it was my mom watching a documentary on Bitcoin, and she was like, oh wait, all the computers talk to each other, and you have to put this energy into it. And she sort of had this revelation. What sort of opens people's eyes for you? What are some of the maybe the one-liners or maybe the short sort of snippets of information you give people that make them sort of get it a little bit more?
So I think with respect to Bitcoin itself, to me the two main things that people need to understand is the benefit of scarcity, the benefit of decentralization. And those are two concepts that, everyone can sort of easily grasp as to why is a scarce asset a harder asset, a better asset to own, not likely to be debased, in this case, impossible to be debased. I think comparing Bitcoin to gold is helpful on an introductory level for a lot of people. And I personally like to explain why decentralization makes a network stronger, but it's not just networks. Decentralization makes probably companies stronger. It makes countries stronger when power is decentralized. And then with respect to mining, I think it's really difficult to explain what proof of work actually is. Yeah. But I think the gist of it that people can grasp and sort of wrap their heads around easily is that we have this digital asset that gets supported by physical work in the real world. Yep. And that's how we confirm the transactions on this digital network. So those are the things that, to me, have resonated with people.
Okay, interesting. When it comes to crypto assets in general, we know there's a difference between proof of work and proof of stake and other consensus mechanisms that are out there. Are there any sort of tidbits of information, like I said, maybe ways that you sort of synthesize this to kind of differentiate Bitcoin from other crypto assets? Is that important to most regulators, given that Bitcoin is a commodity, whereas the SEC often says everything else out there is a security, aside from Ethereum, which has also been labeled a commodity at this point? Do you have to make this distinction a lot for policymakers?
Absolutely. And it's a really important distinction to make because you talk about Bitcoin being considered a commodity. So the chair of the CFTC, Rawson Benham, and a lot of people think it's good that the Bitcoin is under the CFTC, has said out loud he thinks proof of stake is great, and he really commended Ethereum for going from proof of work to proof of stake. So there's a very, very important energy conversation that has to be had with the person who might be regulating the spot market of Bitcoin one day, because that's his impression of it. So what I always explain is, proof of work is something that, to me, it secures the Bitcoin blockchain in a much firmer way. Like proof of stake is still growing. We're still learning what that looks like. To me, I'm like a proof of work fan. And so, and explaining the energy benefits, right? It's, in other words, there's a very quick concept of this is just bad for the environment, right? And that's a problem, right? I mean, especially when you have the chair of a regulatory agency sort of favoring one way or the other. Yep. So the joke I always had is that, why won't the U.S. government ever really understand, how Bitcoin mining works? It's like, because, government workers don't really understand proof of work. But, we have to get past that. We have to realize there's an element of this is how it works from a computer science decentralization standpoint. And they have to be willing to rely on us as the experts, just as they rely on experts for AI and everything
other
else
industries. That's
to explain this is a proof of work system that has secured the Bitcoin network since it started.
Yeah, I was going to say we're at 60
And
years.
part of the genius of Bitcoin is proof of work, because it aligns incentives in a way that makes it so no one is incentivized to disrupt the Bitcoin network, and it's probably financially impossible to do so.
Joe, final thought?
Yes, so this is a subject near and dear to my heart. If you have problems with the current system, and you think that the system where they can print endless amounts of money, borrow endless amounts of money through the Treasury is problematic, okay? In my mind, you should have a problem with a proof-of-stake system, because what it does is it allows those who have access to the quote-unquote money printer, the ability to write the rules, who have huge amounts of these tokens, to effectively change the rules of the game. That's the problem I see with proof-of-stake. So if I'm explaining to somebody, I want a system that has a tangible, real-world economic cost to the activity. And that is energy, right? And this is the big distinction. If you're talking to people and just explaining it, people say, well, this is just, magic internet money. There's no tie to the real world. You have to push back against that firmly. You have to explain that the cost of running miners, I've run miners out of my garage for years. I can guarantee you that it's expensive, right? The electrical cost. And that's anything worthwhile in this life has to have cost to it.
A price, right?
And that's really the key.
Okay, I appreciate that. We are going to take it out to commercial, but we will be right back after this.
Are you holding on to an old 401k or IRA that's not working hard enough for your future? Roll it over into an unchained Bitcoin IRA and unlock the benefits of self-custody and the long-term potential of Bitcoin. Unchained Solution empowers you with control over your retirement by letting you hold keys while enjoying tax-deferred growth. Don't let your retirement savings be subject to market uncertainty and high fees. Start your rollover today and take control of your financial future with no setup fee and annual fees not beginning until year 2 with a Bitcoin IRA from Unchained.
Is your company ready for the next evolution in financial strategy? Bitcoin for Corporations is your partner in securing the future of your business. With exclusive membership benefits, our comprehensive masterclass, and a network of trusted service providers, we provide the insights and resources to help you incorporate Bitcoin into your financial strategy, ensuring stability and long-term value. Strengthen your business. Innovate with confidence. Bitcoin for Corporations, protecting your treasury and positioning you for the future.
We're back here with another live election update here on Election Day Live, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. A slew of states being called by the Associated Press: Alabama, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Missouri, Mississippi in for Donald J. Trump, and perhaps the big surprise, Florida, called already 8 p.m. on the East Coast. And of course, Harris as well, continuing to rack up support in the Northeast, winning Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island, in addition to Vermont already secured. So getting an updated picture of the presidential race here. Of course, you can find all of this information on standwithcrypto.org. Many races still to come, still to be called. I want to flip the subject over to something that we discussed backstage, really poly market and the impact of prediction betting in this cycle. So with Florida's call, we just saw a sharp spike for Donald Trump, now up to 70% chance odds that he'll win the election, just crossed over 70% officially. Kamala Harris's chances on polling market dropping to 30%. There's been a lot of confusion in the public, in the media, about what polling market is, what prediction betting provides to these markets. When we look at this and we're saying 70% for Donald Trump, what are we seeing? David, American HODL, Margot, where do we begin?
Well, I think the first thing to correct, the New York Times even got this wrong. When they started covering the poly market phenomenon that's happened this election, you had reporters at the paper of record comparing, like they were apples to apples, poly market odds and polls, which are of course two very different things. At a high level, poly market affords users the ability to make a bet on what they think will happen for binary outcome events, Trump win or Harris win. So when you see the 70%, it means that if you want to put $1 onto Trump winning, and he does, you'll win 30 cents, and vice versa with Harris. So this is saying that the market's pricing a 70% chance of a Trump win. And there's been lots of debate around whether these markets are manipulated, whether large whales may decide to light their money on fire to try to paint one narrative. I think this makes very little sense, though, when you consider that there are hundreds of millions of dollars at stake. And so, if you've got good reason to disagree, in theory, you'd put money on it.
Well, of course, poly market built on cryptocurrency technology allegations that it skews towards those users who are using cryptocurrency to pay and place for these bets.
Well, and if that were the case, we would expect people to come in and arbitrage that. And so, look, I think that the animosity that we've seen from the mainstream media against poly market is sort of a miniature of a broader problem that's happening in society, which is that the old way of getting truth from up high is falling out of favor. And I think the mainstream media hates poly market because, their expert opinion, their expert guest columnist means very little when you've got, tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, and billions of dollars on the line. I think any reasonable person is going to defer to an economic market over, one pundit.
Well, of course, poly market not the only game in town. We've got Kashi and Predicted, part of this larger trend of election betting. American HODL, I want to throw it over to you. When you're looking at these polls versus what poly market shows, what is it informing your view?
I think David hit the nail on the head, which is it's fiat truth. It's by decree. The traditional polls, right? And then you look at something like poly market, where people are actually putting up real money, real crypto dollars, real Bitcoin. It gives you a much stronger sense of what's going on. And, it's this new thing, and we're not really sure what to make of it. But as I've been tracking poly market, the entirety of the election, my intuitively felt sense is that poly market is a lot more real than the polls I've been seeing from the Nate Silvers of the world. And I just, whenever somebody gives you 50-50, it's like, okay, you took all these statistical inputs
80,000 statistical inputs to come up with 50-50. Like, what's the point of your job? You don't do anything.
Yeah, I want to add to that because I think the polling has been really fascinating this election cycle, and I was reading a little bit about this, and it seems that it's statistically impossible to have so many polls basically saying the exact same thing. We're not seeing the typical variability that we usually see in polling. So I think it's really fascinating to compare that to something like Polymarket, where you don't have these pollsters coming in and tweaking and weighting. This is really like pure information from the market. And on the other hand, we have seen these markets make bad predictions in the past, in particular in 2016 with Hillary Clinton. One of these type of markets incorrectly predicted that she would win leading in the day before the election, and then with Brexit, we saw that that was also incorrectly predicted. So I'm very curious to see how this plays out, because this could be a new signal, a new trend with Polymarket, that maybe there's enough cross section of the population using this to actually give a truly close to reality perspective.
Well, either way, real money on the line. I want to flip the discussion here to talk about other shakeups we've seen in the election. Perhaps the biggest is the shakeup in conventional demographics. We're seeing libertarians maybe align Republican. We're seeing traditional Democrats break Republican for the first time in history. And what I introduced someone we haven't talked about on this program was Robert F. Kennedy Jr., of course, making a historic speech at Bitcoin 2023, really entering Bitcoin into the election cycle. That was followed by Vivek Ramaswamy and others in the Republican Party. But really want to talk about maybe this failed opportunity from the Democrats to capitalize on RFK Jr. and his popularity in Bitcoin, leading to an exodus of that party. Is that real? Is that something people will be talking about in American HODL?
Yeah, I mean, I think, listen, the coalition that's forming around Trump, the bipartisan coalition, I think is one of the best things that's happening. Like, there really is a dream team going on that side. And it's sort of a Reagan-esque moment where, like, everybody gathered around Reagan to defeat the communists. This time it's everybody gathering around Trump to defeat the woke mind virus, essentially. And I think that the left,
Margot blanching at that comment. Oh, we're gonna get
Sorry.
Into it.
Yeah, fucking hate wokeness. Fuck wokeness. No, listen. I mean, I think that's what's going on, and that's what's energized people, and that's why you're seeing these firebrands like RFK and Elon and Tulsi who are on that side of the table now.
So, Margot, going over to you, shaking up in the demographics, RFK Jr. obviously coming out with a lot of Democratic support, and some of those voters, myself included, have gone over to the Republican aisle.
Yeah, I think this is a real missed opportunity for the Democratic Party to not have embraced RFK Jr. from the start. Obviously, they pushed out anybody who could compete against Joe Biden in the primary. And I think, honestly, the Democrats are really missing, they're not reading the room. They're missing the fact that working class people are leaving the Democratic Party. And it's not just white working class, it's also black working class, it's also Latino working class. And many of them are moving towards the Republican Party. There's this new coalition forming around him, as you said. You're seeing this really like this bipartisan umbrella. And I think that if the Democrats are not careful, and if they don't learn a lesson from this election, however it turns out, this may be the end of the Democratic Party as the party of the working class, and is really, I think, become the party of the liberal elite, educated, professional class, such as myself. I'm basically their type of voter, and I think that's very concerning because there's a lot of very angry people out there.
Well, of course, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. did not have to endorse Donald Trump. We talked about this union, this miraculous union, this new coalition. David, from your viewpoint in Washington, has the shakeup resonated, right? Because RFK Jr. really wasn't taken seriously by the Democratic establishment. Do they really understand the extent of the coalition they might have lost in this election?
I think among the more clear-eyed members of the Democratic Party, there is a growing consensus that the call is coming from inside the House, that something about that platform and about that party is failing to attract the voters, as Margot pointed out, that have traditionally been reliable Democratic voters. And so, all I can say is that if the election breaks for Trump, Democrats are going to have two options: either to blame their previous supporters and say that they're the problem, or to look inward, see what they did to lose the trust of the people that used to put their trust in them, and strategize what they can do to earn that trust back. And so to Margot's point, if their response is the first, not the second, the Democratic Party as we know it is set to markedly change.
Well, of course, much more to come. Still early, just 8:30 p.m. Eastern, and of course, hours to go, states to go, voting to go. Staying the subject of the shakeup in the election, we've talked about Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the missed opportunities maybe by the Democrats to seize that, but the Republicans also savvily reaching out to the Libertarian coalition, right? We've seen Donald J. Trump announce that he would free and pardon Ross Ulbricht, a Libertarian election point that he has adopted. We've seen Ron Paul come out and say that he's interested in perhaps taking a position in Donald Trump's new administration if he is elected. I mean, this would have been unprecedented even a year ago. American HODL, how do you look at this?
I mean, yeah, I spent the early part of this morning thinking about Ross and just thinking to myself, what must today be like for Ross? Pacing that prison cell, thinking about on the one hand you have the hope of freedom, and the other hand you're looking at lifetime imprisonment. And listen, I was never a person who thought that Ross did nothing wrong. I mean, he obviously broke laws in this country, and there needed to be some type of punishment for that. But at this point, I mean, he has served his time. He has paid his debt to society, and it is time to grant him clemency and free him. And so, I mean, the fact that was an actual explicit campaign promise this time around, there were a lot of Bitcoiners saying, well, he didn't do it last time. Well, it wasn't a campaign promise. And I'm sorry, but that's the way politics work, right? Mm-hmm. It is a campaign promise this time. He will be freed if Trump wins. And, hopefully we'll see him on stage at the Bitcoin conference in Las Vegas.
It'll be a powerful moment. But, of course, we're talking about constituencies, the jockeying, Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians entering the conversation, perhaps as a swing constituency. Margot, as someone from the more progressive side, how do you view what's happening with the Libertarians and their choice to get more involved behind Donald Trump, this candidate who's been called Hitler and all sorts of things?
Well, I'm not convinced that the Libertarians are fully unified behind Trump. If I recall, during their convention over the summer, there were quite a few delegates who turned their back against him when he was there. And so I think that while there are probably some Libertarians, I just don't think that they're yet all ready to go and support Trump.
Mm-hmm. David, your view on the Libertarian Party, its move to align with Trump and Trumpism and what he represents?
Yeah, I mean, look, when you're a third party in the extant political system, your options for having an impact are limited. I mean, all you can really do is signal. You can try to sort of push one party or the other in one direction or the other. But ultimately, when you go and vote for Jill Stein or you go vote for for Chase Oliver, all you're really doing is telling both political parties that you don't feel at home there. And so I think it makes sense to maximize your power as a sort of third party in this system. Ultimately picking a candidate of the two major parties and driving your sort of third party to support them. It's kind of the only strategic way to sort of realize any influence or affect any material change.
Of course, much more coming up. We're going in a second to another live interview, but want to stay with American HODL real quick. Ross Ulbricht, let's just say Donald J. Trump not elected. Do you think this is his only shot at a release?
Yeah, I do. I don't think he's going to have another shot at a release until another Republican is in office. Like just to be frank, he's a unsympathetic white male to the Democratic voter base. They're not going to care about pardoning him or freeing him. I mean, I think that in some sense, as Bitcoin continues to mature and we continue to ascend politically, I think that we will have more opportunities to get Ross out, but it's going to take longer than I would like. Ross is still a young man. He's 38, right? He can still get out like next month, in January, and have a full life, right? That's what's at stake.
Elections still open across the country. You can go to freeross.org to learn more about Ross Ulbricht. You can go to standwithcrypto.org to learn more about the many congressional and Senate races happening across the country if you're still out there voting. Now we're going to go to Studio B with Frank Corva, our business correspondent, talking to Caitlin Long, CEO at Custodio, a key champion in the fight against the government's overreach against Bitcoin and crypto. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Thank you, Pete. Yes, we are here with Caitlin Long, the founder and CEO of Custodia Bank. Hello, Caitlin. Can you hear me okay?
Hey, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you perfectly. Okay,
Awesome.
I think this is the first one where it's really smooth. Nice transition, everything's smooth, no technical difficulties. Amen.
Great.
So, Caitlin, I want to dive right in. You have been quite vocal. Under the Biden administration, we've seen Choke Point 2.0. We've seen the debanking of Bitcoin and crypto companies. You and maybe the likes of Nick Carter have maybe been two of the most vocal people about this. Why has this issue been so important to you?
Well, the industry, I mean, Elizabeth Warren and her acolytes, who unfortunately we weren't able to retire her tonight, but it does look like we're going to be retiring the Biden-Warren crew, and it does look like Sherrod Brown might be knocked off in Ohio. So it does look like that crew lost, and they cost the Democrats the presidency. And that's why I have a big smile on my face tonight.
It's been quite frustrating. So you are a bank owner. You have been doing everything by the book. You are an incredibly, you follow things to the letter of the law. You're trying to do everything.
Yeah.
You've faced a tremendous amount of opposition. You haven't gotten the licenses you've applied to. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, it was the Biden-Warren crew that decided to try to kill this industry, and they're paying an incredible electoral price for it tonight. The win-loss ratio on pro-crypto candidates is something like 75-25 right now with the early returns for all the federal levels. It did not pay for the Warren crew to get the power that it did within the Democratic Party. And I feel for the moderate Democrats, because there are many moderate Democrats around us who are not happy tonight, and they have one person they can blame it on, and it's Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. As I said, you've been quite vocal about this and some other things as well. You haven't been granted your federal banking charter, and in turn, you've been public about this. You've sued the Federal Reserve. We have a lot of obviously Ron Paul fans here. We have, Bitcoiners tend to be very anti-Federal Reserve. Can you tell us a little bit? Give us some insight into what that process has been like.
Well, it's been a long process, and it has near mortally wounded Custodia. The lawsuit, though, is still in process. We just got our oral argument date set for January. And this is a lawsuit that outside of our industry has flown under the radar screen, but I think a lot of lawyers are going to start looking at it a lot more closely, especially if the polls do continue the way that they do, that they look right now, that it does look like a pretty strong night for the GOP. Senate banking Tim Scott has announced that he is going to be looking into the debankings. The debankings have happened not just in our crypto industry and fintech, but also it just came out, for example, a couple of weeks ago that the president's wife and son, the presumably president-elect's wife and son were both targeted. And Christian groups and Muslim groups, as well as critics of the government over COVID. So they went after a lot more than just crypto and fintech. And Tim Scott, who's the presumptive Senate banking chair incoming, is very likely to take the gloves off on that. I'm aware that there is a Fed reform bill that is being worked on that would make the Fed pay the price for what it did to our industry under Warren's thumb.
That's quite inspiring. Amazing. I want to shift over a little bit to this idea of a strategic Bitcoin reserve. So the senator from your state, I believe someone that you're in close contact with, a friend of yours, Senator Cynthia Lummis, has proposed it this year at Bitcoin 2024. Almost had to think about what year we were in there. So Bitcoin 2024 proposed this. Quite a monumental thing. We've talked about it a lot this evening. Your thoughts on it? Should the U.S. have a strategic Bitcoin reserve?
Yes, it absolutely should. And I was really interested in Pomp's interview with Howard Lutnick, because he talked a little bit more about the idea of a $2 trillion swing in the federal budget. Howard's job, it sounds like, is going to be to increase revenues from things like mineral royalties. And he didn't mention the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, but it's absolutely part of the equation. Whereas Elon's job is going to be to take $1 trillion of costs out of the federal budget of $6.5 trillion. That's a big cut. Originally we thought it was going to be $2 trillion, and if you do the math,
with entitlement spending like Social Security and Medicare, and then defense, there's pretty much nothing left if they cut out $2 trillion.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it's going to be a $2 trillion cut, but a $1 trillion cut's pretty darn big.
Yeah, I think that's, definitely. Speaking of people that are now associated with Trump, you just brought up Elon and Howard Lutnick. We have RFK sort of in his crew now. RFK has mentioned this. Yes, I agree. I think you've said, he's truly one of us. I've heard you say this before, and I agree. I think he really is he's a Bitcoiner at heart. He's also said that he would float people's names like Caitlin Long for Secretary of the Treasury. Are we going to potentially see Caitlin Long as Secretary of the Treasury in the United States of America?
No, he said that for, and I didn't know he was going to say that for his administration.
Okay.
I will say that I have not, as a CEO of a bank, I don't feel like, and by the way, our company is a mixed company. Our customers are mixed customers. I didn't feel like it made sense for me to officially endorse anyone. But I have helped both sides, and I've actually been trying to get the Harris team to actually come out and repudiate that Biden-Warren policy. And I really do feel like it was a mistake for Harris not to have done that, if indeed the night goes the way it looks like it's going now. And I have also been talking to folks on the Trump side. So stay tuned. Obviously, my job right now is to keep Custodia Bank alive and continuing to service its customers and to focus on its shareholders. But I have shared I've been asked to talk to a number of people about the situation that the Fed put the industry in, right, about Fed reform. I've dug very deeply into the Fed's history. One of the few people who have actually had discovery on the Fed. It's a notoriously opaque organization, and I think it's going to be fascinating to see if Tim Scott is going to really push for Fed reform, or if he's going to focus on investigating the wrongdoing and potential law breaking. I believe laws were broken for Operation Choke Point 2.0. And if Trump does indeed take the White House, any criminal referrals are likely to be followed up upon, because the DOJ typically does follow up on criminal referrals if it's in the same political party. What remains to be seen, of course, is where the House goes. If the House goes Republican, Senate does look like it's going Republican, especially with the early returns. Right. And if Trump keeps the lead, it does look like he's. I just saw the exit polls. Pennsylvania's independents were breaking 11 points favorable for Trump. And if that continues, and if that's indeed accurate, then it does look like the GOP will take both the presidency and the Senate. The real question becomes the House. It's interesting because if the Republicans take the House, what I'm hearing is that there probably won't be a crypto bill during the lame duck session. So it's all going to get pushed back by a year because they've got to deal with the Trump tax cuts expiring and with getting Senate confirmations done. That's going to take the Senate, another year. But if the House does go Democrat, then there probably will be a crypto bill in the lame duck session. So at this point, my eyes are definitely looking towards the House, but it may take a while for us to know who actually won the House, given how razor thin the majorities are.
Okay. Well, I sincerely appreciate your time this evening, Caitlin. I could sit and talk to you for hours upon hours. We really appreciate all the insights, all the work that you do, not just for Custodia, but really on behalf of the industry. You've taken on some incredible battles for the Bitcoin and crypto industry. We appreciate it, and thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thanks for having me tonight. Go celebrate, everyone.
All right. Thank you, Caitlin.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So we were just talking beforehand. I think you mentioned big Caitlin Long fan. I know
big Caitlin Long
one
fan.
Of my first teachers in the Bitcoin space. Your thoughts on what Caitlin had to share this evening?
Caitlin's brilliant, and she's always fun to listen to. And you know what? One thing I forgot we didn't bring up earlier, because she brought up RFK being one of us. It came out that Vance owns a whole bunch of Bitcoin also. So another one of us. Yeah. I think Vivek is a Bitcoin guy. So like she said, if this race goes the right way, it's going to look really nice for Bitcoin.
Yeah, appreciate it. So, your thoughts as well. Tend to agree with what she says. Are we moving in a certain a Trump victory sort of direction here, and what does that mean?
Well, Caitlin is maybe ahead of where I am in terms of calling the House, the Senate, and the White House. Understood. For Trump. I think I'm watching Ohio, where Polymarket seems to be aggressively betting on Moreno beating Sherrod Brown. I think they're up to 80% the last time I looked. That's very interesting. We don't yet have enough data from reported precincts to be able to say that. The other one I'm looking at is Texas, the senatorial race between Ted Cruz and Colin Allred. Cruz tends to underperform Trump in Texas by about 4 percentage points. So if Trump has a wide margin in Texas, then Cruz is probably okay. But that race has been very close, and that's probably the Democrats' best chance for an upset in the other direction.
Okay, appreciate that. Jason, much like Ben, we brought up Caitlin's name before I jumped on the call with her. You know, sort of gave that look of like, yeah, she's a boss, right? Your thoughts on what Custodia has been through, how unfair that treatment has been, and maybe you could give a little bit of context or a little bit of background on that for the audience.
Yeah, definitely. I do want to comment on the one race that Caitlin called for us, which was that Elizabeth Warren has won. You know, so kudos to John Deaton for just running a heck of a campaign. Yep. Really tough for him. That was an uphill battle all the way. So I'm a former FDIC regulator, and I've been following Caitlin, talking to her for years now about all of this. And one of the things is the crypto choke point is insidious. It really has to do with a culture issue at the FDIC. Mm. We've already heard about a culture issue at the FDIC. If you follow the news, the Wall Street Journal, so what Caitlin Long has been through is they already have a state charter in Wyoming, but they're not really getting the respect from the federal regulators. Right. And they're not, and the Federal Reserve and the FDIC, they don't want to give her either insurance for her bank. The Federal Reserve doesn't want to give her something as simple as a master account, which, by the way, master accounts are given to non-banks all the time. Wow. So like a master account is just so Caitlin and Custodia could access the payment system just to take money in for their operations, wow. Right? And so it's really shutting them down. It's been very unfair to her. I feel it's also okay to say it's been a bit of an old boys club, yep. And she's just had to fight that as a real fighting the establishment. But I think what Caitlin said about, we don't know where the election's going to be. The sentiment, right, is that there's been things that have been going on really wrong, right, mm-hmm. and that have been politicized. And that's really what you see is the banking regulators, there have been politicization. Well, everything's about politics, right? In D.C., there's politics that drive everything. We were just talking about Ross Ulbricht, right? Mm-hmm. Well, that was politicized. We go back in time, we look at Senator Chuck Schumer in 2011 that talked about Silk Road, yep. and basically told the Department of Justice, like, somebody's going to jail for this, yep. And so you might be seeing a bit of a repudiation of really the people who are our people, as you say, yes. of now like an election that's a referendum of saying, look, you kick Ross to the curb. It's been years now. He paid his price. You're not letting our industry just yep. have banking services. Yep. And it's a little bit of a stand, And I think for the Democrats, particularly moderate Democrats, it is hard to accept. I personally am a moderate Democrat, but I support crypto, and I feel like one of the things we want to think about, like with the Ross Ulbricht thing, is we want to see Ross be able to be let out of jail. Right. And I think also we have to understand sort of from the Democratic side, how that might work down the road is there's also an issue of just African-American incarceration, people yep. who are incarcerated yep. against mm-hmm. their will. And we have to find a balance. Like, what can we do to kind of help with all of this? But I think we're at the point now where, again, it's just it's a referendum on, you've picked on us long enough. Yep. It's been a very clear crypto's been a target, and that is the footfall of the Biden administration.
Yeah. I feel like, Ben, I could feel you nodding along.
Yeah, man. I started a podcast called the Funky Crypto Podcast. I had 3 transactions, and they shut down my bank account. None of which were crypto. I got paid from one sponsor. I paid my co-host half of it. I got a letter in the mail, and I have like 7 other accounts at the bank, other businesses and whatnot, and they just closed it without asking. Done. So, yeah, and, when you think about the Democrats, they are no friends of crypto and or Bitcoin, and it seems like they don't even have an interest in learning. Like, have they been asking any questions? I know maybe a couple people showed up at Bitcoin conference, but right. have any of the important Democrats showed up? And the answer to that is no, they haven't.
Yeah, it's a question. I think, those words, so like saying they, the Democrats in general, or saying the important ones or something, I think we could maybe unpack that a little bit. So
well, who's the most important one that showed up and tried to get crypto?
Please share.
Who it is?
There,
Who is
I would
it?
say the likes of maybe Ro Khanna or Wiley Nickel. Wiley's name hasn't come up too much. He's not running again.
I don't even know that guy, and I follow so relatively closely.
That's fair.
So,
that is fair.
yeah.
And they also, I think that I've interviewed Wiley, and I was disappointed when I asked him very straightforward questions like, will you support the right for people to hold their own private keys? And I didn't get a straightforward answer on that.
Yeah.
No shade at Wiley or anything. I'm just being honest. You could read the article
Absolutely.
I wrote about this on Bitcoin Magazine. Avik, though, your thoughts about this on Democrats sort of missing the boat. I've heard what you're saying over there at the live desk, and I think you've been fairly critical. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I would say that if you actually look, what we've observed is that the Democrats who live in or who represent constituencies around New York City and around San Francisco, they tend to be the ones that are the most pro-Bitcoin and the most pro-crypto. In the San Francisco case, it's because the Silicon Valley crypto VC environment is there. In the New York City case, it's because financial markets are there. And so those two communities, if you look at Chuck Schumer, if you look at some of the representatives from around there, Richie Torres is another example. We've already mentioned Ro Khanna on the West Coast. So those are the two areas where we're seeing convergence. And again, it's driven not merely by ideology, but by the fact that their constituents are very invested in this area. They make money from this area. And any member of Congress, regardless of your partisan leanings or your ideology, if you've got jobs and you've got investors in that space, you're going to respect that. And I think that's what we're seeing with Democrats.
Yeah, quick question. I just want to stay with you for a second, or maybe Jason as well. So we saw, I think it was Fair Shake came out against, it was Jamal Bowman's, he was going to run again. So he was a congressman. I think he represented a section of the Bronx in New York. Yeah. Fair Shake, I think, got behind his opponent and just said, like, you've messed too much with Bitcoin and crypto. That's it. And he did not get the nomination to run again as a Democrat. Your thoughts on that case? I'll start with Jason, maybe.
Yeah. So, I mean, first of all, Fair Shake is becoming the real, gorilla in the room, right? It is. They just put $23 million in more for the 2026 elections.
For midterms, right?
Yeah. And what I will say is, they've primaried a couple people out. One thing Fair Shake does need to consider to do better is they have been helping Republicans that are in battleground areas. They've been helping Democrats, too, saying they're bipartisan, but the Democrats they've been helping are really in safe spaces.
Right.
And so one thing this industry has to be really careful about is when we have Fair Shake, pushing around and playing, which is, we've arrived, right? It is a good thing to have PACs putting money behind us. We needed that support.
Yep.
But what it has to be is it should stay on a bipartisan level. It's unusual.
But if the politicians are not acting in a bipartisan way, if one party is supporting crypto and Bitcoin, don't they deserve the support? I mean, why would you support both parties? Yeah, why would you support
you want both parties to compete. I mean, I wrote an article.
One is not.
I wrote an article in 2021 called "Bitcoin and the U.S. Fiscal Reckoning," and one of the things I was trying to argue to the Bitcoin community as well as the Washington community is that these two things were going to intersect. At the time, they weren't as intersecting as they are today, and a big part of the outcome that I was hoping for in writing that essay was that we would buy enough time as Bitcoiners and crypto people that we would get to this point where you'd have these large super PACs funded by prosperous Bitcoin and crypto businesses that could then incentivize politicians who otherwise aren't inclined to support these things to realize, even if I don't really like Bitcoin, I'm not going to take it on because the cost to me is greater than the reward for taking it on. And you see this with other special interests in politics. In my think tank, we work on a lot of other issues besides crypto. If you try to, for example, take on the high cost of hospital care, right? Congressmen don't want to take that on. Why? Even though they know hospital care in the U.S. is so expensive. Why? Because the hospital is usually the first or second largest employer in your district, and you hate to take them on because they have an enormous economic power. If Bitcoin and crypto advocates flex their economic power, there are going to be a lot of people who say, you know what? It's better for me to be as aligned with that movement as possible rather than against it.
So, and so the argument there is, if you know what crypto and Bitcoin is going to do in the next, say, decade, isn't crypto going to fight with the banks? And then the banks, I'm sure, have a gigantic lobby also. right? Isn't that who's going to be battling?
Well, yes and no, because this is where the ETFs come in, right? The ETFs, and I argued this earlier tonight on our show, the ETFs were a massive step change for Bitcoin, not merely because they drove up the price of Bitcoin and a lot of mom and pops to invest through their 401ks. That was important. But what it also did was it meant that BlackRock and Morgan Stanley and all these traditional large financial institutions all of a sudden had an incentive for Bitcoin to do well, which they did not have before, and they were generally pretty skeptical. So that political economy is starting to change, and if we have another 4 years of runway, I think it's going to become much more entrenched.
I apologize. I would love to actually dig in, and I feel like we're almost moving in a new direction that I would love to ask a ton more questions about. We do have a Trump retrospective that we want to get to, so we will be back right after this.
Hello, Bitcoiners. Thank you very much. Hello. It's good to be with you. I'm thrilled to be here in Nashville to become the first American president ever to address a Bitcoin event anywhere in the world. But as well as all of the Bitcoin luminaries and legends here, you have legends in this room. They really are. Congratulations. Would the legends please stand up? Oh, everyone's standing anyway. Michael Saylor is here. Kathy Wood. Ron Paul and Rand Paul are here. Vivek is here. Vivek Ramaswamy. Where's Vivek? Where are you, Vivek? There he is. He's great. We have to talk about crypto. We have to talk about Bitcoin. We have to talk about all these great companies. Our country is blessed to have the extraordinary talent, energy, and genius represented in this room. It really is great genius. Not all of you, but most of you. Many of you. But this is the kind of spirit that built America, and this is the spirit that's going to help us make America great again. That's what we're doing. I stand before you today filled with respect and admiration for what the Bitcoin community has achieved. It's incredible, actually. Bitcoin is not just a marvel of technology. As you know, it's a miracle of cooperation and human achievement and a lot of relationships that are formed. This afternoon, I'm laying out my plan to ensure that the United States will be the crypto capital of the planet and the Bitcoin superpower of the world, and we'll get it done. If crypto is going to define the future, I want to be mined, minted, and made in the USA. It's going to be. It's not going to be made anywhere else. And if Bitcoin is going to the moon, as we say, it's going to the moon, I want America to be the nation that leads the way. And that's what's going to happen. For 3.5 years, the current administration has waged a war on crypto and Bitcoin like nobody's ever seen before. For those who work in this industry, they target your banks. They choke off your financial services. Have people seen that? Yes? Yeah, they have. Plenty of hands up. They block ordinary Americans from transferring money to your exchanges. I pledge to the Bitcoin community that the day I take the oath of office, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's anti-crypto crusade will be over. It will end. It'll be done. It'll be done. The moment I'm sworn in, the persecution stops and the weaponization ends against your industry. And as long as I'm in the Oval Office, Elizabeth Warren and her goons, and she's very nasty to you. She hates your people. She hates everything about you. Will keep their hands off Bitcoin. They're going to keep their hands off crypto. They're going to let it grow. We're going to let it grow. On day one, I will fire Gary Gensler and appoint a new SEC chairman. As president, I will immediately shut down Operation Choke Point. Upon taking office, I will immediately appoint a Bitcoin and Crypto Presidential Advisory Council. Would anybody like to be on that particular council? Please raise your hand. Their task will be to design transparent regulatory guidance for the benefit of the entire industry, and they will get it done in 100 days. We will have regulations, but from now on the rules will be written by people who love your industry, not hate your industry, people that want to make it clear and simple, straightforward and fair, people that want to see your industry thrive, not dive. Next, I will immediately order the Treasury Department and other federal agencies to cease and desist all steps necessary because, you know, there's a thing going on in your industry. They want to move the creation of a central bank digital currency. It's over. Forget it. CBDC. There will never be a CBDC while I'm President of the United States. And I will always defend the right to self-custody. Self-custody. You're going to have a great industry. You're going to have a great industry, and we're going to be fuel for your industry, not demolish your industry. As part of our effort to provide regulatory clarity, we will create a framework to enable the safe and responsible expansion of stable coins, allowing us to extend the dominance of the U.S. dollar to new frontiers all around the world. America will be richer, the world will be better, and there will be billions and billions of people brought into crypto economy and storing their savings in Bitcoin. So that's the way it is. That's pretty much the way it is. Those who say that Bitcoin is a threat to the dollar have the story exactly backwards. I believe it is exactly backwards. Bitcoin is not threatening the dollar. The behavior of the current U.S. government is really threatening the dollar. The danger to our financial future does not come from crypto. It comes from Washington, D.C. The federal government has almost 210,000 Bitcoin, or 1% of the total supply that will ever exist. But for too long, our government has violated the cardinal rule that every Bitcoiner knows by heart. Never sell your Bitcoin, right? That's right, isn't it, huh? That's right. How did I figure that one? Never sell your Bitcoin. And so, as the final part of my plan today, I am announcing that if I am elected, it will be the policy of my administration, United States of America, to keep 100% of all the Bitcoin the U.S. government currently holds or acquires into the future. We'll keep 100%. I hope you do well, please. This will serve in effect as the core of the strategic national Bitcoin stockpile. As you know, ultimately my promise to each and every one of you is this: I will be the pro-innovation and pro-Bitcoin president that America needs and our citizens deserve. This will be one industry, but this will be a thriving industry, a great industry, and I'm going to be doing the same thing for every other industry also. Our nation has never thrived by trying to censor new ideas and shut down the dreams of our people. America always plants our flag on the next frontier and pushes boldly ahead. My job will be to set you free and to let you do what Americans do best and what you're going to do better than anybody. Win, win, win. You're going to win, win, win. With your help, we will save our nation, we will restore our republic, and we will make America and Bitcoin bigger, better, stronger, richer, freer, and greater than ever before. Thank you all. Have a good time with your Bitcoin and your crypto and everything else that you're playing with. And we're going to make that one of the greatest industries on earth. Good luck, and God bless you all. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
Welcome back to the hundreds of thousands of people watching on X, YouTube, and Rumble. We're live with Jason, Brett, David, Zell, and Avik Roy, breaking down everything that's happening with election 2024. I want to go to some big updates from key races right now in Tennessee. Industry defender and incumbent Marsha Blackburn has retained her seat now with 76% of the vote, defeating Gloria Johnson, the Democratic challenger. And of course, Marsha Blackburn, speaking at the Bitcoin 2024 conference earlier this year, promoting freedom and privacy aspects of Bitcoin and calling CBDCs spy tools, speaking out against that aspect of the industry. And now going over to an update from the presidential race. Obviously, all eyes on Donald J. Trump and Kamala Harris. There have been significant updates in the electoral picture. So just a quick look at the map. Harris has now won Maryland, Illinois, the home state of Joseph R. Biden, current president, and Delaware as well. So Maryland, Illinois, Delaware joining Vermont, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island in the Harris collection of states. And Trump winning Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, South Carolina, Florida, Alabama, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Missouri, and Mississippi. Of course, a lot to come, and many races still open across the country. You can go to standwithcrypto.org if you're still out there thinking about voting. We're about to go to an update from our voter roundtable filmed in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania earlier this year, talking to the crypto voters in the crypto constituency. I want to go to the panel here to talk about their experience, maybe on a higher level. We've talked a lot about policy issues, but maybe their own lives experiencing this election for the first time as a Bitcoin or crypto voter. This is our first opportunity to express ourselves at the polls. Just wondering if you could take the people at home into your decision-making in this election. Can you speak about that? And how has it been speaking to your family about Bitcoin and crypto, that this is an issue they should care about? Let's start with you, Jason.
Yeah, so, I mean, talking to family is really challenging for a number of reasons, but explaining why Bitcoin, at least for me, is this new financial system that we have to take into account, that we can't rely on the legacy financial system and the banking anymore, is to me the most important point. And then the idea about, whether it's issues relating to self-custody, it's about that code is speech, that we have to be able to operate without being, crushed by things like tornado cash and the rulings of the administration. So I've been really impressed overall with the Bitcoin and crypto voters I've hit upon, mainly for one reason, that the amount of information and understanding they have about Bitcoin and crypto, and also now about the electoral process. And that's a new voter base. It wasn't too long ago we complained about voter apathy. Now we're like at each other's throats as a nation about over the election. So we have people who are really engaged, civically engaged. And Bitcoin, as HODL said before, was always of a political nature. So, explaining that, understanding there's always going to be people who it's just going to take longer to orange pill. And I think finding the real tough balance that probably Avik and David can speak better to than I of, how do you explain sort of where the U.S. dollar fits in the future as Bitcoin comes in? Because people still rely upon the dollar, and it's a foreign concept to think we would introduce some sort of new money system into our society.
Well, lots of key issues: abortion, foreign policy. David, why is crypto a single-issue vote? Why is it worthy of being a single-issue vote?
Well, I think it's worthy of being a single-issue vote because it can be. I mean, I think we've seen that one of the more powerful strategies that a small but passionate group of people in this country can take is to stake their collective vote on one issue that they care about. A really good parallel to this would be, the gun rights movement. You could look at policy proposals like universal background checks, where when you poll people, 80-90% of Americans say they support it, and the majority of NRA members do too. But calls to politicians over background checks are, 8-1 against. And there's an extreme asymmetry of intensity of support and fervor of belief. The people, the 90% of Americans who support background checks on firearms, that's not their reason they're voting. The 10% that oppose that policy, well, that may be the one thing their vote hinges on. And so we see time and time again in the American political system that small groups of people who are passionate about one thing can really wield an outsized impact on the electoral process and public policy as a result. So, I think it's, we're seeing this principally because it's a strategic move from a, group of stakeholders with aligned interests.
Avik, your take, abortion, foreign policy, the economy, crypto up there, how do you explain that?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things to say. We were speaking in one of the earlier segments about the political economy of Bitcoin and how now that you have these large businesses that are prosperous because of Bitcoin and crypto and how they are funding super PACs and campaigns, that's going to steer and affect the politics of the country in a certain way. There's another piece of this that's really important. It goes to your original question, which is the voters. One thing we know, those of us who are in this space, is that people who own Bitcoin and crypto are disproportionately younger. People, it's something like 40% of people under the age of 45 own Bitcoin, whereas it's something like 15% if you're over 55 and even much lower proportions for older voters who disproportionately turn out and vote. As time goes on, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, as those younger voters are much more the bulk of the electorate, then you're going to see that Bitcoin and crypto constituency become dominant in a way that it's considered relatively niche today. And so when you combine those two things, the money, the economic power of Bitcoin, and the growing constituency of people who own Bitcoin and the people who are the single issue voters on Bitcoin, both of those things are going to grow. In terms of the broader issue set that matters, it is really important for Bitcoiners to care about issues other than who the SEC chair is or what the strategic Bitcoin reserve is. They need to care about the federal debt. They need to care a lot about tax policy. Kamala Harris has proposed taxing unrealized capital gains. So if you're a hodler who was relatively early in Bitcoin, or even if you bought it at $15,000, that unrealized capital gain, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have proposed taxing it. Kamala Harris has proposed taxing your net assets. So if you just own something, just having a tax on that. So there are a lot of tax policy issues that matter. But again, the federal debt, the broader issues of whether or not the economy is going to continue to function 20 years from now when the federal debt's not $36 trillion, but $100 trillion or $200 trillion, these are things that Bitcoiners have to be thinking about too.
Much more in store, of course, from Election Day 2024. We're going to send it now to another pre-recorded segment. This is a crypto voter roundtable filmed with the help of Stand With Crypto out in the key battleground state of Pennsylvania. Of course, a lot of eyes focused on this. We're now talking to average crypto voters who came out to this meeting, sharing their thoughts, their feelings about why crypto and Bitcoin were worthy of being their single-issue vote. We'll be right back. A lot of election issues we're passionate about. You got the economy, immigration, the Middle East, foreign policy. Is crypto the most important election issue to you guys? Why or why not? We're going to start it over with Paul again.
Yeah, so I work in the industry, so it would really suck if I lost a job that I really, really love because the politicians are trying to push crypto out of the country, which doesn't even make sense because ultimately the people who want to fall for scams, they'll do so anyway. All they're doing is take my job away, which that obviously really makes me angry. I think you have to zoom out, right, and think about what's important to you as an individual, and everybody needs to make their own decision for themselves. Just like I don't like people who just vote one way because they don't like immigrants, like I don't respect that. I also don't respect people who just vote one way because they love crypto. There's a lot of other issues at stake, right? So I would encourage everyone to look deep inside themselves and don't let somebody else tell them who to vote for.
Greg, we got war, we got the debt, the economy's bad. How do you explain to people that crypto is something they should care about this election?
I, like a lot of you, I think crypto is the future. I think crypto solves a lot of the problems, the cross-border payments, people coming here trying to work or going to any country working, sending money back home and have to pay all these extra fees. Crypto is solving their problem. With the blockchain, and I'm not an authority on the subject, but the blockchain seems to be recording a lot of things that make things easier as far as recording and incorporating other people in order to do things. The blockchain seems to be taking care of that. And it's supposed to open up a lot of jobs for a lot of people. And we need to make America great, not with just a dollar, but with crypto. We have to be the leader in that. I feel that way.
Wow. Fundamentals, you're talking to people in your life, friends, family. they're fired up. They got their passionate issues. We've got abortion, immigration, things that really trigger people. Crypto, you say, hey, this is the most important thing in this election.
I'm so reticent to empower single issue voting because it's so easy to get disappointed, and you're a politician, it's very likely won't come through on your single issue. However, if I think of this industry as an avatar for freedom, right? It's really about freedom. If I had a single issue, it would be freedom of speech. We have coders in prison on trial for writing code. And, there is somewhat of a line of, who is at least, saying they're more likely to consider these cases. I don't think any of the candidates have mentioned Tornado Cash or Samurai. However, at least the Free Ross movement, is some kind of progress. I definitely think one side is more likely to be much more punitive. A lot of things just much more punitive than at least on these issues. I think Tornado Cash and Samurai are two of the most important issues to me, and how those get resolved, and that'll tell me a lot about, where we're going.
Snacks, question over to you. Why does crypto matter, given all these serious issues, right? Life and death situations. How do you explain to people that Bitcoin's at the top of your minds for this election?
I think this is our first opportunity to actually get elected officials to give their position on crypto. So I think it's just the first time we can get them to say, hey, this is how I see this issue, or to more likely educate them on what is going on. So I see this as a huge opportunity to remove just probably a pretty cloudy understanding of this ecosystem from the politicians. We can offer them what is actually going on. We can tell them on the ground floor, these are the companies that are building, these are the products that are coming out, this is why this stuff matters, this is why we want these jobs in the United States. So I see this as a huge opportunity, and the more that we can make noise about this issue and get the politicians to pay attention, the more they'll listen to us, and we can educate. So I see it as an opportunity.
Let's focus maybe on the single issue aspect.
Yeah.
Somebody comes to you and they're saying, I'm only going to vote crypto. These other issues don't matter. You agree with that?
I'm not going to tell someone how to decide their vote. If crypto is going to decide someone's vote, I think it's as fine a reason to vote. I want to focus on candidates up and down the ballot here too. So I think we can really push them to give us clarity on how they feel about this stuff. So do they need to hear that there are single issue crypto voters to do that? I don't think they do. Are there single issue crypto voters? I think there are. Am I a single issue crypto voter? I definitely care. I don't know if it's not my single issue, but
is there anybody here who would say that they're a single issue crypto voter?
Very close.
You're close.
Very.
Explain.
Well, I guess I don't want to make it as simple as saying it comes down to money, but let's say you got $100,000 in crypto, and somebody's going to come in and say, "We're banning crypto. Crypto is no longer acceptable in this country." Now, if you have time to liquidate your crypto, turn it into cash or whatever is good. But I think back, late 18th century, when the federal dollar was no longer any good, people just lost money. So I don't want that to happen with me in cryptocurrency. So sometimes it comes down to the point of, are you pro-crypto or not?
John, single issue voter, do you think crypto is the most important issue? Do you think someone should vote this election based on crypto?
Well, for me being a veteran and also having 2 children that's in college right now, I would think that crypto should be top of the list, but it shouldn't be a single thought to why they should, who they gonna vote for, who not gonna vote for. So for me, I think when it comes down to politicians that is gonna push the agenda of education for crypto, teaching people, teaching our children, teaching anybody that wants to know about investing in crypto, about the fundamentals of crypto, I think that politician is going, for me, is going to get my vote because, I mean, I went to the military, I got my college degree, I did a lot of things at a young age that I want my children and my grandchildren to be able to have the advanced knowledge for. And if that politician is going to give me 4 years or give my family 4 years where it's going to be beneficial for the education of the future and it's going to be a positive benefit, I think that it's, for me, I think that we need to look at not just crypto, but a lot of things that's going to project our future into the best possible future for the next 4 years for our country as well as for the world.
So you would say, maybe as a former member of the military, talking to another member of the military, you would say crypto, Bitcoin, foreign policy. I think Bitcoin is more important.
Because for me, I know I can take my computer or I could take my keys, my private keys, and go to another country with my computer. I can basically transfer money from my exchange or the exchange that I'm using anywhere in the world, and I'm not going to get taxed as much as I will.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at Election Day Live, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. Just want to reset the table again, just reintroduce everybody. I'm here. I have Bitcoin Pierre Rochard next to me, VP of Research at Riot Platforms. Over here, we have Joe Carlasare, partner at law firm of Amundsen Davis. And to Joe's right, we have Rachel Silverstein, U.S. General Counsel for Bitfarms. Rachel, we were just listening to some people talk about this concept of the single-issue Bitcoin, or let's say crypto voter. Your thoughts on this? Is this now a force in U.S. politics?
So first of all, my disclaimer is I don't really know anything about crypto.
Okay.
I know a lot about Bitcoin, and that's it. So I actually think that voting in line with Bitcoin is not being a single issue voter.
Okay.
Because as a lot of us Bitcoiners know, once you sort of dive into the Bitcoin rabbit hole, you realize that the fiat system has its tentacles in almost everything we do. So you realize that the fiat system affects not just money, which I really like the Jack Maller's perspective that money is your time and energy in abstracted form.
Yes.
So money isn't just money. Money is a reflection of how you've spent your time and energy on Earth. But the fiat system also affects housing, healthcare, groceries, the future that you want for your children.
That's right.
Hi, Ben and Jake. So I don't think that voting in line with Bitcoin is being a single issue voter.
Okay.
I think that understanding Bitcoin includes an understanding that our money system affects almost everything we do, and certainly all of our time.
Yeah, understand. Joe, do you want to piggyback on that?
Yeah, I think it's well put by Rachel. Ultimately, what people have sensed, I think, a lot in the Bitcoin community, they've sensed that there's fundamental flaws in our economic system. Young people are frustrated at this issue of debasement, at the issue of inflation, lack of opportunity, and they coalesce around, I think, the movement of Bitcoin because it represents a lot I mean, there's this saying in Bitcoin, for people that aren't familiar, is that you fix the money, you fix the world, right? And I think this is the key. We can frame it as a single issue, and they're voting solely based on that issue. But I think what they're really looking at, they're looking at everything from the Fed policy to national security to funding wars that we don't believe in, right? It's broad and has all impacts on what is the proper role of government. And I think if you go down the Bitcoin rabbit hole, if you go through that, you start to realize there's some things the government really doesn't do, and they have the ability to do that because they control the ability to finance, and there's little economic cost to what they're doing. Right. So what I think Bitcoiners want, we want to reintroduce economic costs. We want to make sure that there's careful deliberation when a government is making a public policy choice. Yeah. And I think all of that coalesces around the fact that if you are anti-Bitcoin, if you are antagonistic to this space, you will have to face the wrath of voters who are just not going to tolerate it, because it's an inconsistent worldview with what I think a lot of young people are gravitating towards, which is where they want more of a libertarian mindset, right? They want the government not to overreach. They want to have freedom in a lot of aspects of social liberal issues, right? But they also want economic opportunity, which I think is better promoted through the system that Bitcoin promotes and provides.
Yeah, appreciate that. Pierre, you've been quite public about your opinions on this election and everything, and I think for you it's obviously very personal that you vote, as a single issue sort of Bitcoin voter, as someone who works for a very large publicly traded Bitcoin mining company, right? Bitcoin mining was under attack under the Biden administration. We don't have to mince words there. We don't have to say that politely. That's absolutely what happened. So can you talk a little bit about this experience of Riot operating under the Biden administration in the United States and how that influences your perspective as a voter?
Yeah, absolutely. So first I want to start by adding or saying that I completely agree with fix the money, fix the world. That I think is encapsulates the topic on being a single issue voter. As far as Bitcoin mining goes, as you pointed out, Riot today is at 30 exahash. Our goal is to get to 100 exahash, be the first one to pass that benchmark. And to me personally, I live in Austin, Texas, and I lived through Winter Storm Uri when the grid in Texas was down for a whole week. I didn't have electricity. And then at the end of the week, I didn't have water either. I had my family and I had a newborn at home, and it was an extremely difficult situation and a wake-up call for how much we take it for granted that energy is crucial for our standard of living and for our health and flourishing. So to me, Bitcoin mining is not just about supporting the Bitcoin network. It's also about supporting the grid. And I've seen it firsthand from within Riot, but also just looking at the mining industry in Texas as a whole, that it is balancing the grid. And that's why I want to see Bitcoin mining flourish in the United States. So when we hear Donald Trump say that he, in a perhaps hyperbolic manner, say that he wants to mine all the Bitcoin in the United States,
he tends to do those sorts of
yeah, it's just a complete contrast with the record of the Biden-Harris administration. Yep. And it just makes it obvious that this is the candidate who has my best interests at heart.
Okay, that's fair. Do you feel the same way? So you work for a Bitcoin mining company as well. Do you echo these sentiments?
I do. I think that Bitcoin miners want someone in office who is an energy or electricity maximalist, and I think that's good for society at large. I think certainly it's reasonable minds can differ about how much the source of that energy and electricity matters, but I think that the policy benefits that Bitcoin miners bring to the grid are now apparent. Like Pierre was saying, from 2022, I think was Uri, to now we've been able to see in Texas how Bitcoin miners have helped stabilize the grid. You can contrast that with other grids that still experience, brownouts and blackouts. And we just had a story last week in Pennsylvania where the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission denied Amazon's desired attachment to a nuclear plant. And, the commissioners on FERC are appointed by the president. So that's clearly a direct relationship to who's president of the United States. And I hope that the next president, whoever that is, sends a message that, the grids need to be stabilized. We need to increase generation. in this country, so that all of us don't have to take for granted that, or we can continue to take for granted that when you flip on a switch, the light turns on.
Right. Yeah, appreciate that. I think that's a good note to leave it on. We're just going to go over to a word from our sponsor, and we'll be right back after that.
No data centers, no internet. No data centers, no phones. Hive gives you 2 for 1. That is a play on Bitcoin and a play on AI with our HPC, our high performance computing data center build out. Think of NVIDIA. Its market cap is bigger than all the energy companies in the S&P 500. We are seeing huge demand for our chips. We're innovative and we love the thrill of having that first mover advantage.
Blockware makes Bitcoin mining accessible to everyone. We have multiple data centers across the United States that have access to some of the lowest electricity prices in the world. With our marketplace, you can purchase machines with 0 lead time. These miners are online right now, which means you'll be hashing as soon as your payment confirms on-chain. We have all of the latest and greatest Bitcoin miners available right now, so head to marketplace.blockwaresolutions.com to get started today.
We're back at Election Day Live, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine, and here back with the Bitcoin Podcast All-Star panel. We've got Ben Askren, Vortex, American HODL. But first, a presidential race electoral map update. Updates on polling in key states. Probably the big one, Ohio, going for Donald Trump, the 45th president, running to be the 47th president now at 177 electoral votes. Of course, 270 needed to win. Harris picking up Delaware and Maryland, now at 99 electoral votes. But of course, so much more to go. You can go to standwithcrypto.org. Still polls open on the West Coast if you're thinking about voting. If you want to vote crypto, you can take a look at the races, the candidates, scorecards, get quotes, statistics on how pro-crypto the candidates are. So now turning over to the panel, I want to touch on something that was brought up in the roundtable with voters we had in Pennsylvania. Obviously, Pennsylvania, all eyes on that key swing state. But average voters talking about self-custody, right? They want to hold their Bitcoin, their crypto assets. They understand it's a key differentiator. This is a right under threat in the current administration, and maybe this could be relieved. Vortex, let's go to review.
Yeah, very well could be under threat with this administration, with the current administration, if they win, because we've seen the crackdown on certain things like Samurai Wallet, Tornado Cash. We know what their stance is on privacy. They don't want us to have it. And so
That's simple.
Pretty much right now, self-custody is going to continue to be an important topic for Bitcoiners. You know, Michael Saylor recently touching on it a little bit, was a little bit of drama around there.
Right, yeah.
Yep. But it really brought to light again the importance of how important Bitcoiners view self-custody as. And going forward, it's going to be just even more important.
Well, let's talk about the current administration. What threats have they made to self-custody? Why is this a concern? What have we seen, HODL?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen a total... listen, it's not just this administration. It was going on before this administration. But there is a lack of respect for the self-custody rights of American Bitcoiners. And that's an issue because that's the whole revolution that's happening here is the fact that we have the ability to custody our own money and we don't have to trust the banks. And so I think that basically they're going to keep pressing and trying to take. Listen, there was a Trump ruling against self-custody, the midnight rule with the Mnuchin back in Trump's first term. So I don't want to put it explicitly on the Democrats. It is a thing about freedom versus control, and they are trying to take away our rights because those freedoms are scary. It's scary for them that we have the ability to transact freely peer-to-peer.
Now, of course, Coinbase survey finding 70% of crypto users use some form of self-custody. Ben, throwing it over to you.
72,000. How about that? I got my app open right here. Tremendous.
This man,
also, I have not been at this
mine
desk,
is on the
Pete.
numbers, not the issues.
I have not been, I've been at this desk, and I'm looking at this thing, and Bitcoin stands for Trump. He gets an A. I'm going to give him more like A minus, B plus. RFK, he's an A.
Okay.
But we got Kamala down there. She got an NA, which I think is not
rated.
We're going to go ahead and give her an F. So if we could change that graphic, that'd be really, really tremendous.
Paging our team, yeah.
Page and team. Change it. It's an F. She gets an F. She failed completely. As far as self-custodying, my concern with some type of Harris victory, which is looking incredibly improbable at this point, was that they're not going to kill Bitcoin. It's impossible. Bitcoin's bigger than America, but they could make Bitcoin self-custody very difficult. and even problematic. And some even surmise that the ETF thing was so that they could get more control of the Bitcoin, and then they would take away our ability.
Let's get into it. What can
Yeah.
they really do, right? You're storing 24 to 12 words in your head. I mean, how can they make it difficult to self-custody Bitcoin?
I don't know what their thing. I don't know. I mean, I don't think they understand Bitcoin well enough to understand that it probably would be very problematic for them to actually take your Bitcoin. But the American government, they took away your right to own gold. That has happened. That has happened in history. So let's not say they couldn't. Yes, listen, if I say I hide my 12 seed words somewhere on my property, are they ever going to find them? No. And I'm going to say I lost my wallet. So yes, really, did they have any capability of actually taking it? No, but they could make it problematic. They could say, well, it's still in your wallet, and then they could try to throw you in jail because, well, I don't have access to that wallet. Well, I don't care. It's your problem, right? They could do that.
Vortex, your take, how big of a concern is this in your view?
I think going forward, if this administration does win, it is going to be problematic because they could pass some type of legislation that makes it difficult, that makes it, or either makes you require to have a third-party custodian, because there's all sorts of laws traditional already that make you custody assets with providers, and so I think Bitcoin to them is going to be no different. They're going to absolutely try to pass some type of law that's going to make it difficult for the individual to hold, because we know when the individual is able to transact, as you said, Peter, that's going to bring freedom.
Yes, and that's power, right? One of the main powers of Bitcoin is the freedom to transact and do whatever you want and hold your own money.
Absolutely.
Well, let's maybe zoom a bit out. People who are new to Bitcoin, seeing Bitcoin associated with BlackRock, Donald J. Trumps. These were things that maybe 4 or 5 years ago were unheard of. And there's some accusations, maybe there's some merit to this, that the Bitcoiners are selling out. This is us buying in. We want the government to protect, the wealth that we've accrued, and maybe that's the game here. Is that your summation?
I mean, listen, I think that we are moving up the memetic hierarchy. Like, we went from memeing in hotel gymnasiums to bored sweaty nerds to now memeing inside the Oval Office, and we're here on this fancy election desk set and look at this, all this shit.
Yeah, a lot of lights,
So we're just moving our way up the meme hierarchy, and there are many levels to go beyond this. We don't stop. This train has no brakes. We don't stop right here. We're going to keep going.
So what UN putting Bitcoin on the balance sheet?
Obviously central banks will eventually put Bitcoin in their balance sheet. You know what I mean? You're going to see
coming. I think it's sooner. Than later. Honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
it's inevitable.
We're talking about this accusation that the Bitcoin movement has sold out. You don't think
I
there's
didn't
any
sell
merit
shit
to
out.
that?
No, I don't own any ETF shares. I own Bitcoin. That's it, and I self-custody it.
It's a weird accusation to make because we all came here to get rich. So fuck yeah.
I mean, it's really simple. This is the inevitable intersection, right? Bitcoin intersects with money, with technology, with economics, and so this is going to be. It was always inevitable that Bitcoin was going to merge somehow with traditional finance before it eventually takes it over, which is going to take a while.
And obviously, Bitcoin gives you freedom, which means some of the people are going to be cowards and they're going to own the ETF, and some people are going to be the real OG Bitcoiners and they're going to hold their own keys and they're going to transact as they please. And even Trump, he doesn't have the level of Bitcoin knowledge that, say, an RFK does or something, but even he mentioned, why would we tax transactions on Bitcoin? It's stupid. It's money. It shouldn't be. You should have to declare capital gains because you bought a cup of coffee. That's moronic. So
isn't becoming more and more a vote for Bitcoin as a vote for the establishment, for the Larry Fink,
no,
for the
you're
Howard
crazy.
Lucknons?
Oh, you shut
well, hey, Michael Saylor even likes to say that.
Rile you guys up.
Michael Saylor likes to even say that, IBIT over there, BlackRock, Larry Fink is the new CMO of Bitcoin. So there is some of this type of merit. But understand that this was just inevitable. This was always going to happen. We were always going to. Bitcoin is extremely valuable. It is the most pristine form of collateral that you can ever have. So it was always going to be somebody. It's always going to be a strategy where someone was going to try to make money off that.
Yeah, but don't forget who was here first. It was the anarcho-capitalists.
That's
right. That's who was here first.
Folks like Ross Ulbricht, of course, much more time to vote. You can go to freeross.org. There's still time on the West Coast to head to the polls. We're now going to go to a live interview with Thomas Pacchia, founder of the Pub Key Bar and Restaurant in New York City. Thomas, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much, Pete.
Thanks
yes,
for having me.
we are
super
pumped to have Thomas Pacchia, co-owner, founder of Pub Key, with us. Tommy baby, thanks so much for joining us here. We really appreciate having you. Can you hear me okay over there?
Yeah, I can hear you okay. Can you hear me?
Excellent. Can we pump up Tom's volume a little bit? Would that be possible? I can hear him a little bit. All right, great. Excellent. So I heard you have a little event going on over there this evening. Is that right?
Packed house downstairs. It started around 5 p.m. We opened at 3. Around 5, people started to show up. Some red hats, some Kamala stickers. It's interesting. I haven't been down there for the last hour or so. I'm in the parlor right now above the bar. But it's getting crowded, and I would say that, there's a lot of anxiety and opium and just people waiting to see how these numbers start to roll in.
Yeah, amazing. A few weeks back, you had one of the big people in one of the big races at your establishment, Mr. Donald Trump.
He's a big guy.
Yeah, he's a big guy. Mr. Donald Trump himself buying some burgers at Bitcoin. So for those that aren't familiar with this, maybe do you want to give us a quick recap of how that went?
Yeah, so, we reached out to, a lot of politicians, both campaigns, J.D. Vance, Avik, RFK. I think the Trump campaign was the only one to really understand what we were, putting out there in terms of a campaign stop. Think of it like a ice cream parlor or donut shop, 20-minute hit. But if you pay in Bitcoin, it's really going to rule the day on social media. It's going to resonate with the Bitcoin community, this single issue voter cohort that we've been talking about for a long time. They got it and they executed on it, right? They showed up. And they didn't just show up, they showed up enthusiastically. I think President Trump was only supposed to be here for about 20, 25 minutes. He was here about 45 minutes. He wanted to meet everybody that was here. It was a special moment. We were really hopeful that the Harris campaign would also follow through with that. We didn't get there just yet, but I do think that this is a massive opportunity for Democrats to step in and realize that there is, a voter bloc worth paying attention to and meeting this voter bloc where they are. So if it doesn't happen for this election, no matter how this election breaks, I'm optimistic that, this next go around, this is the first, sort of flag in the sand for, the Bitcoin community and our place in politics, our place in these campaigns and elections. The next go around is going to look a lot different.
Yeah, appreciate that. You've also been, you're quite vocal about this, and even beyond politics, you talk about PubKey being a place for everybody, even if you don't like Bitcoin, doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. And I know that you've reached out to some other politicians, some maybe more local politicians. Can we expect to see more people, even after this election is done, maybe at PubKey talking about policy in New York State, a place where the bit license makes it very difficult for Bitcoin companies to operate, for crypto companies to operate? Is PubKey going to become more of a meeting ground in the meat space for people to talk about these important issues?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it only begins with this election, right? November 5th is a big moment, but this is not the finish line by any stretch. This is the, starting block. So, we have lots of people that want to circle back after the election. I think it's pretty similar for like crypto VCs or anybody that's raising capital in the Bitcoin space. It's let's circle back after the election. Hopefully that's not let's circle back after the new year, right. At least in the fundraising space. But from what we've seen, there's a lot of enthusiasm to, meet this community and to, build on the momentum that, started honestly with Bitcoin Magazine and the conference. And even before that, this has been something that has been gaining steam for an extended period of time now. And the time has come. And now is when the work actually begins for, the community and people to really, sit down with the staffers, the interns, the lobbyists, the people that write policy, the politicians, so that they have the right talking points and they're able to actually grok some of these ideas. I heard a little bit of the previous segment. I think that the politicians actually understand more than we give them credit for, but they can't be expected to know everything in terms of, Bitcoin mining, the touch points with energy, national security and things like that. That's where we have to get to work as a community.
Yeah, amazing. PubKey opened up in the middle of, I think it was right after FTX collapse, something along those lines. Sentiment wasn't all that great. Yeah, sentiment wasn't that great around Bitcoin or the broader crypto space. To put it bluntly, in full disclosure, I've been going to PubKey for about a year and a half now, or most of the time that it's been open. Did you ever expect to be here talking on election night on the Bitcoin Magazine live stream about Trump coming to the establishment and being a place now where people who are going to make real decisions about Bitcoin are coming to now meet in the physical space?
Oh, look, this was always the dream, right? Like the actualization of the dream to have this stuff come true is a bit surreal. This is 100% what we had in mind when we, concocted the idea of PubKey and this third place for Bitcoiners to come hang out, be comfortable, meet other Bitcoiners, build businesses, share their victories, mourn their losses together. To see that actually happen is honestly an out-of-body experience, a bit surreal.
Yeah.
And we're still grappling with a lot of that because, Trump was here September 18th. It hasn't been that long ago. And it's election night tonight. Did I think that it would ever happen? I think, honestly, no, but that was the plan, like from the beginning.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, Thomas, we really appreciate what you've built. I think others in the meat space are looking at sort of PubKey as a model for what it looks like to sort of successfully build a Bitcoin community, everything from hosting your weekly meetups on Thursday nights to doing the bigger events you've done, and to also giving people an opportunity to see some of the bigger names in Bitcoin speak in a more intimate setting. I think people really appreciate it beyond measure, and we sincerely appreciate you joining us this evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Bitcoin Magazine. Let's get Ross out. If not today, 90 days, another 4 years, we'll get him out.
That's it. Love that. Thank you, Thomas. Appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
Awesome. So, Margot, have you been to PubKey yet?
Not yet, but I've heard many wonderful things about it.
Oh, okay. What have you heard? What's some of the PubKey lore that's floating around out there?
I've heard they had good food.
Yeah.
Good drinks. There's brick walls. And there's Bitcoiners, so sounds great.
There is Bitcoiners for sure. Yeah, there's plenty of them. Have either of you visited yet?
No, haven't gone yet.
Okay, I'm curious to hear how has word. Rachel?
I've been once. Yes,
okay.
It was a random Monday night, and it was quiet, but the food was good, and the Pepe memes were also good.
Yeah, they're good with the Pepe memes for sure. Curious to hear, too, what you've heard about it, people who haven't necessarily frequented it yet. I feel like word has truly gotten around about PubKey.
Yeah, I mean, I was following both the Trump excursion there where he did the Lightning transaction. I thought that was really cool to have a U.S. president or a former U.S. president do that, and it's campaigning. I mean, I remember watching clips when the ETF started to launch, and people were hanging out and coalescing. Some of the bigger names in the ETF space were heading to PubKey. And I thought it was so cool because, obviously Bitcoin Twitter is a huge thing, right? Going on there and talking, but meeting in real life, talking about issues. I mean, it as a student of history, it reminded me a lot of like the foundation of the country, right? Like where people were deciding how to make the country in bars and taverns and having important philosophical discussions about the future. And that was always cool. Like I like the idea of real world settings that sort of bring us together that are from all across the country talking about Bitcoin. Pretty cool.
Yeah, very, very cool. I think it also gives people an opportunity to have insightful conversations with nuance, whereas I think we could probably all agree that Twitter might not be the best place for that.
I don't know. I wouldn't have any experience with that.
No experience with that at
Not
all.
at all.
Interesting. Okay. Does it give you hope that maybe more people meeting in the physical space will sort of push the Bitcoin, maybe include more narratives in the Bitcoin picture?
I think it's fantastic. I hope that we can see more of that across the country, around the world, because that is really how we spread the good word about Bitcoin, right, to other people. We can bring them in, have a beer, have a burger, and just have a good talk, have some fun. And I think that's just really the best way to meet people, meet them where they're at, just have a good conversation over some good food.
Yeah, and I did catch, he did say that, while there was a lot of Trump supporters there were a few folks showing up with Kamala stickers and stuff. He mentioned that too, so that's cool.
Yeah, I do have to give a real special shout out. So I remember there's I think it was 6 months before Trump showed up, I was actually at the meetup where he mentioned something. He said, and we invited Trump here, and we invited Harris here, and everyone there was like, this guy lost his mind. You think Trump's coming here or Harris is coming here or whatever? But he made it a point that night to say they invited the two senators, which are both Democrats. They invited Avik. They invited Trump. And I think Trump saw the opportunity and obviously made the most of it. But I think that they have done a really, really good job of making everybody feel invited. The crowds there are quite diverse. It's definitely not the Bitcoin bro or the crypto bro crowd. I'm curious. I know you were there on a slow night. Did you get a chance to speak with Thomas while you were at the establishment?
No, he wasn't. He wasn't there that night, unfortunately. I've heard a lot of nice things about him from mutual friends. I was also going to point out that we're seeing these physical meetup places pop up all over the country. Obviously, the one in Nashville is pretty well known. One just opened in Denver. There's something happening in Santa Monica. I'm not exactly sure what, but some sort of Bitcoin city relationship.
Yep.
So it's great, like-minded people getting together.
Yeah, I think, Joe, we were talking earlier, and you mentioned how much you like talking about all this stuff. And I think a lot of people like talking about this stuff. And I'm reminded, I was at a meetup at PubKey, I think, about a week ago, and we just did something where people shared their Bitcoin origin stories. People having some space to sort of just share their thoughts and to tell their story. How important do you really think this is, maybe creating that sort of social layer, community network, sort of like people supporting one another, especially people coming from maybe different backgrounds, different ethnicities, different genders? How important is it to have that conversation with people to form that bond?
It's incredibly important because Bitcoin, I think we can all attest to the fact it's difficult at first.
Yeah.
And we compare it to things like digital gold and the internet, right? Like the internet of money, these things. But none of them really fit. And what I think is great is that when you're struggling with learning a new concept and you bring in all these different voices from different backgrounds, different demographics, they all can share something. And it's a way to distance yourself from the current, I think, divide on a lot of these issues. People get entrenched on any number of issues, really important issues, abortion, economics, like liberty, all these different things. But when you approach it with something new, like almost like a student, which I think you have to with Bitcoin, it opens your mind to understand like what should be our priority. What should we focus on that really matters? Should we focus on decentralization? Should we focus on empowering people to have access to financial services? Should we focus on trying to get people to be able to preserve their wealth in something stable that can't be debased? All these sort of philosophical discussions, they remind me of like a student in school, right? Because that you talk about concepts of justice and what does it mean? What's a proper system? I love all that stuff, and I think it's helpful because it creates distance from our well-hashed, tired old political debates that we can't get past. So I think it's great to bridge people and bring them together. And there are a lot of, we have a lot of obviously conservative voices, but there are a lot of progressive voices in Bitcoin. I think they're consistently underestimated throughout the space, and hopefully we can come together and try to find common ground.
Yeah, appreciate that. Speaking of a very important progressive voice, your own, Margot, something came to mind as they were both speaking. I spoke with, it was a woman, shout out to Lorraine Marcel in Bitcoin Dada, a program that educates African women about Bitcoin. I actually teach in that program and love the work that they do. Curious, one of the stories she told me was how difficult it was as a woman to show up to one of these meetups, to say like, I want to be here among something that, especially a few years back, was maybe predominantly men. What advice would maybe you give to people who are already in the space when it comes to making space for other people that maybe aren't like them at these physical locations or these physical meetups?
I think the best thing to do is to ask these people, like if you don't have a lot of women coming to your group, you should probably ask women why they don't show up and then try to make it a space where women want to come.
That's fair.
And I think that's the first step. And I wanted to just add to Joe's point about these public spaces. It's really important because I think that Bitcoin is one of the few ways in which people who feel incredibly polarized and divided can come together and find some kind of common ground. And the reality is, if you cannot start from a position of common ground, there's never going to be a way where you can come together or find at least a compromise on really important issues. And I think that's what's really special about Bitcoin and what's really special about having these groups. And the more that we can reach out to people and see what their needs are and bring them in, I think the better off we're all going to be as a society on many different levels.
And it's way easier to be a jerk online, right? Like we know behind anonymous accounts, just saying mean things.
100%.
When you're in the room with somebody, it's just you have to be a little bit more civil, I think.
We appreciate that. And maybe on that note, we'll practice a little more civility online as well. And we're going to kick it over to a word from our sponsor. We will be right back after that.
Bitcoin is going to the moon, as we said.
So you obviously must believe that this makes...
So let's talk about some great trades in history. The $1 trillion trade. Delighted to be here in Nashville.
I was a skeptic.
Green on this.
The dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
We're back at Election Day Live, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. The first Bitcoin election well underway, a little over 9:45 p.m. on the East Coast and 6:30 p.m. here in Las Vegas, Nevada, the site of Bitcoin 2025 conference. We're here with another great panel of Quants DC insiders. We've got Avik Roy, Jason Brett, David Zell. But first, I want to turn it over to some updates from key races. Of course, we're live here on X, Rumble, and YouTube, giving you updates of the Crypto Voter Coalition, how they're turning out. We've got an updated presidential race electoral map. So as you can see here, Kamala Harris still sitting at 99 electoral votes, obviously 270 needed to win. Donald Trump at 178 electoral votes, winning in the key states of Florida, Ohio, and it looks like now Texas joining the ranks of states called. Kamala Harris obviously performing well in Democratic strongholds, winning in New York, winning in Illinois, and winning in President Joe Biden's home state of Delaware. But obviously a lot going on key Senate races as well. So an update in Ohio with 60% of the votes in. It's neck and neck now and down to the wire with Bernie Moreno, Republican senator, looking to displace Democrat Sherrod Brown, obviously a target of the crypto PAC and political spending for his anti-Bitcoin and anti-crypto views, aligning with Senator Warren on some key issues. We also have updates on Ted Cruz winning re-election in his state of Texas and Kristen Gillibrand winning in the state of New York. Obviously, Kristen Gillibrand, along with Senator Cynthia Lummis, introducing landmark legislation aimed at creating regulatory frameworks around crypto. We're going to go to our quants here. What are you thinking about how the election is turning out? Obviously, these races, we're seeing crypto candidates start to win, maybe some still to play, but it looks promising so far. How would you rate the results of the Get Out the Vote campaign?
I think there's three things I'm watching right now or taking notice of. The first is what you just put up there with Bernie Moreno leading with half the votes in. If he wins that race and Polymarket is saying he has an 80% chance of winning, that's huge, not just because it's an upset victory for Republicans. He, as you pointed out, major pro-Bitcoin candidate versus a major anti-crypto candidate. That's going to send a message to Democrats everywhere about being anti-crypto. Cruz winning in Texas, he's now projected to win that state. That's pretty significant for keeping the Senate or taking the Senate for ours. And then Trump being projected to win in North Carolina. Now it looks like for Harris to win the White House, she's going to have to sweep Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania because of Trump winning the southern states. And that's going to be very hard for her to do.
Well, let's stick maybe a little bit with Bernie Moreno and Sherrod Brown. Obviously, the incumbent there, someone who was a target for positions that were unfavorable to the industry. Jason, maybe we can dig into that a little bit.
Yeah, so I think this is a huge moment for the crypto money that's been spent on these campaigns because it wasn't ever really clear if Sherrod Brown was going to be able to hold on to his seat. But if anything, it looks like some of that spending money may have affected Sherrod Brown where he will eventually lose that state. And that's a big deal because before, Fair Shake PAC had been going after the primaries, right? Like Katie Porter didn't make it in California, but that didn't mean it went from a D to an R, right? Or an R to a, so what you're seeing now is an actual impact probably of the larger crypto industry spending money and affecting a Senate race.
So to you, this is proof that the Get Out the Vote campaign worked. We were able to persuade crypto voters to come out and vote, in this case, in Ohio.
Yeah, I mean, and I think this is big time, right? This is like we've spent the most money of any industry on this election, and this is what the goal of the PACs has been, is to say, if you're not friendly to Bitcoin, if you're not friendly to crypto, we're going to try to knock you out of office. So I mean, this is big league stuff.
So Sherrod Brown possibly facing a defeat here. We've got Ted Cruz reelected, Kristen Gillibrand reelected, David Zell, Bitcoin Policy Institute. What sticks out to you so far, what you're seeing in these Senate races?
I mean, really, I would just echo Jason's comment. I mean, the Bernie Moreno and the race there is really interesting, where, a couple of months ago, if I recall, he was by no means the favorite to win. And I do think that his strong advocacy for Bitcoin and crypto, coupled with his opposition's opposing view, certainly played like a massive role in terms of just the PAC money and ad spend that's been deployed in that race over the past few months. it just more broadly, I do remember the Trump yes tokens on FTX, in 2020. They reached as high as like 90%. So I do think it's notable that the poly market odds currently have it 80-20 in favor of Trump, but I think for the Trump supporters out there, it's still too early to celebrate. I mean, I think anyone who is remembering the election from 4 years ago knows that it's not over till it's over.
Well, a lot of races still close, and it looks like in the case of Ted Cruz, the incumbent Republican in the Texas Senate, it was a close race, or is a close race still. But I want to talk a little bit about Ted Cruz and some of his accomplishments. Obviously stood up for the 2021 infrastructure bill, which targeted Bitcoin and the crypto industry. He's called for Texas to become positive on Bitcoin mining, been a huge advocate and voice there. What does it mean for somebody like Cruz to be reelected?
Well, I would also call out the fact that he's actually put forth the strongest and most robust anti-CBDC legislation that would prohibit the Federal Reserve and the Treasury Department from building or facilitating a central bank digital currency. He's been really forward-thinking on that. He's a true believer on Bitcoin. He understands that the value of Bitcoin is that the government can't control it, and that's why he's trying to create barriers to government interference with the Bitcoin economy. He's one of the strongest allies that the Bitcoin community has, and I think with him winning, with potentially Moreno coming in, Jim Banks coming in Indiana, we're going to more than double the number of Bitcoin crypto allies that we have in the Senate, which is going to be, I think it's going to be a very different landscape in the next Congress.
Well, I want to pull up some more stats here in the House of Representatives. We've got 161 pro-crypto candidates elected. This is data from standwithcrypto.org. If you're undecided, you haven't voted, please go to standwithcrypto.org. Check out the candidates. So you can go to standwithcrypto.org and look at a breakdown of the House of Representatives and Senate. Right now we have 10 pro-crypto candidates who are elected, 4 anti-crypto candidates elected. But right now the numbers look pretty good. According to Stand With Crypto, we have 161 in the House of Representatives coming in who are pro-crypto. I want to talk a little bit about the infrastructure bill, the work we've seen in Congress. Let's say we do have a huge influx of pro-Bitcoin, pro-crypto candidates. How fast does something like that move? Can Congress act soon to get something in place where the industry has the clarity it wants? Avik.
I think it's going to take a while because this is not a top priority for Congress. Congress in general doesn't act unless it absolutely has to. And from a standpoint of your typical non-crypto-oriented senator, this is not a must-have piece of legislation. There's no deadline forcing them to act. There's no pressure on them to act. So if the Bitcoin and crypto community want the Senate and the House to act on this stuff, they're going to have to push, and they're going to have to demonstrate why there's political value in acting. And that's where what we were talking about before, about this Moreno race in particular, sending the message that this is a valuable constituency that both parties should compete over. That's going to be the thing that potentially catalyzes action sooner rather than later. If people don't feel that way, they're going to keep punting.
Jason, your look at the timeline here. Obviously, things look good. Is there a way that this starts to break maybe away from pro-crypto candidates? How do you feel about the data you're seeing?
Well, I think for sure we're going to have one of the best pro-crypto Congresses ever. And I think one of the things to think about is with Cynthia Lummis and on the Senate Banking Committee and Tim Scott as the chair. Tim Scott has said he's going to create a digital assets subcommittee that Lummis will head. And so what you have to think about is, in terms of what we're looking at now, is as there's more crypto voters, more of a presence in the Senate, more the education Lummis did to Tim Scott, explaining why this is important, having allies like Moreno and Cruz, if Moreno wins, is really critical. But what you're probably going to see is a little bit of like when we heard earlier from Caitlin Long, of sort of punishing the people that have been doing the choke point, 2.0, having these investigations. The focus won't necessarily be on we need crypto, regulatory clarity. That's going to be a sticky issue for the industry, because if we still have Gary Gensler running the SEC, we're going to want to have some kind of law to finally overrule all the actions that he's been taking. So that's where there's going to be a little bit of push and pull, I think you're going to see, between what the crypto industry wants, even though the Republicans have now taken the Senate.
So breaking news now, got Bitcoin back, challenging all-time highs. The price now over $73,000, and it seems the Bitcoin price acting like Polymarket as a bellwether for Donald Trump's election campaign. David, I want to throw it over to you and what you're seeing with the Bitcoin price now and how it's responding. Are we going to break an all-time high potentially on a Trump victory tonight?
Well, it seems quite likely. The Bitcoin price has definitely served as a bit of a proxy, I think, for election bets. And if it's been trading like this, all morning, no reason to see it necessarily reversing. So I have, if I knew the price of Bitcoin even 10 minutes from now, I would be making infinite money rather than participating on the panel.
Obviously, I think this speaks to the fact that there's a lot of positive momentum, right? We're seeing candidates start to win. We're seeing things shift red. But is it too early to call, right? Are we getting over-enthusiastic? The Democratic stronghold of the Northeast is in, but many states that are typically won by the Democrats still yet to call. I imagine Harris's numbers are going to improve throughout the night. Your guys' take on that?
I think again, the upper Midwest is the key to watch right now. It's going to be Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Democrats are still holding out hope for Georgia that the big urban and suburban counties and precincts in Georgia make up for what she's losing on the rural side. That remains to be seen. But I think Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, she's got to win all three. If any of those go to Trump, then we pretty much have a high confidence that Trump will win. But we may not know about the results in those three states until much later. Pennsylvania is not, polls don't even close until I think 9 o'clock Eastern time, and they've said it's going to take them a long time to report and compile all the data. So we may be up a long time if it comes down to Pennsylvania.
Plenty of time for the markets to calm down, maybe. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, all eyes on these key swing states. We're going to send it now to our roving correspondent here out at Mar-a-Lago on the Donald Trump campaign. We're going to go to Set B now. Frank Corva now in a conversation on Set B. Take it away.
Welcome back, everybody. We just overheard, actually, over in Studio A, talking about the price of Bitcoin, which is ripping. So, Mr. HODL, your thoughts? Are we going to all-time highs in the relatively near future?
I think it seems obvious that, or to me anyway, that the market is now pricing a Trump victory. It's too early to call, obviously, by electoral math, but the market is telling us something, and when the market talks, we listen. I think Bitcoiners have been talking for a long time about halving cycles. And if you look at actually some of the data and you plot the elections on a graph, I mean, because halving years and election years are the same. Thank you, Satoshi, for your divine brilliance. You can see that the election has a significant outcome on the price of Bitcoin. And I think that's simply because markets like certainty. They seek certainty. And with the new administration coming in, they know what to expect. So I think the Bitcoin price is telling us something right now. I think if Trump wins, we're going to smash. You'll see it. In my opinion, you'll see it if he wins. The key states like Pennsylvania, you'll see it just smash through all-time highs.
Okay,
and then we're going to 80K tonight.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
All right, and we have to go over to another market, the U.S. Treasury market. Please don't hate us. We do need to talk about it quickly, though. Joe, please tell us a little bit about what's happening in the U.S. Treasury market as we speak.
Yeah, you go to me for the boring government paper discussion. HODL gets to talk about Bitcoin. Thank you.
You could talk about Bitcoin as well if you'd like.
Okay. Well, look, risk assets across the board, the futures are ripping, right? The Nasdaq's up a percentage point. The S&P 500's up similarly. And the big news I think that I'm following is the Treasury market, right? The Treasury market is pricing in money printer go burr, a ton of spending, I think, because basically you're seeing the 10-year rip close to 4.5%. So I think there's an expectation here that there's going to be a lot of new debt issuance to fund perhaps the renewal of the Trump tax cuts coming forward. You also see the dollar strengthening right now, so you can read from that what you want. But what I think you're looking at right here is across-the-board rally in risk assets. You're going to see a lot more fiscal spending coming out of the Trump administration, deficit spending, and to quote Lynn Alden, we now know that nothing stops this train once again.
That's it. We do like the Lynn Alden quotes in here. We appreciate that. Pierre, are we going to end up on the moon this evening? What's your prediction?
Perhaps. Okay. But in any case, what we've seen is that being engaged in politics is beneficial for Bitcoin and for Bitcoiners. And so it really proves the ECB right. They wrote a paper that they were really upset that Bitcoiners were influencing the political process to benefit Bitcoin. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's what makes for democracy, is that voters and the public engage with policymakers. And the reason we've been so effective at it is twofold. One, the facts are on our side. So if you've got the truth, then it's a lot easier to persuade people that you're correct. Two is that there's been a tremendous amount of investment made in that education process through trade associations, through, in particular, Bitcoin Voter Project has been running ads that really focus on Bitcoin and getting that brand out there to essentially have a halo effect to lift up candidates and to lead them to victory like they've gone tonight. So I think that the lesson tonight is that if we continue to invest in politics and to educate policymakers, that ultimately we'll reap the rewards of that.
I think also, just to piggyback on that point, I got the data here. There have been 121 pro-Bitcoin candidates elected tonight to the House of Representatives,
Wow.
and there have only been 50 anti-Bitcoin candidates elected. So it just shows that I think that there are a lot of people waking up in Washington tomorrow realizing that you shouldn't fuck with us, straight up.
We're keeping it gangster here at the Election Day live stream. We appreciate that. Thank you. Joe, I want to talk about something. I actually wrote a piece recently on, sometimes we have the holier-than-thou types who like to say Bitcoin's price doesn't matter. I'm in it for the tech. We've all seen the meme, right? But Bitcoin's price does matter for a lot of technical reasons. So can you talk about a few of those reasons, if you don't mind?
It's a market signal, right? It signals, I think, really, from my perspective, I think it signals how early we are in the journey. When you look at the size of the Bitcoin market, where people see the big number, they see the $70,000, and they think, oh, Bitcoin's expensive. But relative to other assets, which are in the hundreds of trillions of dollars area, right, we're still very tiny at just over $1 trillion market cap. So from my perspective, I think it's a signal for showing adoption. It's a signal for understanding. I think it is probably the purest economic signal, if you believe in markets, as to how many people really understand Bitcoin. Because I truly believe if you get Bitcoin, right, as more people get Bitcoin, the price is going to be exponentially higher. I think we're going into the hundreds of thousands of dollar area minimum, much higher, right, in the near term, right? And the question is, what is the best barometer of that? It's where they're putting their dollars, right? If they're still plowing it into overpriced tech companies in the S&P 500, or they're plowing it into the scarcest, hardest asset that man has ever created.
Yeah, appreciate that. One of the ways to think about Bitcoin that I think a lot of people don't often think about is the way that Jeff Booth puts it. He said we often price it in the old system, in the fiat system, when in reality is what we have with Bitcoin, because it's perfectly scarce, is a perfect pricing mechanism, and that what's happening is actually everything is falling in price against Bitcoin. Could you maybe expand on that a little bit, Pierre? Bitcoin as this perfectly scarce asset, humanity has never seen this before. Why is this so important for markets?
Yeah, so I agree with Joe. It's a proxy measure of adoption. And when we see the Bitcoin price go up like it's going tonight, I think that it reflects the fact that politicians set the tone at the top. They're the most influential people in society. They know lots of people in the business sector, obviously. They shake hands all day long. And so when they go out and endorse Bitcoin and they get elected, that gives a green light, legitimizes the asset for the rest of society to say, hey, I'm going to invest my 401k or my corporate treasury or whatever it is into what used to be seen as kind of a marginal asset that was maybe a little shady. So there's that. And then the other piece that is, I think, causing the Bitcoin price to go up a lot is removing regulatory risk. And so in particular for Bitcoin miners, obviously, regulatory risk has been hanging over their heads of people constantly saying, ooh, the government's going to ban Bitcoin, or they're going to ban mining or find ways to limit it. And after all these attempts, what do we have is that they are losing at the ballot box. And that is crucial to remove that regulatory risk and to really, make it clear that the United States is going to lead in Bitcoin mining.
Yeah, can we just talk about that for a second?
Please.
Just as a follow-up. So, okay, it's very easy to dismiss guys on the internet walking around in hoodies and flip-flops, right? It's much harder to dismiss...
the bros, if you will.
It's much harder to dismiss Larry Fink. It's much harder to dismiss a potential president of the United States talking about Bitcoin, talking about how it is valuable and never sell your Bitcoin. So as more and more of these people come into play, I think it's signaling to people who, let's be honest, they look to leaders to make their economic decisions. Yep. And I think it's going to just pile on and have more people understanding that this asset is here to stay and it's reached an institutional class level.
Well, I would love to continue this conversation because I love hearing this sort of some bullish takes on Bitcoin and what's happening.
All-time high, guys.
Oh, yeah.
All-time high. We just had an announcement. It's an unruly bunch here. What can we say? So we do have a Miss Kara Calvert, VP of U.S. Policy for Coinbase, waiting in the wings for us. So if you don't mind, gentlemen, we just... Not that we're not excited, Mr. Askren. We do have a guest joining us, though. Kara, can you hear me okay? We wish you were here partying with us, but...
It looks like a lot of fun. Absolutely. I wish I were there too, but I'm here in Washington, D.C., and there seems to be a bit going on around here. So
I would imagine so. Yeah, I would imagine so. Because what is the vibe in D.C. right now? So yeah, I mean, you're based there. You're the head of U.S. policy for Coinbase. What's going through people's minds? What's been going through their minds leading up to this election as well?
Yeah, great question. So I'm actually downtown, and Stand With Crypto is actually hosting advocates, hosting people here in Washington, having a conversation about the election. And so it's very exciting to be around people who are caring about crypto and caring about the outcome.
Okay.
And then, can you all hear me still? I see that I may have frozen.
We got you. No, you're coming through loud and clear, and you're live.
Okay,
That's
great.
what I see.
Great. But we also see downtown that, there are a lot of other activities happening, including Vice President Harris and her activities over at Howard. So there's a lot of excitement in this city. I think President Trump is down in Florida, but I think there's just a lot of energy all around about this election.
Amazing. There was also a ton of energy at the America Loves Crypto tour. We met at that tour on the Pennsylvania stop, which was great. And there was something that you said to me outside as we were speaking for a piece that I ended up writing on that event. You talked about the sophistication of this voter base, and not just about Bitcoin crypto, but also just about, really paying attention to what's happening in these elections, understanding the candidates, and even knowing where their polling place was. Can you talk to that a little bit? You said it with not that you were underestimating them, with being pleasantly surprised, right? You were very happy to see that people were so enthused. Can you speak to that a little bit more?
It was truly incredible. And I wasn't able to go to every single stop on the America Loves Crypto tour, but I was able to go to 3 or 4. And ultimately, every single person I talked to, the advocates, they would tell me not only they knew where their polling place was, but then they would tell me about their candidates. And then 9 times out of 10, they would say, well, I reached out to my candidate, or I reached out and want to talk to these people. And that's, I think, the most powerful force behind crypto and behind what's happening in these elections is the people themselves have engaged, and they've made it really real for these policymakers, for these candidates. I don't think there's any way possible that we would have had as much success with now 1 in 3 candidates that are running for federal office are pro-crypto. That is incredible. And it's because of the people on the ground, the grassroots that have risen up over the course of the last year and a half. And this truly was a grassroots phenomenon, started really about a year and a half ago and launched with Stand With Crypto in August. But it has been a remarkable growth and a remarkable exercise, and just it's super exciting.
Yeah, it's amazing. One of the things that's coming to mind as we're speaking is, this idea that you're the VP of policy for Coinbase, a private company. Coinbase has done a lot of work in D.C. Why does a private company like Coinbase need someone like you to be doing the work that you're doing?
Yeah, I think it mostly has to do with policymakers. This is new. This is complicated. These are complicated issues. And really, this is not like banking of of having policy that's been out there for 25 years or 50 years, or general securities laws that have been out there for 90 years, almost a century of these decades old laws. And this is greenfield policy, meaning it takes creativity. It is taking a lot of education. It's talking about use cases and bringing, I think, the superpower of this movement is, again, bringing people to Washington and having them tell the stories about why crypto is important. And I've just been so lucky that Coinbase has wanted to help invest in the grassroots and the community and help telling that story. But ultimately, it's about education. It's about new policies. It's about thinking creatively. So it really is one of the best jobs in the whole world. I'm so excited to be working on behalf of not only Coinbase, but of the industry.
Yeah, amazing. You've also talked a lot about just the enthusiasm in terms of not only yourself, but the people that you're referencing here, the people in the industry, the people that came out to the America Loves Crypto tour that Stand With Crypto sponsored. You've just talked about sort of the inevitability of this technology, and part of the reason for that being the amount of people that now care for that. So could you speak a little bit to that? I mean, a lot of people like to say Bitcoin is inevitable or crypto is inevitable, but there are things that could be roadblocks to that, right? So what does that inevitability look like in reality?
Yeah, I think that is inevitable. I also think that America will eventually get this right. I think that the rules will come into place that promote innovation while protecting consumers. The question is, how long does it take us to get there? And right now we see Europe moving ahead. We see places like Canada and Singapore and Australia all moving ahead more quickly than the US is. So we're going to get it right because I think it's inevitable. The technology is remarkable. It's transformational. We're seeing the early stages with the scalability and payments, I think, is one of the fastest growing use cases, things like remittances. So it is inevitable. It's just how long does it take to get there? And the more contextualized, the more real, the more policymakers understand that this can help everyday families save 6% or 3% in credit card fees or remittances.
Right.
Like that's real. That's a real outcome. And that's what makes it inevitable.
All right. I appreciate that. And yeah, the idea of remittances and the real use cases that really save everyday consumers money, it's a super, super important thing. The reality, though, too, is that there is money in politics, and sometimes the traditional institutions support certain people that maybe don't want to see this sort of change happen because of the way that financial support flows. So do you think that that's just a piece of it? And do you think crypto coming in, PACs like Fairshake, people coming in, and now money being a real thing, supporting candidates, is this what turns the tides, essentially?
Yeah, I think that ultimately crypto has come to the table now, I think, in a meaningful way in Washington and frankly, across the country. And ultimately, you have to play the, the hand that you're dealt. And so I love poker. And so I will refer to my poker playing and that the sense that you've got to play what you're dealt, right? Yeah. And I think that that's where it comes down to how do you engage in Washington? And certainly, I think we've been very transparent in how Coinbase thinks about Fairshake, but also in how we think about helping Stand With Crypto, for example, reach 4 million advocates, hopefully before the 2026 midterms. Like those are really important metrics. And that's where I think that ultimately there will always be incumbent organizations. There will always be entities and people who may not line up with exactly where crypto wants to be or needs to be. And we'll work through those, frankly. That's, I think, ultimately, I think in a year we'll be sitting in a different place, and who knows what happens with the election. It's still too close to call, but in a year we're going to see where all these kind of the 52 card pickup, where all the cards land.
Amazing. Well, Kara, we appreciate your enthusiasm. We also appreciate the fact that you took the time to join us on such a monumental evening. So thank you so much for your time, and we will be in touch.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me, and we'll see how this goes. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Same to you. Thank you so much, Kara. Appreciate it.
Thanks. All right. Bye-bye.
So I know that, this is sort of, I guess, an overarching theme here. We're streaming on Bitcoin Magazine's live channel. Bitcoin is just apolitical money. It's not supposed to care about the government. But you could see the smiles on people's faces when we're talking about Bitcoin sort of winning when it comes to government. Just kind of curious, I guess, on an emotional level, how does that make you feel? Are we sellouts here, that we're just simping to the state? Are we all statists or something like that? Or should this really be something that we should really be savoring right now?
I mean, I think they're the ones simping to Bitcoin, right? And when I hear about, for example, even just the government holding Bitcoin, to me that is the government accepting that there is an asset that is above them. And we've heard Larry Fink say it on national television that Bitcoin exists above governments, and that's the reality at a software engineering level. And it's finally permeating into the political sphere that is the reality. And so they do have to bend the knee both to Bitcoin, the asset, the network, and the voting block as well. So it's really critical that we continue to accumulate a voting block so that we can continue to promote pro-Bitcoin policies. Shout out to Bitcoin Voter Project. Go follow them on Twitter at Bitcoin Voter. And that way in the midterms, we'll be able to further strengthen the pro-Bitcoin caucus.
Love that. I wanted to kick it over to you. You mentioned, I think it was the anarcho-capitalists, the people that were sort of first to Bitcoin, right? The hardcore libertarians, the cypherpunks, fringe sort of political beliefs maybe, or extreme versions of those fringe political beliefs. Yeah. What do you think they think of what's happening this evening?
Well, I think those beliefs are less fringe than they've ever been because Bitcoin keeps ascending. So it's like, to me, I think, that is... Bitcoin at its core is a non-sovereign. It's this crazy, wild, alien, non-sovereign like technology that like it just doesn't exist in any bubble or box or sphere of influence. And like Bitcoin is anarchic, like period, full stop.
Yep.
And it always will be. And so, yeah, I think the crazy anarcho-capitalists were right. They've been right the whole time.
Kind of wild.
And Bitcoin's price it proves that.
Yeah. despite, the anarcho-capitalists or like the more sort of Wild West nature of Bitcoin, traditional markets are now, they're a major part of traditional markets. We were touching on this a little bit earlier, talking about people like Larry Fink now getting Bitcoin. Do you think they really sort of understand the philosophical roots of it, or is that sort of irrelevant?
No, I think they understand the philosophical roots. I mean, I just want to push back a little bit about the nature that it's simping for the government. Because, in its purest form, what the government is supposed to be. It's supposed to reflect the representation of we the people. Right? It's supposed to reflect the political will, to a certain degree, of the people. We don't want mob rule, of course. We want sort of more conservative, representative government. However, at some level, like if the people demand it, the government should reflect that demand. So I think that most people in traditional finance, they understand and appreciate free market principles. Okay, so there is sort of cross philosophical compatibility with the two different ideas. The ideas from someone like a Larry Fink, who believes in markets, who is not necessarily a hard leftist, right? And the ideas behind Bitcoin, which is embracing the markets, embracing the idea that you can separate money from the state, and it still can work and it can improve the economy. It doesn't mean you're yielding to democracy or simping to the government. What it means is we're trying to restore power. We're trying to introduce checks and balances to a system that is perhaps gotten out of balance.
Sure. Right? I think perhaps is a nice way to put it, for sure. Any other thoughts? I know that everyone's sort of following different things tonight. We have, off camera, we have lots of people following different things online, as I'm sure everybody's sort of staring at their phones. What other things are happening right now that maybe people aren't fully aware of?
Well, I was looking at my phone just now, and I was trying to make an effort to make it look like I was like looking at trending political topics, but really I was just reading Bitcoin all-time high memes and enjoying the fuck out of them. So that's what I was doing on my phone just now.
Appreciate that. Anything else this evening that you're looking at, paying attention to other races, trends in voting, making sure that all the voting is above board, right? That there's no illicit voting happening. Anything else on your mind, Pierre?
It seems too big to rig. And so at this point, with Polymarket at 90-10,
is that where we're at?
Yeah. That's where we're at.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
And so I don't really see a reversal. I mean, I think that zooming out, big picture, it seemed implausible to me that you could airdrop a unpopular candidate at the last minute into a presidential election and win. So I think the outcome makes logical sense, just zooming out. And then when we look at it for Bitcoin, I'm very excited that Ted Cruz prevailed in Texas. He's been a strong advocate for Bitcoin mining. And so, the stars are aligning really well.
Appreciate that. I think that's a perfect way for us to put a pin in it for right now. We are going to kick it back over to Set A. Again, thank you to everybody who's tuning in. We are here at Election Day Live, which has become Election Night Live, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. Over to Set A.
Presidential race electoral map update. Of course, the first Bitcoin election is well underway and the markets are active. Bitcoin back at all-time highs above $74,000. And again, coming to you now with some key updates. So Donald Trump, Republican candidate for president, winning Missouri in its 10 electoral votes. Also winning in Montana and Utah. So Donald Trump now, there you see Donald Trump winning in Montana with her 4 electoral votes. And we've got Utah with its 6 electoral votes. So Donald Trump, the Republican nominee, at 198 electoral votes to Kamala Harris's 109. But, and here's the but, states leaning blue. So we've got Arizona right now, not all precincts reporting, but leaning blue, according to the Associated Press. We've got Michigan leaning blue, according to the Associated Press, and Wisconsin teetering on the balance. So let's talk about it with this panel here. We've got David Zell, Rachel Silverstein, and Margot Paez with us. Is the market overreacting here? 90-10 poly market. Is it over for Kamala, or is she so back? Margot?
I don't think it's over. I think this is still going to be a close race. I think there's a number of states that are leaning blue. We have yet, I think, to see results from New York, have yet to see results from California. These are...
Well, actually, I think New York is in. New York is in and blue for Kamala Harris. And it looks like she might have also just picked up Colorado as well, so 109. So, but potentially a blue wave
I still think I'm going to hold out. I don't know. Maybe at some point we're going to have to make a bet. I'm going to have to eat something. I don't know. But I'm going to hold out that this is still going to be a close race.
and we'll see.
Well,
I just
big turn
can't
here.
counter
All
out
eyes
yet.
are on Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. David Zell, I want to throw it to you. Bitcoin price at all-time highs. Is there a come down from this? Are we in for late night, or do you think it's over? This race is wrapped up based on what you're seeing.
From what I'm seeing, it looks like this will be a late night. The markets are obviously strongly in favor of Trump, as Margot points out. Though, there's a reason we wait for it to get to 270. We don't call it until it's over. So I guess we'll see.
All right, so Rachel, moving it over to you. What are you seeing out there? What are you waiting to see? And how are you feeling about the election right now? Obviously, the market's bullish, 74,000. We got the all-time high, but we don't have the conclusion.
I'm not putting my money on either candidate yet. I'm putting my money on Bitcoin. And I think that, this could very well be a buy the rumor, sell the news type of event. But I think it's too early to say.
I will say I think a lot of what happens, to her point, is, what does Trump actually do when he takes office? Bitcoin has become a proxy vehicle to trade the election, in part because Donald Trump has, among other things, promised to create an environment that's extremely conducive to Bitcoin capital, to Bitcoin businesses in the United States. So, look, if a strategic reserve, starts to materialize, if there's a Republican trifecta, if the stars align for that, then, who knows how high the price of Bitcoin could go. But I think that'll be sort of the distinction, is that the market is sort of using Bitcoin to, trade the Trump win. But for the markets to kind of sustain that valuation, Trump's going to have to follow through and continue to signal until he takes office, that he's serious about some of these pro-Bitcoin policies.
Well, let's be clear. The projections from some major institutions, JP Morgan, Alliance Bernstein, those types of institutions, research organizations, they're saying Bitcoin is going to go up either way, right? We're hearing some of that. Rachel, your thoughts?
I think it will go up either way. I think, to a large degree, Bitcoin doesn't care who's in office. But I think that there are certainly policies that Donald Trump has, to this point, been the one to put forth. It's certainly not too late for the Democrats to put some similar policies forth that will be supportive to the Bitcoin network, to miners, et cetera. So I do think it's going up either way. It may be faster and it may be more dramatic under a Trump administration.
Yeah, I mean, Rizzo, the thing to remember here is the Bitcoin thesis remains unchanged regardless of who is in office. Both candidates are going to, if they win, massively expand our debt. Ultimately, the rot at the core of our monetary system does not shift based on electoral politics. The economy we exist in is very clearly a perpetual motion machine that cannot last forever. We are printing more and more money, debasing American savings, and enriching central bankers and their Wall Street cronies. That does not change. We don't vote for that. The only way you can vote against that is by buying Bitcoin. The only way you can protect yourself from that is by buying Bitcoin. And so unless one of these candidates decides to run a balanced budget, which neither will do, the Bitcoin trade remains unchanged.
But I think zooming out, obviously the world watching here, people in other countries looking to maybe follow America's lead. I want to talk about that global perspective and what they're seeing, because it would seem the signal right now is that America leaning Donald Trump, leaning towards embracing Bitcoin innovation. What signal does that send, Margot, to the world?
I think it's hard to say because, each region is in its own particular situation, right? I mean, Europe versus South America versus the African continent. I mean, for me, it's hard to just say, because we get this one signal. And then again, I'm not even sure that this is, Trump coming back into office, if he does, is actually a Bitcoin signal. Because I still think that this is still a niche voting bloc. Especially outside of the U.S. I think this is a particularly fascinating moment for Bitcoin and for crypto in the U.S., but I'm not still convinced that this is something that is going to play out in the same way across the country. I mean, when you look at the global South, I mean, what is the play there for Bitcoin? It's not really nations nation state adoption. It's really ground community-based adoption. And I think that's still really going to be the most important signal there.
Well, obviously, other nations in Latin America taking a much more progressive view, El Salvador and others. Rachel, wondering your perspective again on the global outlook here. What message does this election send to the world? Is there a domino effect if we do embrace Bitcoin policies in America?
I think there is going to be a domino effect, and much of it goes to what David was saying a minute ago, that it does depend on what Trump does once he gets in office, if he's the winner tonight. So, you know, if the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve Initiative is sticky and maintains its footing, and my hope would be that the president not tell the world that we're going to buy 1 million Bitcoin before we buy 1 million Bitcoin, because obviously that will cause the price to skyrocket before we've purchased 1 million Bitcoin. So I would prefer to see a sneaky accumulation of Bitcoin, a quiet accumulation of Bitcoin as a strategic reserve. But if that is a loud pronouncement from the administration, then I think we'll start to see the game theory speed up. More and more countries will start to see Bitcoin as a necessary part of their strategic reserves, and price go up.
You know, I want to just quickly add to this that what I think is really the signal if Trump wins is that it is in fact an economic issue that goes beyond just Bitcoin. But I think that, you know, as David just mentioned, as we've heard from Rachel, that Bitcoin plays a really important role in addressing these economic issues that people are facing in the U.S. in particular. And in that case, I think this says something globally in terms of where we are as a global superpower, as economic stability in this country. And I think that, you know, this is probably the most concerning part of where we're going in the next 5 to 10 years. Economically speaking, and where we end up.
Well, many more races to come, of course, waiting on Michigan, waiting on Wisconsin, waiting on Arizona, waiting on Georgia. Donald J. Trump with sitting on 200 electoral votes. We're going to send it out now for a retrospective from the man who memed the Bitcoin balance sheet conversation into the political narrative. I'm talking about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. We're going to take a look at some clips from Bitcoin 2023 and 2024, where he made history. And we'll be back here, Bitcoin at all-time highs. Stay with us. Election night is just getting started.
Hello, Bitcoiners. I've been meeting with leaders and thinkers from this community. I've conferred with Bitcoin miners, with policymakers, with economists, with financial experts, with investors and developers and entrepreneurs that deepen my understanding of the extraordinary promise of Bitcoin for our country and for our planet. After all I've learned, I intend, as President of the United States, to sign an executive order on day one, directing the Department of Justice and the U.S. Marshals to transfer the approximately 200,000 Bitcoin held by the U.S. government to the United States Treasury, where it will be held as a strategic asset. On day one as president, I will sign another executive order directing the U.S. Treasury to purchase 550 Bitcoin daily until the U.S. has built a reserve of at least 4 million Bitcoins. And a position of dominance that no other country will be able to usurp. Our nation holds approximately 19% of global gold reserves. This policy will give us about the same proportion of total Bitcoin. The cascading impact from these actions will eventually move Bitcoin to a valuation of hundreds of trillions of dollars. On day one as president, I will sign also an executive order directing the IRS to issue public guidelines that all transactions between Bitcoin and the U.S. dollar are unreportable transactions. and by extension, non-taxable. On day one as president, I will also sign an executive order directing the IRS to treat Bitcoin as an eligible asset for 1031 exchange into real property. Now, I want to say a couple of words about my observations about the Bitcoin community, which I consider myself part of. Despite their different viewpoints, I found the most striking feature of Bitcoin community is this kind of paradoxical juxtaposition marked by fierce divisions on several minor issues and an overwhelming sense of unity within the larger Bitcoin ecosystem. The Bitcoin community reminds me of how American politics ought to be, fiercely diverse, but ultimately united in our aspirations and our belief in our country and in our convictions that America is worth the fight. And in the end, we all come back together, united in our belief that Bitcoin is a technology for freedom, for optimism, for independence, for democracy and transparency. It is the currency of hope. It is the perfect currency. It is an elegant, poetic, beautiful, pure species that aligns perfectly with the highest ideals and aspirations represented by the American experiment with self-governance. It is incorruptible. It has integrity. It has self-sovereignty. It promotes personal responsibility and accountability. It is decentralized and democratic. It is small on government and large on personal freedom. Bitcoin is anti-war. It is a fierce, merciless, and insurmountable foe of government corruption. Bitcoin has the potential to return monetary discipline to the Fed and to restore the dollar as the unchallenged global reserve currency. And just as Bitcoin can fortify the dollar, it can also secure America's position in cyberspace. Another important use of Bitcoin for America and the world is the one that is dearest to my heart, capturing carbon and incentivizing green energy production through Bitcoin mining. Bitcoin miners are more sensitive to energy pricing than any other industry. This means that they can only survive in the marketplace by utilizing the cheapest energy, and that invariably means waste energy and surplus power. For example, methane from landfills would otherwise go into the atmosphere, but Bitcoin miners are uniquely able to harness it as an energy source. Bitcoin mining is also the ideal partner for renewable energy and variable power projects like wind and solar. If the world were on a Bitcoin standard and our money held its value, we would all have the ability to live more abundant lives. Bitcoiners have it right. Fix the money, fix the world.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at Election Day Live, which has become Election Night Live here on the West Coast. We're coming to you live from Las Vegas. Again, Frank Corva here, business and political correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, joined by Avik Roy, Jason Brett, and Joe Carlasare. We've been talking obviously a lot about Trump and Harris and the other races happening this evening, but, and we just watched a little retrospective of RFK speaking at Bitcoin 2024, but we can actually dial it back a year when he spoke at Bitcoin 2023, and he spoke with great nuance about what Bitcoin is, about how Bitcoin mining could actually be beneficial to the environment, the importance of being able to hold your private keys. He surely does not underestimate the audience when he speaks about Bitcoin. Obviously, we know he was speaking at a Bitcoin convention, but he really does go for it. Do you think that RFK really set the narrative for someone like Trump to sort of walk in and say, oh, people really care about this stuff, and they really want us to understand it and speak to it with nuance as well? Avik, your thoughts?
Well, actually, I would say that in 2023, when RFK spoke at the Bitcoin conference, he criticized Bitcoin's environmental record. He said that's something that Bitcoiners should pay attention to. They should respect the criticisms from the environmentalists. In 2024, he evolved. His 2024 speech, it was clear that the learning curve that he descended was pretty significant. His policy pronouncements were massively more sophisticated than Trump's. Remember, RFK was still running for president at that time. He hadn't dropped out then. And if you actually compared Trump's stance on crypto and Bitcoin, which we've been talking a lot about tonight, to RFK's, and if those were the two candidates running, and if RFK, say, were the Democratic nominee, I think we would be saying that RFK were the Bitcoin candidate, not Trump. So I think RFK has contributed a lot, particularly just by learning and evangelizing. And I think we don't yet know how much his endorsement of Trump has affected this race. Maybe it's 1 or 2 or 3% on the margins, but that could be important. We won't know until we dissect the exit polls.
Yeah, appreciate that. Should the Democrats have listened to RFK? He did say that he came to the Democrats about multiple things, not just about Bitcoin, but also about his sort of Make America Healthy Again thing. Did they underestimate his power? Could he really be part of the reason this election might get swayed in Trump's favor? Jason?
Well, I think that's part of it, and I really agree with everything Avik said on this. What I'll add, I think, for people who are following this election and trying to understand the influence to crypto, is this is what happens when you have sort of a third-party candidate, right? Mm-hmm. And there was a while where it was more, if he runs, how much vote might he take away from Harris, right? Because he's coming from the Democrat. He's now flipped to the other side, so it's almost worse than a third-party candidate.
Right.
And he provided a platform that Trump really almost had to compete with, right? I remember from the 2024 Bitcoin conference after RFK spoke, people were like, I don't know, Trump has a really big, shoes to follow.
I remember
right?
that as well, yeah.
And so you're seeing the influence of that sort of third-party candidate. And, RFK has a lot of ideas, right? A lot of out there kind of ideas, and really not in the mainstream. And so there was always a little bit of tension with him in the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
So I don't know that was ever going to be a marriage that was going to work. But you're now seeing how you have a third-party candidate who's helping to shape the Bitcoin narrative and pushing. At least one major party took the cue to say, we got to do something about this, because there was a time when Trump was worried about what RFK might do to his votes too, right?
Yep,
so
100%.
And that ended up where they sealed the deal together.
Yeah, right. That tension sort of dissipated, and they joined forces. Absolutely. Joe, your thoughts on RFK? What role did he play in this election cycle?
Well, I think we too often divide, the red, team blue, right? Mm-hmm. And ideologically, they oversimplify it. The reality is, I think there's a lot more little micro segments, micro issues throughout the country, and they bleed into some red, some blue. And it's fascinating because you see a candidate like RFK emerge, and he has some appeal to some Democrats, some appeal to Republicans, right? And then the question becomes, which of the major party candidates is sort of going to try and cannibalize that vote and go after that chair? It was clearly Donald Trump, right? And I think it was a massive strategic decision, regardless of whether you're Republican or Democrat, appealing to RFK and trying to bring his voters into the fray for Trump was very bright politically. It was a savvy political move.
Yeah. Do you think the fact that he does have some sort of fringe beliefs, I don't think that's sort of controversial to say, RFK, while he is sort of at the cutting edge of certain health issues and, getting toxins out of foods, which I think is very commendable, he sometimes goes to a place where I think people start to call him a conspiracy theorist and things like this. Is that really what turned the Democrats off to him? Is that why they didn't necessarily want to collaborate?
I think that's certainly part of it.
Okay.
From a standpoint of, vaccine politics became certainly pretty salient the last couple of years with the pandemic.
Right.
So yes, I do think that's part of it. And I think one thing that we should keep in mind here is RFK has certainly been an interesting part of this 2024 election cycle. But the story of tonight, if the exit polls are to be believed and the early results are to be believed, is about blacks and Hispanics, particularly black and Hispanic men, trending towards Trump.
Interesting.
That has been the significant difference between this race and, say, 2020 or 2016. And Harris is not doing, so far, that much better with the white suburban voters, what we used to call the soccer moms, to make up that difference. Now, that may change as some of the results start to come in from these urban and suburban precincts, but right now what it looks like is Harris is doing about as well as Biden, not that much better with the soccer moms, but Trump is doing way better with minorities, particularly minority men.
Which is sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Hot topic, yeah. Jason and then Joe, and then we do have to kick it back to Studio A after that.
Yeah, no, just real quickly, I mean, to me, this is where, like, my party, the Democratic Party, has really failed, right? Because they've misunderstood what Bitcoin and crypto is about. The value proposition of not just having this type of money that's an alternative to the banking system, but at the same time the growth, the prospects of starting your own business, and that ship has sailed a little bit from us, and that's a real shame because when we talk about Black and Hispanic, when they do the polling on it, it shows they're leaning toward wanting to use something like Bitcoin because they want an alternative investment.
That's right.
Because they don't feel, a lot of African American young men don't feel safe even going into a bank.
Right?
And so this should have been a slam dunk.
Yep.
And we just didn't.
The financial inclusion angle, I would have to agree there. The Democrats missed that.
The point that was just raised about the exit polling and the polling in general, I think this will be the subject of fierce debate among commentators and political scientists for the next 4 years.
Yeah.
The fact that despite a racially polarized country, we have Trump improving among African Americans and Hispanic males in particular, that is fascinating. And I'll tell you my bias, I look at that and I say that shows that they are focused squarely on the economy, on issues of inflation, that is appealing to them, and the identity politics issue is not, which the Democrats have leaned hard consistently into. Time and time again. So this issue of the dollars and cents, inflation, things we talk about all the time as Bitcoiners, that is clearly cutting through and it's appealing to that demographic.
Let me add one other thing to this, which is to tie these two things together. Surveys show that about 12% of whites own or have used crypto. It's 24% for blacks and 18% for Hispanics.
Appreciate those numbers. With that said, we are going to send it back over to Studio A. Please stick with us here. Pete, over to you.
Anyone can be a part of the Bitcoin economy. It's like a good church.
Because it's an ethical ideology, there are many people that feel very spiritual about it.
I think that Bitcoin has those characteristics to be not just the most Islamic form of money, but the most Jewish and the most Christian form of money as well.
Bitcoin is just another step in the technological development of how we can serve God better.
It is trying to remove politics from money. Bitcoin can make the world a better place.
We're back at Election Day Live, presented by Bitcoin Magazine, here with an updated electoral map. Obviously, election 2024 well underway, much to be decided, but some crucial updates. Here, perhaps the biggest of all, the crucial swing state of Georgia, with its 16 electoral votes going for Donald Trump. Decisively there with 61% of the vote, obviously his pro-crypto stance highlighted there. And now we have an updated electoral map to show you with Georgia called. You can see in the Democratic stronghold in the Northeast, Kamala Harris performing well, winning Massachusetts, New York, Vermont, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Maryland, and Colorado with 112 electoral votes. Donald Trump with 214 picking up Georgia. Obviously a big win there. But the night is not over. It's still young. There are key swing states still in play. Above them, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona yet to be decided. But first, we're going to take a look at the markets because it appears that we are pricing certain things in. Bitcoin all-time high prices now, 74,000. Prices not seen since the Bitcoin ETF approval earlier this year. And expectations and enthusiasm is high. Perhaps we're getting over our skis. We've got our panel here of Bitcoin experts, Pierre Rochard, VP of Riot, Ben Askren, and American HODL, talking about the referendum that this election appears that it might be. If the election goes, that the data is showing, we were talking that it might be a referendum not just on the administration, but on government policy, a generational moment of people who were shaped by COVID and the government overreach that happened. Pierre, your take, is this a sea change election? Is this a historic election?
I do think so. I think that one of the outcomes of COVID was that the value that the public places on authenticity increased because there was such a loss of trust in those who seemed fake, right? We got so much fake news from people who said they were fighting disinformation, and it really was a clown world situation. And so when we compare the authenticity of the Tim Walz and Kamala Harris ticket versus J.D. Vance and Donald Trump ticket, I don't think that there's any comparison to be made. Even something as we could characterize as small, but I think it was huge, was Joe Rogan. And I think that Joe Rogan is seen as one of the most authentic people in media. He's got this massive reach. In a 3-hour conversation, I don't think that somebody being inauthentic can survive. And so seeing that Kamala wouldn't even try, I think, for a lot of people, signaled that the authenticity gap was unbridgeable and that they're not going to vote for an NPC. They're going to vote for people who are real.
Well, still lots more to come. We've got 210 electoral votes in for Donald Trump, but American HODL, it certainly seems that COVID is on the ballot in many ways, government overreach, the lessons learned. What are your takeaways, your thoughts as Bitcoin hits all-time highs at this moment?
Yeah. I mean, I think the millennial generation has had these important cultural touchdowns. Like when we were young, it was 9/11, and then when we were coming out of college or in college, it was the Great Financial Crisis. And then as many of us were starting families and becoming, full-fledged adults, we were hit with COVID, right? And it's like, these are very important cultural touchdowns that, once you've lived through them, they sort of like wake you up to the reality of state overreach, right? And I think, one of the stories is from the last week is Peanut the Squirrel, which Peanut the Squirrel is an adorable, cute little TikTok squirrel, right? Who, basically had a bunch of Biden administration jackboot thugs come into his home and murder him in cold blood, He was, by all accounts, an adorable squirrel who was well-loved and well-liked by many.
Don't forget the raccoon.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. There was also a raccoon that they murdered. This is not okay. I mean, the government wants to come into your home and kill your adorable pet, because why? I don't understand. Democrats see a water skiing squirrel and they say, we need to murder it. Why do they do that? It doesn't make sense.
Tough questions that'll be asked, especially if this red wave continues. Ben, your thoughts on this moment in the hindsight that is COVID, that is Peanut the Squirrel?
Yeah, I think COVID was a big wake-up moment for so many people because, me and Pierre were just talking. There were so many people banned on Twitter, right, when it was under the old administration, and the government was, they were implicated in that essentially after the Twitter files came out. And most of those people were right on. The information they were putting out that was misinformation was actually the correct information. I mean, we go with the lab leak hypothesis, right, which is proven to be correct.
I think a headline,
gain of function,
if this election
yes.
comes the way it looks, is that this is a social media election. Social media will have
100%.
delivered this victory for Donald Trump.
Well, I mean, and Elon Musk specifically, because had he not bought X, government overreach had essentially censored. I mean, let's just look at the last election. Hunter Biden laptop was censored by the government and former FBI officials. Why aren't they being held accountable for their misinformation, which has now been proven factual? So, it feels like the misinformation goes one way from the power at the top down to the other people, but when the people at the power at the top, I mean, people say, oh, you're Republican, I go back to that. Well, no, we were also told that there was weapons of mass destruction in Iraq and no one ever paid a price for that lie. So it's like the government has just been lying to us and we have to accept that, but if we don't read from their script, then they say we're doing misinformation. It's nonsense. Yeah.
Pierre, your thoughts on the social media moment that you're watching unfold?
Yeah, you brought up Elon Musk. I think that he really did deliver for Trump in this election. One is that he stepped into it at kind of the height of his admiration, right? Just after we saw that rocket land on the chopsticks, people's minds were blown. And then you have him out stumping, spending real time with real voters to promote Trump. It's really, I thought he stood out. And then you had Cuban come in and he's like, oh, well, I'll be Kamala Elon. And then he just insults people. He was
they told me to get lost.
Where does it go from here? Is there a complete loss in the mainstream media?
I think one of the things I think is most amazing about Elon Musk, and one of the things I admire most, and I think we should admire in other human beings, is a courageousness. So initially he made all that money selling PayPal, and he could have just went and retired and hung out like you with your Bitcoin, right? But he put it literally all on the line for Tesla, and then SpaceX almost went bankrupt. Totally. And again, he's like the king of the world with SpaceX and all these things he does, and he goes and buys Twitter for more than it's worth. He goes and does this for Trump, and he could have been easily, if this election would have went the other direction, they could have tried to take everything from him.
I think also like the Joe Rogan thing is a very big moment. That podcast was a big deal. And it's kind of like everything that's old is new again. I mean, in a sense, like politicians, Abe Lincoln used to come to your town and he would lecture for 8 hours, right? Or they would have a debate for 8 hours. And people would take intermissions and breaks. And we expected politicians to be able to deep dive and talk off the cuff. And then, the last 100 years of centralization have sort of put in this soundbite culture where it was about having the most perfect, sort of curated message. And I think that the Rogan interview shows that era is now over.
Yeah.
And we're going to expect our politicians to now be able to speak for 3-4 hours off the cuff, not just once, but multiple times.
Pierre, maybe coming back to you, where does mainstream media go from this, right? They've been anti-Bitcoin, they've been anti-crypto, they've been anti-Trump. How do they recover? Is there a path forward for the legacy media, in your view?
Well, Jeff Bezos, he came out and said that there needs to be some changes at the Washington Post, but he was really talking about on the editorial side. The reality is that I think the profession of journalism has really strayed from what was its core mission, which was let's verify the facts and we'll present the facts to the public. And then we'll let the public decide what they want to think about those facts. And they gave up on the verification side, where now they'll only verify one side, and then the other side they kind of play loosey-goosey with fact checking.
Yeah, they're a propaganda machine.
Yeah, it's propaganda, and then they tell you what to think, and it's very heavy-handed. And so I think that they've sold out the reputation that they had built up, and now it created an opening for Joe Rogan to come in and say, okay, well, I'm going to interview Trump, J.D. Vance, and Elon Musk, and then guess who's going to win the election? So I think that from a Democrat perspective, they've got to find the people in their party who are at least moderate or centrist, and who are authentic and who can actually talk about issues for 3 hours.
Fetterman on Joe Rogan as well, yeah.
No. He was okay.
Okay, he's okay. I don't think there's any coming back from MSM. I just took a peek at our numbers on Twitter. They're tremendous, of course. I mean, we have almost 200,000 live viewers. That's like what CNN does at this point. No one's watching them because they don't believe they're authentic. I don't think there's a way that mainstream media regains public trust. It's gone. It's too gone. And I brought up the fourth turn earlier, and I love, if you guys read the book, okay? Just do your research. I love it because the fourth turning is characterized by a distrust of authority and a distrust of institutions. And the distrust of institutions has never been higher. We think of mainstream media, we think of government, we think of even doctors after the coronavirus stuff. And we need to restore faith in these things, but we need to restore it by them starting to do the right thing.
Of course, the polls still open and much more to come. We're going to go, again, to a pre-recorded segment. This is Bitcoin Magazine's interview with real crypto voters in Pennsylvania. And, of course, Pennsylvania, one of the most crucial battleground states, still up for grabs. You're going to hear real crypto voters react to Kamala Harris's proposed policies for the industry. Let's take a look. Just talked about the strategic reserve, maybe more of the Republican side issues. Want to flip it over to more of the maybe left-leaning Democratic issues. Talk a little bit about financial inclusion. The Harris campaign has proposed a crypto policy that, in her words, are aimed at protecting Black Americans and helping them invest in cryptocurrency, sort of in the name of inclusion and financial inclusion. What's your reaction as a voter to these proposals? Paul, let's start with you.
Oh, man. I mean, I worry about what that means, right? Is there going to be more obstacles for people to invest their money the way they choose to invest their money? I mean, I think that's freedom to transact. Like, if you want to go buy 1 million lottery tickets because you think you're going to win, I don't think that's a good strategy, but you have the right to do that. And I don't think the president or anyone else should tell people not to do that. You know what? I would have to see the plan, right? I really can't say. I don't even know what that means, that she's going to protect Black Americans from making investments that are... What? And, like, how is she specifically going to protect Black men from doing that and not other people? Like, is there going to be a rule that Black men are not allowed to buy crypto, but other people are? Like, I think it was a very poorly worded statement that she released. But maybe if we unpack that, like, at least in my head, I could do some gymnastics and find a place that she's coming from that's actually positive, but like it takes a lot of mental gymnastics for me to get there. So I don't think it was a very good thing to put out there.
Greg, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm not quite understanding either. Protect me how?
Yeah, are we protecting people from scammers, right? Is it the people that are out there like stealing money? Are we going to go after them hard and use all the enforcement options we have available? Because, yeah, sure, I'm for that, right? Like, the people that run scams where you connect your wallet and boom, all your money's gone. Like, let's go find them. Like, I'm all for it. Let's use the police, the FBI, whatever resources we have to get rid of that. But if it's just how you are allowed to interact with your money, then no.
Well, at least, John, protecting investors could mean more education. Maybe if the Harris campaign supported something like that. Curious for your thoughts on these proposals, maybe targeting specific ethnic groups.
I was confused when she mentioned that whole term of protecting black men. It was scary because it's not just black men that need to be educated on crypto. I mean, it's the whole United States of America. I just got scammed in June for $1,000. Tried to transfer it from Uniswap to Crypto.com, and it was crazy how they did it. It's not the first time I got scammed. I mean, it was amazing to me. Like, damn, I know so much about crypto, and I still can get scammed just by clicking on the wrong just clicking on the wrong word and thinking it's the same wording as the...
So you see maybe there's a way for this proposal to maybe end up in a program or something that might benefit?
Definitely a program, but I think it's a program that should be beneficial not just to black men. It should be available and beneficial to the whole crypto community. I mean, it was a play on words. For me, since I've been telling my children since 2020 about crypto and trying to get them to educate themselves into the realm of crypto because it's their future, the future of currency, it was shocking to hear that. So it's like, are you really in this space to educate our people, our community, our society on how to make better strategic moves when we come down to crypto, or are you just doing this for the vote?
Yeah, I mean, fundamental snacks. I mean, obviously, one of the dangers here is, as we were talking about, there's more hurdles here, right? You maybe create specific barriers for people to own Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies. Is that a concern for you as a voter?
Well, I mean, the whole thing is so wrong-headed that, I don't know what the statement even means, but like, if I just take the words, there's this implication that black men are weak and are in need of some special program. I look around the world, and I look at who are users of cryptocurrency all over the world. I mostly see.
Yeah, the statistics are very, very high, right? Yeah.
I don't see. I actually don't see a lot of yes, and like white Americans, but globally, it's not like there's some some deficiency. And I'll just say the history of federal programs to basically intervene with particular minority groups have not gone well. They certainly haven't had the intended effects, and typically have not been good for those groups.
Snacks, your thoughts on these inclusion proposals? Can they be done well? Is there something you would like to see in this direction? Is it possible to make a program like this work if this is where the Democrats want to take their crypto policy?
I think, like Fundamentals was saying, good policy starts local. So federally, I mean, they're just going to have to rely on local organizations. I would start locally to begin with. The actual policy line didn't really fit in with the rest of the statement. I was personally a little confused by it. And I don't trust the government to educate anyone on crypto. So, to protect us, like Paul was saying, is there enforcement to be done here that I would like them to do? Yes. Are there scammers who I could point at and say, go and prosecute this person? Yes. So please, more of that.
Hi, this is David Bailey.
Proposal, I think it was to protect black men in particular in their crypto investments. Obviously, we heard from some black men in that segment.
they felt a bit confused by this. When that news came out that she was going to do something like this, Margot, I'll go to you first. What was your initial impression?
I'm talking just for the sake of the person listening. But oh, whoops.
Yeah, I saw that.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh, people were moving my hoodie.
Street open.
You know what's funny? It's all that's true. That's how I just roll out of bed. I'm going to the left.
That the Democrats have been playing for the last, I don't know, couple of decades are old and tired and not going to win elections anymore.
Right.
And I think that the demographics turnout that we're going to see in this election will demonstrate that. And I think it's a totally misguided thing to say. There's no demographic that needs more or less protection from scammers than anybody else. And I think, again, the demographics that we're going to see in the results of this election are going to show that there is no group in this country that is a monolith, that votes consistently one way or the other. All of us have some sort of intersection of demographics and have interests that are aligned with lots of other people with both different and similar demographics. So to me, the identity politics game is old and passé and will die.
Okay, fair enough. Do you agree that identity politics, maybe the Democrats took it a step too far and we really needed to hear something concrete from Harris like, yes, I will make sure you can hold your own private keys, or something that people could really sort of hold on to versus sort of vague statements about who she's going to protect and who she might not protect?
Yeah, I'd say two things. If you compare and contrast Obama's campaign in 2008 with Harris's campaign in 24, Obama made a point of really going out of his way to say, look, I'm here to represent all Americans.
Right.
I'm not. He didn't run on identity politics. He ran as a unifier, and with very persuasive and inspiring rhetoric in 2008. And Harris has tried to do the same thing, but the problem in Harris's case is that she also ran for president in 2016.
Yep.
And when she ran for president in 2016, she tried to run as the far left candidate who would attract the most progressive voters, capital P, for most left-wing voters, as a way of elbowing in terms of competing against the moderates like a Joe Biden.
Right.
And then fast forward 8 years, she's trying to run away from all those positions. She campaigned as the first senator to co-sponsor Bernie Sanders' Medicare for All single-payer health care plan, for example. There's an ad that Trump has been running with great effect in a lot of the swing states about her plan to give subsidized transgender surgeries to inmates in federal prisons.
Right.
So you put all these things together, and then when she got the nod this time around, she initially tried to run on nothing. If you look at the Democratic National Convention, there was not much of a policy agenda.
Sure.
Then finally, after some pushing and shoving, she started to add a couple of things like what we've been talking about. And I think that part of what's happened is it's not convincing.
That's fair.
It's not convincing that she's changed into this more centrist Obama-style candidate when that is not how she ran in 2015. I think she comes across as someone who doesn't really have a lot of core beliefs, is willing to do what she needs to do to get elected, but with a limited amount of time to campaign.
Right.
She hasn't been able to define herself with that clear agenda.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Do you think it's unfair? Well, I mean, we know there was a lot maybe happening behind the scenes with Joe Biden's mental health or his physical health as well. But on a certain level, she didn't really have much time to campaign. She didn't have much time to get sort of a policy agenda together, given how quickly she was sort of put in as the candidate. Do you think in some ways with more time she might have, I don't know, come up with more substantial policy proposals?
No, I really think that she had enough time. I mean, look, the Democratic Party has a platform.
Yep.
Every person who runs for president is kind of a figurehead for that party these days. I mean, you can go back to the 80s. Noam Chomsky was somebody who basically said, look, the president's kind of a figurehead. That's why you have, why Reagan's really, really popular, but his policies may be unpopular.
Sure.
And I think that this still holds true. So I think the Democrats had plenty of time to shape a policy platform for her. And for some reason, they thought that they could get by just, saying we're going to run on a campaign of joy,
Right.
and we're going to go against, still running on this thing of like, you guys are the deplorables, you're the fascists. And I think that this constant alienation of the working class people in the U.S., and in particular in rural regions, is still coming to hurt them. And we first saw this in 2016 when Bernie Sanders ran.
Right.
He kept taking the rural vote, especially against Hillary Clinton. She would take the urban vote, and then they would call him a racist and a sexist. But look, this was a signal that they ignored, and they're still ignoring it. And now it's not just white working class. It's black working class. I mean, you can talk to the Lyft and Uber drivers in Atlanta, and they'll tell you they're voting for Trump or they're not voting at all.
Wow.
So I think that they're missing, they have completely overlooked a huge demographic in this country, and it seems that they've turned out to vote in ways that they didn't expect. And I think they have to somehow come back down to reality and see what they're missing.
In retrospect, along with the identity politics stuff, which I think has been very damaging, the transgender politics stuff, which has been damaging, probably the most damaging point during the Harris's campaign was when I believe it was Lester Holt who asked her, what would you do that's different than what Biden has done these last several years? And she said,
was it nothing?
I can't think of anything. Right. And when you think about the economic record of Biden, which is very unpopular, that was a golden opportunity for her to say, I disagree with the fact that he renominated Jay Powell to the Fed. He should have raised interest rates earlier or tackled.
Mm-hmm.
She could have said something like that was actually kind of nice to Biden, but distanced herself from that policy. She chose not to, and I think that's something that's really stuck with her.
Okay. If my guest wouldn't mind for a moment, I had some sort of breaking news here. Maybe not the most major breaking news, but I wanted to maybe lift spirits for a second. So I just received word from a friend of mine who runs a company called Simple Proof, Rafa Cordon. Or there's a bunch of people behind the company. Rafa founded it. But what they do, and if maybe some people saw in Guatemala in the last presidential election, what they did was they had paper ballots, people voted, and then the tallies of those ballots were actually uploaded to the Bitcoin blockchain so that once those votes were counted, they could not be uncounted. And what happened in that election is that the opposition, who ended up losing, ended up trying to steal physical ballots to dispose of them, to burn them, to do whatever they were going to do. But these ballots had already been uploaded to the Bitcoin blockchain, which is immutable. So I just got word that there was actually a county in Georgia, Screven County in Georgia, used Simple Proof to validate or to upload essentially the tallies of the votes from Georgia, from this county in Georgia, to the Bitcoin blockchain. So when we talk about this being the first Bitcoin election, technically we have our first county in the United States that used Bitcoin to preserve the integrity of the vote count, which is, I think, a really amazing moment in history, in U.S. history, that counties are willing to do this. And I think it also, I think if we move in this direction where there's more transparency, there's more immutability with this vote count, it takes power away from people who are claiming that maybe voting is rigged or something else is going on. I'm not pointing fingers at that right now, but I think this technology is super, super important to note. So again, shout out to Rafa, the team behind Simple Proof, their immutable proof service, to the team at Screven County to take this risk in the election. I wouldn't say a risk. It was proven, literally a presidential election in Guatemala used this technology. So to use it in a county in the United States, I think it makes sense for sure. But I think that this is maybe the beginning of a paradigm shift and a new way to think about Bitcoin and elections, not just thinking about it as a voter base that holds the asset and wants to use the asset, but now as something that actually preserves the integrity of elections. So actually on that note, to maybe again lift spirits a bit, Mark, actually I'll go over to you, Rachel, first. Your thoughts about this?
Super exciting.
Yeah.
I've wondered for a while now why we can't do that more, because I firmly believe that no matter how secure and trustworthy our voting systems actually are, it doesn't matter if people don't believe that.
Right.
And so I think being able to reinforce people's faith in our electoral system is critically important. Even those people who I would disagree with when there is fraud, I think we all deserve to feel confident in the results of our election, and recording votes on a Bitcoin blockchain is probably technologically the best thing we have right now.
Yeah, I think it's also inspiring. We've heard forever, why aren't we voting on blockchains? And this isn't, so just to clarify for people were not voting directly to the Bitcoin blockchain. That is not how this works. They voted regularly in person. I don't know exactly what sort of machines were used there, whether it was the paper ballots that were counted, but the actual physical voting happened first. Those results were then uploaded to a block every 10 minutes on the Bitcoin blockchain. Margot, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that's really, really cool. I mean, people don't have a lot of trust, I think, in the integrity of elections right now. And so if we can have a way that verifies the results in an irrefutable manner, I think that's really fantastic, and we should try to get that happening in every county and in every country.
Yeah, that's fair. Trump has argued a lot for paper ballots, right? And it was actually interesting. As he made this argument, I was thinking to myself, I had heard this story from Rafa and the team at Simple Proof saying how that in Guatemala during that presidential election, they used paper ballots. They have a very decentralized system of making sure those ballots can't be tampered with. I think they have literally almost like a 5% of the country come out to actually help preserve the integrity of the elections. There's been issues saying voting machines are rigged and all of this kind of stuff. Do you care to discredit that or speak to that at all, Avik?
So a big fan of what Rafa's doing, really happy for his progress. I want to mention that Estonia has for decades had digital voting. You can vote online. Everyone votes online in Estonia. This has been true for a long time because they've had to deal with Russian interference there on the border with Russia. And so they set up, basically prior to the Bitcoin white paper, a blockchain-like decentralized verified way for everyone to vote online. There's no ballot fraud. There's no integrity fraud because they have digital identity too. So when you vote online, nobody can steal your vote. So it's super transparent. The votes are tabulated immediately. Anybody who's interested in digital online voting, literally, Estonia solved this problem in the 1990s.
Amazing.
And all we need to do is learn from them.
Amazing. Yeah,
Frank?
I think it's a nice. Yeah, please.
Sorry, one more thing. At Bitcoin in Nashville, in the back whale room where RFK Jr. was speaking after his speech to the larger congregation, if you will, he was asked about
I apologize
this.
for cutting you off. We
Sorry.
actually have a breaking report from Mar-a-Lago, but please put a pin in that. Over to David Bailey, the one and only.
David Bailey, live from Palm Beach, where we're documenting the election of the first ever Bitcoin president. I normally am not on these live streams with you. I hope this is coming in clear and okay, but I wanted to share a little taste with y'all of history in the making. We're here in Palm Beach in what I'm going to call a landslide victory. The vibes are high. The excitement is high here. And, I don't really know another way of putting it other than that Bitcoin is going to the White House. So congratulations, Bitcoin Nation. This is a historic moment for us. I also want to say congratulations to the Ulbricht family and to Ross Ulbricht. Welcome home. Welcome home. So while we're sitting here, we're waiting for the President of the United States to come join us, or the President-elect, I guess I should say. And we're sitting here and watching the implosion of the political establishment who, as I look around at the media cameras surrounding us, I see solemn faces and tears. I wish I could pan the camera and show you what these people look like. It's very sad and hilarious. But here, reporting live that the vibes are good. The vibes are good. So I don't have much more to share. We've been talking to people all night about Bitcoin. A lot of people don't know what it is, so we got a lot of work to do. But I feel like today marks the beginning of a new chapter in the Bitcoin journey where we're going to be able to take the vision that we've had for Bitcoin and implement it into the real world. And so I couldn't be more excited for the Orange presidency to begin and the birth of the Orange Party. So thank you, everyone, for your support. We're going to have people reporting live here throughout the night. But, I really just wanted to share this message with you of thanking the entire Bitcoin community for turning out. Says thank you for the support from the Bitcoin community. And let's fucking go. Beginning of a new chapter. Thank you.
You just heard from B2C Inc. CEO David Bailey celebrating a perhaps premature Trump victory at Mar-a-Lago.
Let's go! It was epic as fuck, David. You fucking nailed it, dude.
We're back with American HODL, David Zell, and Ben Askren. Some breaking news on the U.S. electoral map. The vibes are high in Mar-a-Lago. We're going to go over to the electoral maps. Let's pull up that graphic over here for the folks at home. So we have California officially called for Kamala Harris, 54 electoral votes over to the Democrats. Washington and its 12 electoral votes going again to the Democrats. Idaho and its 4 electoral votes with 97% of the voting going for Donald Trump. Here, a live updated picture of the electoral map. Kamala Harris pulling close here with 179 electoral votes. Obviously needs 270 win. Donald Trump at 230.
Okay. Why haven't we changed her to an F yet? And why isn't North Carolina marked? Because I'm pretty sure North Carolina's been over for hours.
Well, we're still waiting for the official calls. Obviously, the people here are looking at the latest polls. I'm sorry?
We'll just make it official here.
You want to, I think David just called the election.
David the whole thing official. We'll give North Carolina to us.
Well, so again, California, Oregon, Washington going for Kamala, Trump winning, Idaho, David Bailey saying the vibes are high, declaring victory.
That was awesome.
How do we feel about this?
I don't know how we top that.
Right.
Everyone's sad. They're all sad.
It's hilarious.
It's hilarious.
It's sad and hilarious. How long till Trump makes a victory speech here? It's got to be coming soon because, I mean, we're looking at, it's 11:15 p.m.
The polls are just closing out here.
On the West Coast, there's nothing. Nevada's the only thing that could go either way.
I will say, we got
Arizona, I guess.
An interesting tweet from Alex Thorne, pretty reputable guy from
Galaxy Research Analyst.
We love Alex. He says 5 minutes ago on Twitter, quote, lots of exuberance among Trump supporters because of leads in PA, Wisconsin, and Michigan, but lots of votes left to be counted. Don't count your chickens before at least one blue wall state flips, and as of now, the whole map looks just as predicted. We need a Trump flip before you get too excited.
Yeah, right now we'd just say Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, all key states yet to be counted. The electoral map may be closer than us Bitcoiners would like.
It kind of looks like he's going to win them all, though. I mean, David Bailey told us.
That way.
Well, of course, we'll be getting live updates from Mar-a-Lago. You just saw our roving reporter, David Bailey, there, obviously going to be bringing us reactions from the Donald J. Trump party, win or lose, and waiting for some news from the Kamala Harris camp as well, of course, reporting live here. So, guys, how are we feeling?
Pretty jubilant. I mean, we have a Trump victory, which is great for crypto. We got a Bitcoin all-time high. I don't have to leave the country, I guess. It's great.
I'm feeling good, optimistic. I think I'm not quite as exuberant as David just yet. I want to be there. Let's give it let's give it 2 more hours. But I mean, I think that we're still waiting on those. Like the tweet from Alex Thorne said, we're still waiting on those blue wall states to come in. It seems like Harris is going to have to run the table though on pretty much all of those states, and all of the early data is showing that it's leaning Trump. So,
this is, we talked earlier about the mainstream media and how they lack authenticity, and it's quotes like this. Joy Reid, who obviously she's an extreme leftist, she called Florida an extreme right-wing fascist government. The state of Florida. She said that about the state of Florida. That's kind of insanity.
Do you think there's no answer to the political division? Are we headed towards more political division?
I think the Unity Party is made up of Republicans, Democrats, and really, honestly, almost all of them are former Democrats, right? I mean, Trump was a former Democrat, Elon, Joe Rogan, I'm sure I'm forgetting someone. RFK, Nicole Shanahan. Tulsi Gabbard. And then, we brought in Ron Paul at the last moment, which was like that. This is like my dream team. Like if you said, Ben, drop the exact people you want running a government, I would have probably came to this conclusion and said, I actually remember at Bitcoin 2023, my insane friend that got me into Bitcoin, so he got me into Bitcoin in Shanghai in 2017. I got him on the Ron Paul train many years before that. But at Bitcoin Conference 2023, he said, Trump and RFK are going to work together. And I remember my wife and I laughed at him. We're like, ha, 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 no way, you're freaking out of your mind. And he's like, I think that's what's going to happen. Now, he proposed Trump president, RFK vice president. But
which may have been on the table at the time.
It could have happened on the table, right? But he said they're going to work together. And, going back to, again, the fourth turning and sovereign individual. But he said he thought RFK was a great champion, and which is a sign of the fourth turning, and it may be Trump, it may be RFK, but these two men working together is tremendous for Americans.
Well, let's get back to the division. Obviously, you're invoking the unity party, this idea that the Republicans are expanding their base, maybe moving forward with the majority, but there are going to be people who are very unhappy with this election, perhaps even contesting this election. Of course, hours to go here, and there are still some situations on the table where, like last time around, it takes days, even weeks to confirm this election, and there are, events like January 6th that we saw. HODL.
I think this is going to be hard for a lot of people who are on the left to hear, but Trump is actually a sane, centrist, moderate candidate. Yes. That's the way I view Trump, and I think that a lot of the Republican coalition that you're seeing come together right now reminds me of the Democrats in the 90s. Like these people are basically Democrats from 30 years ago.
Yes.
I don't think many people in the Republican Party care if you get gay married or smoke weed or, it's kind of like live your life, just leave us alone, right? Somebody asked me the other day, they said, how is Trump pro-Bitcoin? I said, he's honestly not that pro-Bitcoin. He's just not anti-Bitcoin, and that's enough. Like, that's good enough. We don't need somebody to bend over backwards for us. We just need what every American who has ever endeavored to have freedom and sovereignty has needed, which is the government to leave us the fuck alone.
David, your quick take on the division that we might see as the result of this election. Are we moving towards unity with a potential red wave?
Look, I think that no matter what your thoughts were on Donald Trump in 2016, at the conclusion of his presidency, it was obvious that there was a massive gap between what his worst critics said that he would do and what he actually did. And I think that, division and chaos are likely in the days to come, but I also think that this time around, the spectrum of allegations against what a Trump candidacy or presidency rather would look like included a lot of things that were straight out of science fiction.
It was literally their playbook. They're like, Trump's going to persecute political opponents. Like, wait, aren't you actually literally persecuting political opponents like right now? Isn't that actually happening? So they're literally saying, well, here's our playbook, and we're just going to say that he's doing it, and people were dumb enough to believe it.
Yeah, and so I expect that, as time goes on, the country will heal. We've been through worse periods of polarization, and, we've gotten through them. So, I don't think there's any reason to be bearish on the sort of fundamental American spirit, which is, epistemic and political pluralism.
The rejuvenation of the American spirit, right, is bringing innovation and security back to America, securing the border. They're all going to be pro-Bitcoin and pro-crypto, which is probably the biggest space to innovate over the next few years. It's going to be amazing.
Sending it now to a special message from someone who won a decisive victory in the Senate today, talking about Tennessee Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn. Of course, many Senate races and congressional races still to come as the electoral map takes shape. We'll be back right after this word from Marsha Blackburn.
When it comes to policy impediments, there are some things that federally can be done and ought to be done. We are working on legislation that would be a tax credit for Bitcoin mining so that this can be used as an economic development tool for counties and cities across the country, for individuals across the country. And it requires that low-cost energy and developing those energy sources. And President Trump talked a little bit about that. Also, looking at the ability, if your employer offers you a 401k, maybe instead of a 401k, you want to put your money into a Bitcoin ETF. And having that as an option, and for federal employees, through our federal employee retirement system, having an option B, a Bitcoin ETF. Here's a fun little story on that. I was at a dinner here in Nashville at a restaurant on Thursday night with some people from this conference. The gentleman that was waiting on our room talked about how excited he was when he found out it was some of those with the Bitcoin conference. Because when he was 18, he started putting his money into Bitcoin. And he talked about how this had opened doors of opportunity for him and how he saw this as his way to a better life. That kind of hopefulness, that kind of opportunity is what you want to preserve for every American citizen, everyone.
Yesterday, a lot of the people who came to the Bitcoin conference heard Edward Snowden say that America is the only advanced democracy that doesn't have a data privacy law. What are you going to do to prevent financial surveillance and really allow for transactional freedom?
Natalie, I'm so glad you brought that up, because since 2012, I have had legislation that would establish a national federal preemption on data privacy and allow you, the individual, to own what I call your virtual you, which is you and your presence online. Now, as we look at the expansion of Bitcoin and of crypto, as we look at the growth of AI, as we look at the speeds with quantum, what do we know? If you're going to have AI, if you're going to have transactional freedom, you have to have a national, federally preemptive data privacy and data security law so that you have the right to own your presence online. And you have the right to shield that from being used to train large language models. And our hope is that with Republicans in control of the Senate Commerce Committee, we will be able to pass and have President Trump sign into law a national data privacy standard. It is indeed a historic moment, and I am so thrilled that President Trump has become the first presidential candidate to actually have a Bitcoin platform. I think that that is so significant, and what you're going to see from those of us in the Senate once President Trump is inaugurated is a push to make certain that those of you that are involved in Bitcoin have the energy that you need, low-cost, affordable, stable energy, so that you can do your Bitcoin mining. Another thing you're going to see us do is make certain that you can self-custody, and you're going to see us get the federal government off your back, out of your blue wallets, and let you control your life and have that freedom of transaction that Bitcoin allows.
Welcome back to Election Day Live, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. We continue to get votes streaming in. We continue to get states called for both Harris and Trump. We just heard from Marsha Blackburn, senator from Tennessee, who, again, spoke with great nuance this year at Bitcoin 2024. I had the pleasure of speaking with her on the live desk that day. Again, I think people talking about real policy, as she was talking about, or real sort of concrete sort of aspects of policy, talking about giving people the right to hold their own private keys. I think voters really wanted to hear more of this. Avik, we were talking before we came back. You just gave me some of the stats of the vote count in New York City. Maybe you want to share what those numbers were like.
In New York City, the home of PubKey.
Thank you, sir.
Trump lost to Harris by a margin of 68-30, which is actually the worst performance by a Democratic presidential candidate since Ronald Reagan in 1988 got above 30% of the New York City vote. So that falter, of course, she's going to win New York City. Kamala Harris won New York State. But to underperform at that level in New York is an indicator of her experience nationally, and I think it's part of the reason why you now have the New York Times projecting a 90% probability of Trump winning the White House.
I have to say, I was coming back from my yoga class the other night, and it was the night of the Trump rally, and I did walk by it at Madison Square Garden, and I tried to sort of take it in as objectively as possible, but it really was quite a diverse rally. You can disagree with him or whatever, but you can't disagree with facts. You had people from all over the world, all different ethnicities represented. I think the mainstream media tried to downplay that. They were paralleling it to a Nazi rally, which was a little bit strange because there were Israel flags hanging in the rafters of the arena. Was that something we talked about, the mainstream media's sort of irrelevance? Was that really sort of like the pinnacle of it in a way? Rachel, what do you think?
Yeah, probably. There's just sort of a lack of credibility when you hear comparisons like that. And again, to me, it just harkens back to the fact that I think Americans are tired of being put in categories and treated as members of a group just across the board. And when you watch the news, that's what you hear is, what are black men doing? What are white women doing? What are soccer moms doing? It's becoming apparent that nobody fits into those categories
Right.
neatly.
Yeah.
And it's also becoming apparent that there are things that supersede all of that, including economic well-being and
Right.
inflation and debasement of the currency, which affects everyone.
Right.
And it does not discriminate.
Yep.
And we hear things about the blue wall or the blue wave, the red wave, whatever. I'm really interested to see the orange wall that I think is going to show itself this year. Obviously, it looks like Donald Trump is going to win. I still think it's a little early to say that for sure. It looks like Bernie Moreno won. Richie Torres was reelected. These are all Bitcoiners. So I think it would be interesting to look back at when this election is over and see which candidates that put Bitcoin on their platform were successful. And I think the results are going to be remarkable.
Yeah, speaking of which, and I don't mean to stop it, thank you so much. We're going to go over here to the electoral map. We have Trump now with 246 votes, 24 votes away from 270, and Harris with 179. Avik, you were talking about still kind of watching the blue wall. We can't necessarily call this race yet. There is some celebration. Maybe we're a bit premature in celebrating. Do you think if we do see the blue wall, which would be, correct me if I'm wrong, so that would be up having Milwaukee and Michigan, the Midwest up there. If these states do turn, is there a path to victory for Harris at this point?
Basically, Harris has to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and Minnesota. But Minnesota, in theory, is more in her lane, though she may still lose Minnesota. There's at least a chance of that. But she's got to win basically those four gray states, the top of your map, right. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, and particularly Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. She has to win all three, with North Carolina and Georgia in particular going in the red column. It's not looking likely that she gets all three of them, which is why most of the prediction markets are now predicting a Trump victory. But she can still do it. I think it's going to really be up to those urban and suburban counties. And it may just come down to the fact that we're not going to find out the final result from Pennsylvania, possibly for a very long time. Their collection.
I don't mean to stop you.
Yeah.
We do have to go back to Mar-a-Lago for a
Go
second.
ahead.
Don't mean to be rude at all. We're going over to Brian Morgenstern in Mar-a-Lago. I'm going to let them take it away over there. Brian, over to you.
Here we are live at the Trump campaign MAGA HQ in Palm Beach, Florida. Can you believe it? This is the night of all nights. Many people have told me it is 100 times bigger than the Super Bowl. We are at Palm Beach, the Trump HQ. We can see the returns coming in. What it means for Bitcoin is the first Bitcoin presidential candidate of a major party is in the lead in the presidential campaign. We will see how it goes. We are still waiting for the news outlets like CNN and Fox News to tell us who's going to win this election. We know that Bitcoin has been a major part of the campaign. We have been contacting voters based on their preferences on Bitcoin and other digital assets. We don't talk about them. Only Bitcoin. Only Bitcoin. It's the most orange. It's the best coin. We all know that. We are here. We are looking at a series of flags, American flags, the most beautiful flags, and the cable news. Some might call it the fake news. Some might call it the real news. It depends on the outcome of the news. We are waiting to see what happens. But this is a very exciting night. It's going to be a long night. I think that's the takeaway. We're waiting to hear how this all turns out. Things are going well for the pro-Bitcoin candidate, Donald Trump, and a number of those down-ballot candidates. But the returns are coming in very slowly. Very slowly. I wish they came in faster. If they came in on a blockchain, perhaps on the Bitcoin blockchain, they would come in faster. We want that to happen. We want this night to turn out very well. It's very noisy, it's very crowded, and we want things to happen. Bitcoin, made in America. That's what's going to happen. We love you. Thank you very much for listening to me. It's very loud here. Good night. We'll talk to you later. Very soon. Good news.
That was Brian Morgenstern of Riot Platforms, also apparently a stand-up comedian. You didn't know he had that hidden gift maybe until this moment. Thank you so much, Brian, for your commentary and for keeping us updated on what's happening over there at Mar-a-Lago. I want to go back to 2016 when Trump won this election. In that election, I'll disclose that I voted a Democrat. I wasn't a Trump fan back then. I was, I had severe issues with a lot of his platform and things like that. And I remember people being very, 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 people on the left being very, very bent out of shape about that election and for their reasons, which were legitimate. Do you think it's going to be similar with the left this time around, Margot? Are people going to be as maybe hurt as they were in 2016?
I think people know what to expect this time around. Okay. It's not going to be as shocking, but I do think that you will probably see, again, more people out in the streets as we did after Trump won the first time around. Mm-hmm. And so I definitely would anticipate that. I mean, we had the Women's March already leading up to Election Day. Right. So I do think that a lot of these grassroots organizations, progressive, on left, liberal organizations, I do think we're going to see a lot more of that if he wins.
Okay, fair enough. We're going to direct our gaze over here to the television. We have the Ohio Senate race, a very, very hot race. So we have Sherrod Brown running against Bernie Moreno. As mentioned a few times on this live stream this evening, Sherrod Brown, someone who was not very friendly to crypto, quite anti-crypto, chair of the Senate Banking Committee, and now we have Bernie Moreno coming in, taking looks like he's on path to win this. Bernie Moreno has been very explicitly pro-Bitcoin, pro-crypto. Sort of someone that Trump is a fan of, and this looks like it'll be a fairly large loss for, I would say, more of the Warrenite branch of the Democrats, the ones that were quite anti-crypto and quite vocal about it. Sherrod Brown didn't mince words when he talked about crypto, and Bernie Moreno was quite the opposite. Had the opportunity to speak with him in Nashville as well, and he was quite impassioned. He really wanted Bitcoin to thrive in the United States, so quite a key race here. Avik, your thoughts on this race, how it's panning out?
Yeah, I think it's super significant. I mean, with Cruz winning in Texas, Moreno winning in Ohio, those are the two races that were the most important deltas for Bitcoin in the Senate, along with, as we've mentioned before, Jim Banks in Indiana, an underrated importance when it comes to Bitcoin crypto advocacy in the Senate. So you're going to have a doubling of the pro-Bitcoin caucus in the Senate. So I think that's going to be pretty significant. It will at least increase the possibility of crypto regulatory frameworks being implemented by Congress, creating a kind of rules of the road pathway for businesses to do what they want to do, knowing it'll be legal for them to do it, for investors to be able to invest in businesses, knowing it'll be legal. Leaving it to the regulatory agencies has been a mess. And that's where, again, having Trump in the White House as someone who has explicitly stated his desire to get rid of Gary Gensler, who's been an antagonist of the crypto community. It'll be interesting to see who he puts in, but clearly that's a focus of the crypto advocacy groups, a lot of the groups that have been putting money into this campaign. So I think those are some of the things that are going to be interesting to watch. And I think it's going to be also interesting to echo some of the points that Margot was making in particular, actually, that Democrats have seen this before. They're not going to be as shocked, perhaps, by the result. But I think we really ought to start talking on tonight about what it's going to be like if Trump does win. How is he going to govern? Is he going to face massive resistance from Democrats? Is he going to be able to get his Senate-confirmed appointees into these important offices like the SEC?
Yep.
And is he going to be able to implement this pro-crypto agenda that we're just sort of assuming once he gets elected he'll be able to implement? Because the fact is, we know this from history, just because you get elected president, just because you have a majority in Congress, doesn't mean you actually pass the laws and enact the regulations and change the rules that you want to. And we don't yet know if Trump is going to be able to pull that off.
Yeah, we see that. We actually have to go back over to the screen here. It looks like New Mexico has gone to Harris, so 5 more electoral votes to the Harris campaign. I'm actually not sure, offhand. I wasn't following this state as closely. Is this a surprise at all? Were you expecting New Mexico to go to Harris, Rachel?
I don't think it was considered much of a swing state.
Okay.
It was a peripheral swing state. I mean, in an outlier swing state. So not a surprise that Kamala won.
Okay, could have happened. So we're now at 246 for Trump. Electoral votes to Harris's 192 electoral votes. Yeah, it's not over yet. As we said, we have the blue wall still sort of hanging in the balance here. But to go back to the point that Avik was just making, as someone who operates a Bitcoin business in the United States, is there clarity that was still missing under the Biden administration that will now potentially be better under a Trump administration for Bitfarms?
Yes. So Bitfarms is a miner that operates in 4 different countries and has publicly stated its intention to grow in the United States. Yep. And I think the Ohio Senate race is going to prove to be a big deal in that regard, and Pennsylvania may as well, because the PJM energy market is one that is really hot right now for Bitcoin mining, for lack of a better term. We're seeing a lot of transactions happening in Ohio and Pennsylvania. Bitfarms just purchased a Pennsylvania Bitcoin miner. Well, they're in the process of closing on that transaction, a company called Stronghold. Yep. And in Ohio, there's also a lot of happenings in the Bitcoin mining world. And so even though senators focus obviously on federal policy, you can look at a place like Wyoming, where Senator Lummis is from, and see that her sort of advocacy for the industry, advocacy for mining, has trickled down into the state politics as well, where there's a lot of Bitcoin miners who are starting to do business in Wyoming. So maybe we'll see something similar in Ohio with that seat changing parties. And I mean, the party's part is not as important as the fact that the winner is a Bitcoiner.
Right. Yeah, appreciate that. Well, on that note, we want to send it back over to Studio A, to Pete Rizzo and the gang over there. So let's take it back there, and we'll be back after that.
Bitcoin at all-time highs, near $75,000. North Carolina called for Trump. Democrats poised to flip the House. Republicans poised to win the Senate. Here with Joe Carlasare, American HODL, and Vortex. Once again, I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. We're lucky right now to have a panel of some serious Bitcoin OGs, people who have been in the space for a long time. And, of course, a historic night. It looks like poised for the first pro-Bitcoin candidate to be elected and put in the Oval Office of the United States. Vortex, the elder of this crew, back from the WikiLeaks days of early Bitcoin. What is it like to be here, to see the all-time highs, and to see Bitcoin and crypto making such an impact on the electoral stage?
It's absolutely surreal. Like, it really is. Just going all the way back, seeing that first Silk Road article come across on Slashdot, programming website programming website for geeks like myself. It's really come a long, long way. I mean, for so many years, Bitcoin was just this little niche thing. For so many, many years, it really wasn't on the world stage until 2017, and arguably not until 2021. So it's to see the first Bitcoin president, to see the first Bitcoin election is absolutely amazing. I just couldn't be more proud of the people in the space, all the people that worked hard to get here, all the people that are building policy, building software, building news outlets like Bitcoin Magazine. You know how far seeing how far you guys have come. I mean, just absolutely amazing to see the success that you guys have had. And so I'm just really looking forward to the future. It's really looking like the next 4 years is going to be pretty bright.
But you remember celebrating all-time highs in the hundreds of dollars.
Hundreds of dollars.
Hundreds of dollars. What's it like to see $75,000 for the people who are just they might be getting in, right? This might be their first time. They're tuning into this coverage.
It's hard to explain because a lot of people think that, people that have been in space as long as I have are just completely rich with Bitcoins, right? We're just flushed with Bitcoins. But that's not really the case. What happens is a lot of people that are from my era of Bitcoin, we either had to spend some or we just didn't have a whole lot of opportunity to acquire in the early days because we all had jobs, things like bills to pay, things like that, right? So there's a lot of people like myself who actually don't have a whole lot of Bitcoin, but still, are still absolutely thrilled to see what it has done for the world.
The voting accidents and that amongst that community are very high, unfortunately. American HODL.
I'm sure American HODL has way more Bitcoin than
one day we're going to learn how to vote. No, I think to what Vortex was just saying that when I first got here, the Bitcoin price was $220, and now the price bounces around $220 every second, every minute. I don't notice it, right? And this sounds crazy, but if you're a new Bitcoiner and $75,000 all-time high, you're seeing this for the first time, just getting in, it's going to be the same for you eventually. Because I really don't believe when Bitcoin's at like $5.2 million, you're going to notice the difference between $5.2 million and $5.275 million. You know what I mean?
Is it happening faster than you expected in terms of the politics? Did you think you'd see a candidate run on a pro-Bitcoin platform I always your lifetime?
Yeah, listen, it is surreal because we prophesied it, we knew it was going to happen, and we said it was going to happen, but we were all just kind of like nerds on the internet,
we
right?
We're guessing, really.
We
were educated guess.
We still guess. We knew, but we were, we didn't have any credibility or any authority. Who was going to listen to us? It was just a bunch of weirdos talking on message boards back and forth to each other. And so, to me, yes, I've seen this happening, and we have a lot further to go. This is just the beginning, and it is surreal. But no, I think the timeline is right. I think this is unfortunately, whatever, like by divine happenstance, we're going to spend our lives fixing money and separating money from state. That's what we're doing here. And,
starting by conjoining them.
Right. It's good.
Well, real quick, it is just crazy.
Got to go through it.
Gotta
get out there.
It is absolutely surreal seeing your first $1,000 candle. That was crazy. Then seeing the first $10,000 candle. That was even more crazy. I
wrote multi-sourced articles about Bitcoin price movements that were in the tens of dollars. Right?
Yeah.
These were interviewing market participants.
Candle, and eventually we will see, and then we saw a $10,000 candle, and eventually we will see a $50,000 candle and a $100,000 candle, and that is just going to blow everybody away.
Well,
Joey,
one thing, so I haven't been in Bitcoin anywhere near as long as Vortex, but I'll just tell you, from when I got in 2015, which everybody thinks they get in too late, right? The constant refrain that I heard time and time again is that one day the government's going to come in and they'll just shut it all down. Mm-hmm. We heard this time and time again. And if everything holds true, what the early indications we have, we're going to put a man who has said he wants to mine all the Bitcoin in the White House, right? That is a historic moment. I think it's so poetic that we're sitting here on election night and we're looking at Bitcoin ripped to an all-time high. I mean, just think about that.
Yeah.
Just think about how the message that's being sent. And I don't think it's any mistake from the fact that we now recognize this institutional moment has risen. We've gotten to a point where we now have a president that has said he's going to protect Bitcoin's rights, that he's going to foster innovation in this space. It's incredible, right? And I'll just tell you, one perspective I think I have that you guys don't have is I've appeared in front of judges. And the judges have literally told me, they've whispered, someday they're just going to shut all this thing down. They're going to shut this whole big thing. That all goes away because we now have a commander-in-chief who's saying, I'm pro-Bitcoin.
100%.
Absolutely.
100%.
Exciting times.
Yeah.
Well, of course, big things to say, more things to come. Still an electoral picture that is emerging right now. If you look at the electoral map, crucial swing states that are still up for grabs: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, still to be counted. But obviously, North Carolina does change the picture. But I want to talk a little bit about the Senate and House races, right? We're having a clearer picture of what's emerging there. The Democrats poised to flip the House. Mm-hmm. Joe, you're seeing this as a sign of...
Well, I look at it that you have to look at gerrymandering, right? Like the districts, how they're cut. That's a big deal. But overall, I think there's a lot of reasons to be optimistic more on the Republican side, okay? What we were talking about before we came on is some of this polling data, the exit polling data, that shows among Hispanics, among African-American males, right? This swing towards Trump, that is significant. And any Democrat who is going to be honest has to do a postmortem. They're going to be talking about this for years, I think. 2 or 3 years from now, they're going to figure out, how is it possible that in this era where there's such racial polarization, if you believe the media, constant divide, that you had Hispanic men and black men move towards Trump by bigger margins than either of his prior cycles. That tells me that those folks are squarely focused on the economy and inflation and things we talk about, right? If you look at the Michigan consumer sentiment data, right, we see time and time again that consumer sentiment's awful, right? You've got people really depressed, really struggling. And again, we talk about this as Bitcoiners. What is driving this? Why is it harder and harder to get ahead? Why is it harder and harder to save? It's this economic issue. And that's really powerful. I mean, it transcends race. I think it transcends gender. I think it's appealing across the board. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. But from my perspective, I think this is something that the Democrats need to listen to. I said it earlier before we even got any results. There's no way to shape policy better than taking an actual whooping. And that's what the Democrats are taking tonight, if you believe the votes.
Yeah, I think the Democrats have a poisonous and ruinous, hopefully tonight, ruinous ideology. And they need to, swap the malware that's in their head for something better. And hopefully this causes some self-reflection on their end. I know it won't, though. So we'll see maybe if they can get their act together in 2028.
They're still projecting confidence here. We've got an update from Harris's campaign manager reportedly sending an email to staff pushing confidence about the Sun Belt states. Going to read some excerpts from that. In Pennsylvania, we overperformed turnout expectations. In Philadelphia and Michigan, we are waiting on a significant amounts of votes to come in. In Wisconsin, we know there is a significant amount of vote remaining in Dane and Milwaukee counties. And of course, all eyes will be on Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin and Arizona in the coming hours. We're going to send it over to Frank Corva, business correspondent at Bitcoin Magazine, here with an update.
Are you holding on to an old 401k or IRA that's not working hard enough for your future? Roll it over into an unchained Bitcoin IRA and unlock the benefits of self-custody and the long-term potential of Bitcoin. Unchained Solution empowers you with control over your retirement by letting you hold keys while enjoying tax-deferred growth. Don't let your retirement savings be subject to market uncertainty and high fees. Start your rollover today and take control of your financial future with no setup fee and annual fees not beginning until year 2 with a Bitcoin IRA from Unchained.
Is your company ready for the next evolution in financial strategy? Bitcoin for Corporations is your partner in securing the future of your business. With exclusive membership benefits, our comprehensive masterclass, and a network of trusted service providers, we provide the insights and resources to help you incorporate Bitcoin into your financial strategy, ensuring stability and long-term value. Strengthen your business. Innovate with confidence. Bitcoin for Corporations, protecting your treasury and positioning you for the future.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at Election Day Live, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. On the screen to my right, we have the Massachusetts Senate race, which has been called for Elizabeth Warren. Ben is a big fan of Warren, as you can see. So John Deaton getting 40% of the vote versus Elizabeth Warren's almost 60% of the vote. As you can see, though, Elizabeth Warren has a big F next to her Bitcoin stance there.
Can we do worse than F?
Can we do worse than F? This is a question. I would have to talk with the Stand With Crypto team about that. I think F is as low as we go at this stage of the game, yes. John Deaton did have he put up a good fight. I want to kick it over here. You said you had a spicy take for us, though.
I mean, look, you want to talk about Stand With Crypto. Look, I feel bad for the guy. I am, I'm not happy that Elizabeth Warren has another term. But when you look at what this guy sort of stood for, the way he aligned himself with Ripple, I mean, I think it's time to rip the mask off and be honest with ourselves that company, a zombie chain, ostensibly a scam, has backers and founders that have poured millions of dollars into maligning Bitcoin, pushing central bank digital currencies, getting themselves filthy rich, and then pretending like, they're our friends and our allies. And so my silver lining in this race is that it's an L for Ripple. And, I think it's time we call a spade. And, look, these people are not Bitcoin's allies, at least the Ripple camp are not.
Who takes more L's, Gary Gensler or Ripple?
I mean, dude, that thing is the Ripple people are, Ripple's pumping. So I think their L is
Ripple's
incoming.
pumping.
Well, I think their L is, it's around the corner.
All right.
You're saying we should have put some bets on Ripple before this, is what you're saying. All right, fair enough.
Yes.
Yeah, Ben, your thoughts on this race here? I mean, any credit to John? I mean, he did take on Elizabeth Warren in a deep blue state. He really put up a good fight. Your thoughts?
Not every crypto person finds Bitcoin right away.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it takes people a while, but if they sift through all the mess, listen, I lost money on shitcoins my first time around, for sure. I think we all did, right? So it takes a while to figure out that Bitcoin is the one, the real one. Elizabeth Warren, though, I mean, she is literally the worst, and I am seeing quite a few people on Twitter like blaming her for the Democratic loss right now. She is so pretentious, and she acts like she's just one of the regular people, but she's uber wealthy. She backs the banks. I mean, she's just a really disgusting human being.
Yeah, I think, it's a bit of a sad state of affairs. I think, as Caitlin Long alluded to when we spoke with her earlier, it's just, not all Democrats are like her, but she's really given the party a pretty terrible name, given what she's done. Margot, you host a Progressive Bitcoiner podcast now that used to be hosted by Trey. Shout out to Trey and the Progressive Bitcoiner pod. He's been very outspoken as a progressive that, like, this is not what we represent. We're not about this. We're about Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a progressive tool. Can you speak to that a little bit as now, having taken over the host of that show?
Yeah, sure. So I think I might have a hot take, too, on this one. Because, first of all, she's absolutely been hypocritical when it comes to crypto and Bitcoin. And I think that a lot of us, especially progressives who care about Bitcoin, really hate her position on that.
Sure.
On the other hand, the Democrats and the progressives in the Democratic Party are about to lose Sherrod Brown.
Mm-hmm.
And as much as I despise her position on Bitcoin and crypto in general, I'm really worried, actually, about where things are going to go. I mean, for progressives, we need as many progressive politicians in the Senate and in the House as possible who can follow the path that Bernie Sanders has set for the progressive movement. And so if we had lost Elizabeth Warren and Sherrod Brown, I think that this would have just been a complete and utter catastrophe for the progressives in the party. So I'll say for as a progressive, this is the best thing
really
you can
progressive,
do.
or she's about lining her own pockets?
She is a progressive. She's just also an opportunist.
She just wants to line her own pockets. She's not progressive.
I think she really did have some very strong positions.
I don't think you even believe it.
I do. But I am also very angry about things that she's done, and I think that I'm grateful that she's still going to be in there, because we need, even as terrible as she is, progressives need at least Elizabeth Warren.
Something that came up. I was at the DNC. I was at a satellite event, and Cleve Messidor spoke about this. She said something like, Elizabeth Warren's issue is that she's still fighting like the previous she's still fighting the battles from 2008. She thinks we're going to like fix the traditional financial system, and we don't need things like Bitcoin. And it just seems sort of, I think most people are looking at her and just saying, like, you got to get with the times a little bit. Ben,
she's gross on everything. I mean, she tries blaming corporations for inflation,
right.
when any idiot that can understand it means, well, you guys printed trillions of dollars. Of course, the cost of things are going to go up.
Yep.
So it's like she just treats normal people like idiots who can't understand anything, which... Listen, fair enough. There are some idiots who can't understand anything. But the corporations, like she was bagging on grocery stores the other day. Like, these grocery stores have razor-thin margins. It's because they printed trillions of dollars, you idiot.
I think another thing worth mentioning here is that, while she did win her race, you have to imagine she's lost a considerable amount of clout within her own party.
Time.
I mean, I think she, to Margot's point, like at one point in her career, really did espouse egalitarian views, and her charge was always, the banks, the greedy elite, and she tried to take that same playbook to Bitcoin and make Bitcoiners and crypto holders, out to be evil.
Yep.
And that may have literally played an instrumental role in costing her party the election. Yep. And so while the voters in Massachusetts, may have put her back in office, if you're Elizabeth Warren, you got to be feeling pretty stupid right now, because I mean, she single-handedly led the charge for her party to go against a bunch of rabid single-issue voters.
Yes.
I agree with you. I think my big question is, will her ego allow for that? Will she allow some of this to seep in? Will some of this get beyond the sort of...
Oh, I think people higher up than her are going to say, look, if we like, what was obviously proven today was that there is zero electoral expectation value in making anti-crypto your platform.
Right.
There are not people out there who are single issue voters to have crypto regulated more.
There's zero of them.
Zero of them.
Zero.
Whereas,
Nobody.
Whereas even if we take 1/5 of the estimate that 5% of the electorate could be a crypto single issue voter, that's 1% of the electorate. For whom this is the only thing that they care about.
Yeah.
And I think it's just basic game theory. You could have sort of predicted this from the front end that it's minus EV. Now I think we may, who knows what's going to, whatever, it's not over, but seems exceedingly likely that we'll be able to look back on, Elizabeth Warren's effort to rally the Democrats around an anti-crypto position as one of the most sort of disgusting and bad political blunders in recent memory.
I think it was a
it's
tweet.
just, but look, it'll change. I have a strong feeling the Democrats are, unless they really don't learn their lesson, are going to have to spend the next 4 years putting together a sensible pro-Bitcoin and pro-crypto platform to take this advantage back. And that's sort of the game theory of Bitcoin, and it's going to play out, I think, somewhat like that.
Interesting. I mean, I feel like, the saying goes, correlation is not causation. And I'm not yet convinced that this crypto contingency is really the reason why we're seeing what is happening right now in this election. Because what I think that I am seeing is actually something that has been brewing for a very long time. And I think that maybe Bitcoin and crypto are kind of coming in on this wave. And so I'm not yet convinced that this is going to be the thing that is going to rectify all of the problems and the potential loss here.
How many voters does it bring in when you say, yay, crush crypto? Who's actually in favor of that stance? I mean, I think the number is literally probably zero.
Right. I think you're right also. I would sort of caveat, I don't think the argument is that crypto or Bitcoin won Trump the election. I think the argument is that it's very obvious that being anti-crypto is net negative for your votes.
Yes.
Yeah. I think that's more the argument I'm trying to make, is that this shows that there is just zero sense in being anti-crypto. You're only losing votes. But I think totally fair. There's not. We don't know yet. I mean, we might have some good research in the days and weeks to come. But you're right. I don't think it's probably too early to say Bitcoin won Trump the election.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that'd be hyperbolic.
Yeah.
And I would love to be able to say that, but it's definitely hyperbolic.
Fair enough.
I mean, but really what it is these. I mean, a lot of Elizabeth Warren. She's a corporate bootlicker. I mean, to try to explain away the inflation by their money printing or their exorbitant spending or giving Ukraine hundreds of billions of dollars, all the places they're spending money that they don't need to be. Give me a break.
I think where she really lost people, I'll speak for myself here, in that meeting where she spoke with Jamie Dimon, not one of my personal favorite people on planet Earth, when she was basically siding with the big banks.
Yeah.
It was this thing of I understood the context. I'm not going to sit here and say it was just some random thing where she was siding with big banks. I get it. But at the same time, the symbolism of that, you're okay with these people, but you're not okay with us, the people who are passionate about Bitcoin. It's a really dangerous, and it was a slippery slope. I think it was one of the first people to start talking about this. I think it was Edward Snowden tweet saying that the Warren Gensler alliance. I think he said something like there's a non-zero probability that this costs the Democrats the election. It's we're here. This is now the reality of it. I'm interested though. I think the biggest thing that I'm now worried about is that the Democrats, instead of learning a lesson from this, just come back and say we need to attack crypto harder because look at what they did in this election.
There is an interesting. There is a scenario you could game out where, I mean, I'm just sort of memeing at this point, but just let's say hypothetically that the narrative that Bitcoin and crypto won Trump the election becomes widespread. Well, would that change the sort of electoral viability of being anti-crypto? Because then maybe they do get to say the crypto bros cost you the election, stole the election, whatever. Maybe if the argument gets seated that the view gets seated that crypto won Trump the election, it does just kind of give the anti-crypto view more legs.
But then the other side of that is, unfortunately, by the time this comes around 4 years from now, the ETFs are probably going to have multiple millions of dollars of Bitcoin, and everyone's going to be calling us sellouts. Right? And so, like, and then Elizabeth Warren's gonna have to kowtow to her masters at BlackRock, and she's not gonna be able to go after Bitcoin because they're gonna smack her if she tries it.
Speaking of BlackRock masters, some people touched on this. I don't know how widespread it was, but the idea that I think a lot of Harris's advisors were going to be from BlackRock. I'm not saying that. By no means arguing that Trump's advisors are going to be saints and that they won't be from institutions like this. But do you think
we really hope not?
Fair, that's fair.
Yes.
But do you think that sort of had an impact similar to like let's say Gaza, an issue like that with Harris, where people stayed home because they're like, I don't think you're really what you espouse to be. Margot, was that how pervasive do you think that was in on the left?
I think a lot of people see through the Democratic Party these days, and that is why you're seeing this such a close race right now. They're not really addressing these deep economic issues that we've been talking about. I mean, yes, Gaza is a really big issue, but also people really want to see their gas prices go down. And some of the things that I've heard were like, well, at least my gas was cheaper under Trump. And so I think that this economic divide, this economic inequality that has been growing since the 2008 recession has really caught up with the Democratic Party.
Fair.
So until they really start coming back to addressing these issues, I think that the Democratic constituents are just going to start feeling like this is not a home for them, like the traditional Democrat constituency.
Okay.
So I think that this is just going to continue to be a really big problem for them.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that and appreciate all of your perspectives. We are going to send it over to an interview I'm going to conduct very quickly here with Paul Grewal, legal counsel for Coinbase. Paul, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you and I can see you. Good evening.
All right. I see Paul talking on the screen. I do not hear him just yet. Could we turn up the volume over here? Yeah. Paul, one more time if you don't mind.
Good evening. I hope you can hear me now.
We got
it's great
you.
to be on with you.
Thank you so much. I heard that you kind of went out of your way to make sure that you could give us a few moments of your time here. So I want to start by thanking you for that. And then I also want to thank you for the work that you've done. You've become almost a household name for the fight that you've helped Coinbase lead on the legal front. Could you tell us a little bit about that to maybe get some people who might not be as familiar with you up to speed on the battles that you've been fighting on behalf of the crypto industry?
Well, I appreciate that. And I'm happy to talk about Coinbase's fight because as you characterized it, it is exactly that, which is more than just a fight for any one company or any one particular set of concerns within crypto. It's a fight for all of us who want to see digital assets, cryptocurrencies, tokens, and the like in our future. And that fight has taken place in a number of different places. Of course, a lot of people in crypto have focused on the lawsuits that the SEC has launched against a number of companies and individuals in crypto, Coinbase among them, and this regulation by enforcement campaign that has really focused on courtrooms and lawsuits more than rulemaking, conversation, and dialogue. We think that's a terrible mistake. We happen to think it also violates the law. But most of all, we just think it just doesn't make for good policy. And that's why even as we are committed to the fight in court against the SEC, we are also quite active in pushing for longer term, more durable solutions in the form of legislation. And that's why we've been so supportive of bills like the FIT21 market structure bill that worked its way through the House with Democrats and Republicans joining together to support sensible rules for crypto markets. And we're also eager to see stablecoin laws passed as well that provide confidence to the market about reserves, disclosures, and the like. So, yes, it's a fight on many fronts, but it's a fight that Coinbase is proud to wage on behalf of everyone who cares about crypto and our future.
Understood. Thank you so much for sharing that. Another thing, it's not easy. I mean, Coinbase is a publicly traded company. The SEC obviously oversees that. You went up against your regulator. People talk about the, let's say, the dangers of that, but the risks that are involved with that. But it seemed that Coinbase got to a point where it had no choice but to essentially go on the offensive. Defense wasn't work. You were going in, asking for regulatory clarity, telling us which rules should we follow, tell us how to follow them. You weren't getting that. So you had to sort of get a bit more aggressive and go on the offensive. And even some of that with the rhetoric. I saw you speak at Messari's mainnet this year, and you said, how many people feel safer under Gary Gensler? So you have no problem calling him out by name. And I would imagine some of that just comes from a natural frustration that's born out of the process you've gone through. So could you talk a little bit about Coinbase's approach, why you chose to approach things the way that you did, and was it just born out of necessity?
Well, to be clear, we have been frustrated, but everything that we've done, whether in the courtroom, whether in the halls of Congress, whether in communicating with the broader crypto community, has always been born of a strategy, which is first and foremost to shine a bright light on what the SEC is doing. They are, after all, an agency of the government, and as the government, they are acting in our names and supposedly on our behalf. And what we've seen over and over again is that the people that they claim to represent and claim to protect are actually the ones who are most against what they are doing, whether it's suing Coinbase, other exchanges, whether it's refusing to even have a conversation about sensible rules, or even something as blatant as taking decades of old precedent from the Supreme Court and bending and twisting it in ways that were never imagined. Of course, I'm referring to the now famous Howey test, which determines whether or not a particular transaction falls within the federal securities laws.
Right.
We certainly did not look for this fight. The fight came to us, but once it became clear that this SEC administration had no interest in dialogue and engagement, we made a very clear and specific decision that we weren't just going to sit around on behalf of the industry and take punches. We were going to take the punches back to the SEC in an appropriate way.
Right.
And that, of course, took the form of suing the SEC ourselves so that we could get common sense rules that would apply not just to Coinbase, but to anyone interested in building blockchain-based technologies.
Yeah, appreciate that. Any final thoughts? It's really been a lot. It's very difficult to sort of try to encapsulate what you've done in a 5-6 minute conversation here. But it looks like we're probably going to have a Trump administration. What are some of the first things that come to mind as we hopefully approach a new day for crypto and a proper regulatory sort of front?
Well, I do think a new day is coming, and we could not be more excited about that. Look, I look forward to working with the new administration on behalf of Coinbase and together with many colleagues at the company and across the industry to, number one, end this regulation by enforcement campaign immediately. Number two, begin a rulemaking process that draws everyone into the conversation, including, by the way, skeptics of crypto or critics of crypto. They should be part of this conversation too. And the third thing we need to see as soon as possible is legislation passed by Congress so that we're not all at the whim of a chair of one agency deciding for whatever reason that trying to drive an American industry and technology into the ground was the pathway to a higher office. So I'm eager to see change come at the SEC and across the federal government, and could not be more delighted to see that change coming soon.
Well, thank you so much for all the work that you've done, Paul. Thank you for the work that Coinbase has done more broadly. We sincerely appreciate it, and thank you for taking time out of your evening this evening on such a monumental evening to join us. Sincerely appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our pleasure.
I appreciate the opportunity.
Excellent. Our pleasure. We're going to go back to, I think, the crypto voter roundtable, and we're going to hear. Actually, you know what? We're going to hang out.
Can we call this thing already? I'm tired.
All right. So that's he's been wanting to say that forever.
This has been a bloodbath. Yeah. It was always going to be a bloodbath. I'm trying to go to sleep. Can't they just make the official call here?
What's your bedtime usually?
Well, much earlier than now. My daughter's in middle school. She used to get up early now, so I generally get up with her at about 6 a.m.
Okay.
Which is 4 a.m. Las Vegas time.
Okay.
So we're up past your bedtime.
Way past my bedtime.
So we got to call it. Okay.
It's getting a little antsy.
And
That's
this
fair.
is shenanigans. I mean, you look at Polymarket in every state is in the 85+%.
Is that right now? Yeah, I don't have as much access to all this stuff. I do have this computer here in front of me, but it's hard to keep up with it all as we're doing
Trump
all
is,
this.
I believe they're like 85% reported in Pennsylvania, and Trump's up significantly, and they still won't call it.
85% reported in Pennsylvania.
So,
interesting.
Yes.
It's quite a moment. It hasn't hit me yet. I've been here on the set here, listening to everybody's opinions. Haven't been following as closely. David, I know that you have. I know at any moment that any of our guests have had a minute to sort of jump off the set here, they've been looking at whatever they're following on Twitter or other platforms.
I love how you guys are like not making us be professional. We're all just like
scrolling. Yeah. I think we're just at a point
We
now.
are more professional than American HODL,
Yeah.
but I mean,
It's a low
just
bar.
above him.
It's a very low bar.
Yeah, some of his rhetoric I think is rubbing off on all of us though at this point. So which is
And we've been
pretty,
doing this for hours now.
It's true.
Yeah, we're on hour
9,
hour
All right.
7. I
or
think.
the live, of the stream.
Yeah.
7,
And we were here for a few hours before, so if it starts to get loopy out there, 1, enjoy it, everybody, and 2, give us a little bit
Let's
of a
just
break.
give David Bailey some more mic time.
Yeah, where is David Bailey, by the
DB.
way?
So let's
What
bring
is
back
happening?
Brian.
DB, get back here.
I want the Trump impersonation again.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
The
Yeah.
greatest. Was
We
the
need
greatest.
David Bailey to maybe go shove a camera in Trump's face. He's
Is
in
that right?
Mar-a-Lago. Why not?
Does he now just have that access? Does he just get to walk up to Trump at this point?
Bitcoin made all-time high. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, and on another level, whether you agreed or disagreed with his approach, this is truly, if Trump does win this election, which looks like is going to be the likely outcome, this is quite a historical moment. To everybody watching, whether you're a Trump fan or not, we are at a moment now, 16 years into its existence. Bitcoin is now something that is quite, it's at the center of an election. Obviously, we're saying that here we're a bit biased doing the Bitcoin Magazine live stream. Yes. But I think there is something to be excited about here.
It's impossible to ignore at this point.
Agreed. And you've talked a lot about this, but I don't think we dove in very deeply. We talked about this concept of a fourth turning, right?
Oh, man. Let's go. Let's everyone come around the fireside here. Let's go deep. Pierre, come on. What are you waiting for?
So every 80 to...
All right. We're doing a reading of Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire.
Here we go. Yeah.
No, the fourth turning, is characterized by mistrust of institutions, which we have clearly across the board. And, the fourth turning is kind of the transition time where everything's more negative. So the last one in American history was the World War II.
Right.
And then you go into this really positive period where it's a lot of patriotism, trust in institutions, mentioned realignment of political parties, like these type of things. Yes.
Yeah. The formation of Bretton Woods, you had a whole new structure. A genuine question, though. So with fourth turnings, someone put it a certain way. It's almost like we're sort of shaking an Etch-a-Sketch and things are going to sort of fall in a new way.
Yeah.
That makes me a little bit worried, too. I am excited, but we do know that maybe as the world becomes more multipolar and certain things happen, it's not to say that everything that happens after a fourth turning is just peaches and roses.
No, and usually the fourth turning, the end of it is characterized by some type of large catastrophe. And so, I was always thinking, could it be a collapse of the United States dollar as the world reserve currency?
Okay.
Is it some type of war that's going to happen? You never know. And hopefully it's just this transition of political realignment for all these people joining Team Unity.
Are we going the Doomer route now? Because
No,
I'm all set for my Doomer.
Are you ready
rant.
to black pill?
I'm ready for my Doomer rant.
Doomer, no, it's going to be great. We're going to have a revitalization of the American spirit, closing the borders, bringing back innovation. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
Is there something that you really want to get off your chest?
Do you not want to be amazing?
I would love to talk about the AMOC collapse.
I don't know who AMOC is.
Okay. What is
Tell
this?
me more.
Tell us
We're
going
to talk about fourth turnings and Doomer. Well, the AMOC, it's the Atlantic Meridional.
We're talking about pole flipping?
It's a circulation of warm water.
Oh yeah.
I forget what the O stands for sometimes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is climate change Doomer talk.
Okay.
But
well, they're wrong on that one too. The globe's
no,
actually
we're definitely
colder.
right about climate change.
I don't know about that one.
But look,
out.
if you're wondering what the catastrophe might be, it's probably going to be climate change.
No, come on.
I always hope that it's going to be an economic catastrophe before climate catastrophe.
She hopes for that.
Guys,
you need to
sorry to interrupt, but breaking news from David Bailey, Twitter 3 minutes ago, quote, "The president is on his way to deliver his acceptance speech."
Is that right?
Let's go.
David Bailey tweeted it 3 minutes ago.
Did David Bailey called the election?
I'm
official?
not saying it's right. I'm just saying David Bailey tweeted it.
David
Oh
Bailey,
my gosh.
where's the New York Times at?
He's a legend.
Right now? Yeah.
Human ingenuity is going to solve any problem.
Brian
possible.
Armstrong.
If it gets colder, we just move north.
I say
people
that
have died. They die more of heat than of cold.
This
it's not
is
really
derailed.
a big deal.
if the election does get called here, if David Bailey now gets to call election,
Is this real?
I said we just
Brian Armstrong just tweeted, "Being anti-crypto is simply bad politics." So I guess he was listening to the stream. I guess
that would be fantastic.
I mean, if you want the world to end, you can want the world to end. I'm telling you, it's going to be all right. Actually, maybe if you look at historical time horizons of the temperature on planet Earth, it's actually not that bad.
Actually, it is bad.
It's not. I promise you this. I was a geography major.
Oh,
I know
you were
these things.
I'm a physicist who works on climate change and did climate modeling. I think I know what you're talking about.
They're paying you then.
They're paying me.
For the
I
record,
wish they
our
would
producer
pay
keeps
me.
telling me we have nothing but time, so he's either really
Nothing but
enjoying
time.
this or he just
All
likes
right.
watching the
So
free flag
I need to
wave.
get Alex Epstein in here. You know who that is, right?
I know who he is.
He's the best.
I tried to debate him, and that's called that was the.
He got scared. You're saying?
No, Bitcoin Magazine didn't have enough money to pay him to debate me.
Oh man,
interesting.
Oh, sorry.
I'm
sorry. Sorry, David Bailey.
We're into free speech here at Bitcoin Magazine.
It's late.
So that's okay.
Hey,
David Bailey,
I don't think David Bailey could possibly be offended.
Yeah,
tonight.
right now I think he's okay. But shout out to David Bailey.
And Alex Epstein. Great book. You should check it out.
Alex
It's a
Epstein.
terrible book. Don't check it out.
Tremendous.
Yeah, tremendous book.
You guys need to start a podcast. Wait,
So
hold
here's
on.
a-
You
here's
guys
a-
need to start a podcast.
This is
Okay,
true.
so the climate change people,
that would go really
essentially at the heart of them, a lot of it is anti-human, right?
No, it's
you
not
don't love human
anti-human.
flourishing.
No, the
carbon
reality is
has
actually
created human
Okay.
flourishing.
the climate scientists love humanity so much that they're trying to warn people using actual science and empirical evidence that says this is actually happening. We have already geoengineered the planet by putting massive amounts
I
of CO2
apologize
into
for
the
having to cut
atmosphere.
this off. What I see from my perspective here is two people with very big hearts who maybe just see the world differently. So thank you both for your perspectives.
I love humans.
I
They
do.
don't. It's all
We
right.
do have to go
I
over
love
to the
humans,
pre-recorded
too.
video we have of the Crypto Roundtable talking about the strategic Bitcoin reserve and how
Ooh, I like
pumped
that
they
too.
are for it. So let's go over to that. We'll be back after that.
So I want to move over to party-specific policies. There has been some really exciting stuff this election cycle. Obviously no longer in the race, but RFK coming out saying the U.S. government should buy Bitcoin, saying that we should change some of these tax policies. Republican nominee Donald Trump saying that he'd embrace this as well. So I want to talk about this idea of a strategic national Bitcoin stockpile, this idea of a strategic reserve. Greg, let's start with you. The U.S. government buying Bitcoin. You want the U.S. government to buy Bitcoin. Is this a policy that you support?
I think so.
And how do you explain that to
well,
in your life?
I'm hoping that that'll drive the price up. But, prior to all their prices going up, I'm hoping everybody gets a chance to get just a little piece of it. My understanding is later on, all the millionaires in the world won't even be able to own one Bitcoin, with Bitcoin being so scarce. So if they get involved, the Bitcoin goes up, plus the government's involved, then they're going to like it. They're going to keep it. They're going to do what's best for Bitcoin. So I'm for it.
And you don't think that the government maybe should be focused elsewhere? You think this is worthy of being a strategic priority on the level of other strategic priorities?
I might need to know a little bit more about it, but I think if they're involved with Bitcoin, I think that'll probably be good for everybody, as long as there's not a monopoly on it. I think it probably would be good for it. I'm to listen to see what everybody else has to say about it.
Paul, this idea of a U.S. strategic reserve, do we want nation states buying Bitcoin, involved in the Bitcoin market? Obviously, El Salvador is doing a little bit of that already. How do you explain to people why you want a U.S. strategic reserve if you do want one?
So, sure, I want the U.S. government to buy Bitcoin because it pumps my bags, right? So that's great. But in reality, I don't think the government could really do anything right. So if they're buying it, there's going to be a lot of corruption. Somebody's going to front-run that transaction. It's going to be a mess. And so I don't know if it's actually a good idea for the U.S. government to do it, especially because they are the world reserve currency. It's not really in the U.S. government's interest to change that to Bitcoin, right? It's up to us, people, to assign value to Bitcoin, not for the government to do it for us. I don't think it's going to work out very well in practice. I do, however, strongly believe the U.S. government should not be selling any of the Bitcoin they have, like all the Bitcoin they seized from Silk Road and whatever else. I'm strongly against them selling it because, again, they're going to do it wrong. They're going to get ripped off. It's going to cause bad price action. It's just not going to work out well. But yeah, in terms of creating a strategic fund, in a perfect world, sure, it would be great. But I think the execution is going to be very poor, and it's just going to hurt American people.
Let's maybe add another specific policy point there. There was also talk about this reserve maybe even backing the dollar, or there being some relationship between the U.S. dollar and Bitcoin. Is that something you support? How do you explain that if you do?
Yeah, in theory, that sounds really nice. I would just be very skeptical of how they can execute it when they don't understand the basic things about cryptocurrency at this point. The laws they're writing are nonsense. So how are they going to execute buying this? I'll be very skeptical. But I like the theory, right? Don't get me wrong. I think it would be great if Bitcoin was backing the dollar. I just don't see it working out in practice that way. Somebody's going to get rich, and the American people are going to pay for it with the tax dollars.
Fundamentals, National Strategic Bitcoin Reserve. There were thousands of people in Nashville when this was announced, screaming, "This is a great policy. We support it." Do you support it? If so, why? And what do you think about Bitcoin and the dollar?
Strategic reserve, I have no problem with it. I have a competence concern as well. but it's not so much of corruption. It's like, I think it'd be really embarrassing when the world finds out we can't move our keys, or, I don't know that we have the ability to really do this in a way that really works out great. However, I do think it's a wise thing to do. They should. I'm glad somebody is thinking about it.
Well, Trump has even suggested that potentially we could pay off the national debt with this, right? $32 trillion. He said pay a little crypto to make it go away. This is something that you would support, the U.S. Using the stockpile on something like that?
I think that if the government sees they can solve a problem with Bitcoin, the beautiful thing about Bitcoin is none of us really we can't stop anyone from coming in and trying to solve their problems with it. If they think they can pay off the national debt by buying Bitcoin, more power to them. Have at it. I do think that I do think there are weaknesses and potential security issues that would arise from exposing mistakes, as I've mentioned. And if you're not super competent, I think those things are an inevitability. And if we're taking it lightly and don't have the expertise, I do think we're setting ourselves up for a very embarrassing and pretty bad situation.
John, does this get you excited as a voter? You hear the U.S. government buying Bitcoin, being involved in the Bitcoin market. Is that appealing to you? Does that win your vote?
It's appealing to me. At the same time, it's scary because there's always that scenario if the U.S. government backs Bitcoin with the dollar. If other countries say, "Oh, we're just going to diss the dollar," is that going to devalue Bitcoin? Like, because now it's countries that's all in cahoots with, we're not messing with it. We're not going to give proceedings towards the dollar anymore. Will that be something that's going to hurt us as a U.S. nation? Now, if that do happen when the dollar is backed by Bitcoin, and these countries are like, oh, well, we're just going to turn it, since you think you got smarter than the whole world, we're just going to turn against what's going to happen to Bitcoin. At the same time, though, Bitcoin is a worldwide currency, where it could reverse that scenario and skyrocket Bitcoin to now being worth $10 million for $1. And now there's countries saying, "Oh no, we're going to come back to the U.S. dollar. We want to come back now because now this amazing technology of Bitcoin just made paying off debt much easier. Just made funding other countries, funding foreign policies, funding humanitarian rescue, humanitarian policies. To me, it's like just from my information, I know it's like it's either it's going to win for win or it's going to be a lose for lose.
Stacks, Bitcoin and the dollar. Obviously, people are concerned about the dollar. Most people are saving in dollars, not saving in Bitcoin. Obviously, we want to change that. How do you think about this dynamic as a voter when you're speaking to people, encouraging them
think about voting? How do you explain this dynamic?
If you're saving in dollars, your purchase power has always been getting eroded. That's why most folks that are wealthy are keeping their money in assets. They're keeping it in securities. They're keeping it in real estate. They're keeping it in art. Sometimes they're keeping it in all sorts of assets that are not the dollar because it's getting inflated. You have to invest your currency if you want to withstand the market. So one of the first things, though, that attracted me to Bitcoin was that this is one of the only, at the time that it came out, it was the only currency that existed outside of any nation state, outside of any country. So practically, should the United States own Bitcoin? I have always felt, I continue to feel that the quality of Bitcoin, where it is not issued by a government and it is a currency, is an incredibly powerful thing. So will the value go up? I certainly think it will. I'm still holding my Bitcoin because it has all of these properties. Does that mean the United States government should buy it? I can't say I'm 100% certain, but I certainly recognize that having a currency that exists outside of nation-state issuance is a huge leap forward for our planet, because what do our governments actually spend that money on? A lot of them, they spend it on shooting each other, and I really don't think that the citizens of the countries on Earth are so interested in shooting each other as our governments seem to be.
You just heard from our Crypto Voters Roundtable in Pennsylvania, a key state yet to be decided here in election 2024. As we roll on, Trump at 230 electoral votes, Kamala Harris, the Democrat challenger, at 210 electoral votes, Bitcoin at all-time highs around 75,000, Polymarket at 97% for Trump, 3% Harris, but still yet to be called. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, all hang in the balance. New calls as the electoral picture develops. We have Virginia going as expected to Kamala Harris, and next Hawaii, adding 4 electoral votes for the vice president. As our map takes shape, we're going to take you to the presidential race electoral map, narrowing as Donald Trump's lead grows to 246 electoral votes, Kamala Harris at 210. But again, those states still yet to be decided. Going to get to our panel now, reacting to something else, which is the congressional race taking shape. Obviously on the ballot here is this idea of legislation that can help forward our industry. Republicans poised to win the Senate, Democrats poised to flip the House potentially. Avik, what's the situation mean for the legislation that our voters want to see passed?
Yeah, Pete, I think one of the most interesting things, given the overall Republican trend of the presidency and these Senate races that we've been talking about, is that we're seeing some indications that Democrats may take the House. Decision Desk HQ, which is one of the best polling aggregators, projects that there's a 57% chance that Dems will take the House. Polymarket, on the other hand, thinks it's 40%, so they're on the other side of that.
But what does the Dems taking the House mean for crypto? Is this a surge in anti-crypto candidates or no?
Well, we don't yet know enough about the specific races, but what I would say in general is if it becomes a Dem House and a Senate on the Republicans on the Senate side, they're going to have to compromise on stuff, just like they have in the last Congress in the reverse direction, right? In the last Congress, it was Republicans who controlled the House, Democrats who controlled the Senate, and we did not see crypto legislation go over the finish line that industry advocates were hoping to get over. So if we see the House as Dem, I just don't see it. I'm not sure we're going to see a lot of pro-crypto legislation come out of the Dem House, given that a lot of Dems are resistant. Even though there are pockets of Dems who are for it, the Speaker of the House has a lot of power in the House of Representatives, and the Speaker of the House will not bring something to a broader vote if the majority of Democrats are opposed to it.
Jason, if you're a crypto voter out there right now, what are you looking to see, and what are you hearing when you're thinking about the Democrats taking the House potentially in a split congressional situation moving forward?
Yeah. I mean, and we'd see a split like from the presidency to the Senate to the House, where it's almost like in reverse, right, where the Democrats control the House. I think right now, if you're a crypto voter, one thing that's important is, and Avik is right about all the barriers of what would happen if we got into the next congressional race. But what you have to remember is we have a lame duck Congress coming in. And now, of course, there's a question of when we're going to actually know who has control of the House. I think if you see the Democrats are going to control the House and they know that they're not going to be ascending in the presidency and losing the Senate, you have to remember the FIT 21 bill, which has been the bill from the industry, is already out of the House. It was already voted out of the House in this Congress. So sometimes things happen in a lame duck Congress that normally wouldn't happen in other times. So you very well might see people come to the table at the Senate while the Democrats are in control to kind of get a package or a bill passed on that Biden might sign into law, kind of a midnight type
You're saying
law.
This could even actually add momentum to some of our core causes. Pierre, your view as you look and see what's happening in Congress and the Senate right now?
Yeah, I think that generally speaking, House members are younger, and so when we look at demographic statistics of who's favorable towards Bitcoin, the younger they are, the more favorable they are, and so. And I think that Hakeem Jeffries has also signaled that he is friendly to the industry, and that makes me not really worried about the House the way that Sherrod Brown has really put a stranglehold on legislation in the Senate. Now that he's out and Bernie Moreno's in, and we've got Tim Scott who's going to be the chair for the banking committee. I think that it looks very positive overall. Then it'll be a question of timing and mechanics. But I think that what we've maybe got to start thinking about now is the substance of the issues, right? So I think that for Bitcoiners, something that would be very concerning would be legislation that makes a compromise, a trade-off between saying, hey, we're going to have less regulation, lighter touch for crypto token issuance, but we're going to have more AML KYC for Bitcoin and everything else. And so I think that we've got to be very careful about the kinds of deals that could be put together in a situation where you've got a Democrat House and a Republican Senate.
The electoral picture coming into focus here at Election Day Live, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. Still to come, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona still to be counted. We're going to go to set B. Frank Corva, our lead business correspondent at Bitcoin Magazine, with our next industry interview.
Welcome, everybody. We are here with Faryar Shahzad, Chief Policy Officer at Coinbase. Faryar, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Super duper, and I can hear you, and that's fantastic. So thank you so much for joining us this evening. What's shaping up to be a pretty monumental night, maybe the first, the first Bitcoin election. Looks like it may break in Trump's favor. We don't know yet for sure, but let's actually rewind before we look ahead or look at the present moment and talk a little bit about what the last 4 years doing the work that you've done at Coinbase look like. So you're working as the chief policy officer. Crypto, our government has not been very friendly to crypto. We all know about Gensler's leadership and sort of regulation by enforcement approach. What has been your role, and what have been some of the challenges that have come along with that?
Well, I joined Coinbase about 3.5 years ago after being the head of government affairs at Goldman Sachs for 15 years. So I saw Goldman through the financial crisis and then out on the other end. And what that experience taught me is that how to deal with a situation when you have the global regulators across the world all at the same time decide to figure out how to regulate a sector and run the risk of getting it wrong. And so when Brian Armstrong talked to me about coming to Coinbase, it was very much with that experience in mind. And so the way we started the process when I joined Coinbase was very much to engage with regulators, kind of where they were on the substance of the issue, talk to legislators about what good policy looked like. But about 1.5 years ago, we realized that in the US at least, policy really didn't matter. It was politics that was really prevailing. And ultimately, if we were going to take the politics out of crypto, we had to build a political machine around the community and the industry to match the politics that we've been facing. So ironically, we had huge political wins. It looks like we're getting this cycle. We've been able to activate the crypto community. But I think most importantly, we're hopefully on the verge of getting the politics out of crypto and having the issue decided on the merits. And I think we're quite proud of that.
Amazing. When you say take the politics out of crypto, could you expand on that a little bit? Is that a matter of making it a nonpartisan issue, people on both sides of the aisle understanding the importance of the asset class, of the technology, and then writing appropriate policy for it, in the wake of understanding it?
Yeah, I mean, you've seen it yourself. You watch these hearings with members of Congress, senators, members of the House, smart people saying the most mindless thing about crypto, accusing the technology of doing all sorts of ills, and we talk to all these people one by one, and you realize that there's some dynamic afoot. Some of it comes from pressure from people like Senator Warren and others, who a lot of other members of Congress feel, essentially is the guidepost for where they're supposed to be on a particular issue. And we realized in the end, talking to them about the merits, the substance, the facts only went so far. In the end of the day, we had to kind of come in with the politics in a way that got everyone's attention. And I think we feel really good about the fact that we're going to have a discussion on crypto on the merits, which I think lands you where we all want to be, which is embracing the technology, embracing America's tradition of integrating innovation and making the most of it, understanding the value of Bitcoin, understanding the national security imperative, being a leader in digital assets. And I think this election is going to be one of the big undercurrents of this election is exactly that we're turning to traditional American values when it comes to innovation, which is to embrace it and make it our own. And I'm pretty excited about that.
Okay. So ideally here, where do we go for the next 4 years? Let's just say the election does get called in Trump's favor. He's made certain promises already, one of which is fire Gary Gensler. He's going to get rid of Gary Gensler. But, getting certain, real legislation and policy set in motion, it's challenging. What does an ideal world look like for the next 4 years?
Well, the first thing we need is reset the tone from the top. And I think it'll happen if by some chance Harris wins, but it looks like it'll be President Trump. And he set the tone quite strongly on crypto, which is he embraces it. He wants America to be a leader in it. And I think that's super important. And then it gets into more tactical things like the regulators and the disposition they bring to this issue. But in the end of the day, we need selective legislation in areas where legislation makes sense. So the issuance of stable coins, the regulation of the exchanges. And I think that's low-hanging fruit. In the end of the day, no matter how the election turns out, both parties are going to have to be at the table. And so it's going to have to be a bipartisan work product. And that's why we've been very mission first in the work that we've done at Coinbase, which is to, obviously reward candidates who are pro-crypto, but be agnostic about whether they're Democrat or Republican. And, hopefully we'll get something done in the lame duck session. If not that, under a new presidency, we're very excited to get some of the ridiculous overhang that we've had to deal with the over-politicized regulatory system and have a discussion of crypto on the merits and a discussion of the legislation on the merits. And I think that'll start in the lame duck and certainly go into next year if necessary.
Appreciate that. Any final thoughts? Again, monumental night. We just saw this election cycle play out. Tonight's obviously the culmination of it. Bitcoin, crypto at the center of it. Anything? Any final thoughts for the audience here?
Well, I think the Bitcoin community's got a lot to be proud of. They played a massive, massive role in the impact of the elections, and I think the crypto owners around the country probably even more so deserve credit. 1.9 million of them signed up as Stand With Crypto advocates. Right. 500,000 of them went to Stand With Crypto to prepare themselves to vote. Those numbers really matter. The grassroots matter. Constituents are everything to politicians, and they all stood up. The Bitcoin community, the broader crypto community, and I think they all deserve a big hand in the results that came out over the course of this election. And I couldn't be more proud of what they've done.
I think that's as good a place as any to leave it. So thank you so much for taking the time to do this evening. We sincerely appreciate it. Again, for everyone listening, Faryar Shahzad, Chief Policy Officer at Coinbase. Again, thank you for your time, and we'll be in touch.
All right. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Our pleasure. So I think something super interesting there. So to just touch on this, so it's interesting. We've seen a lot of people come from the world of traditional finance and then start, now working in the world of crypto. So he was talking about his experience at Goldman Sachs, now working in the world of crypto. And you see, I think, a lot of leaders from this industry. And beyond even people from traditional finance, you have teams like maybe Lightspark, where you have people coming over from Meta, major companies now working in Bitcoin and in the broader crypto space. Is it financial incentive? Is this is the trend we're going in, these sorts of like major thinkers and major sort of personalities in the worlds of money, let's say, or markets? Are they all headed in the direction of working in the Bitcoin and crypto space, Joe?
I think they are. I mean, one of the reasons why I shaped some of my law practice around it is because I saw the energy, the movement, the desire to do this, right? It's exciting. And I think you go where the energy is at, and it's clear among young voters in particular, you always want to go with the future, right? They want something better than our current system, right, for a variety of different reasons. They want to have faster payments. They want to have more control. They want to have privacy over their financial transactions. They want to push against censorship, all these important things. And from my perspective, like I look at that energy, and I don't understand who can see that and say, oh, this thing's just going to fall apart or go by the wayside.
Right,
it seems to defy logic.
Yeah, that's fair. Another thing, too, so this being aligned with maybe progressive causes, financial inclusion, I think there's a very tangible aspect of hope that comes with Bitcoin. I don't think that's like a, sort of a remarkable comment to state. Many people on the set this evening have said something like that. And I think when it comes to providing human services, inclusion, all of that kind of stuff, a lot of solutions tend to sort of be very sort of Band-Aid-like. They don't necessarily look towards the future and say things are actually going to get better and we're going to sort of enable people and empower people with this technology. Do you think that same excitement, is something that really drives a lot of people, the progressives in the space, to be involved with Bitcoin, to embrace it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think what we're getting at is that Bitcoin really is a revolution in technology. And you're going to see a lot of people go to where these next technological revolutions are. And so I think that's what you're seeing, and for a variety of different reasons. And obviously, yes, for progressives, it is really important to be able to solve these deep economic problems. And to see that you can do this just freely by running a node, buying some Bitcoin, and using the Lightning Network, right? You have everything there. You have the ability to create entire communities and circular economies and really build from the grassroots up as a form of direct action, which really comes out of the left. I mean, so much of what we do is really leftist in many ways in Bitcoin, even though we don't really talk about it. And a lot of people don't want to admit it, but it really is.
Sure.
And so I think, yeah, absolutely, this gives people hope. And for the progressives who have made it this far, it is very hopeful.
Fair.
Yes.
Yeah, and shout out to the circular economies, Bitcoin Beach, Bitcoin Akasi, Bitcoin Dua. We love to see that sort of activity. David, over to you. You were reciting Shakespeare earlier, which makes me think you're a bit of a brainiac. You like to use your mind.
No.
There's a lot of intellectual stimulation in this Bitcoin space, right? And I think that there has to be also, on top of that, a certain level of excitement around shaping policy for an asset that's this new, for a network that's this new. What is it like, being, founding the Bitcoin Policy Institute, doing the exciting work that you do in trying to educate people, shape policy, and sort of direct the future of Bitcoin and the way that we adopt it here in the United States?
Yeah, I mean, look, man, it's incredibly exciting. I remember 4 years ago we were excited that the mayor of Miami was speaking at the conference.
Suarez, right? Yeah.
Boy, how does time fly? Yeah, no, but look, I said this earlier on the stream. It in so many ways, I think, and so many people have made this comparison, but it bears repeating. Sort of Bitcoin and internet in the early 90s.
Right.
Like, people knew it was going to be big for, all of the sort of legacy things and functions that it might replace, but those like paled in comparison to the sort of new modalities of business, of human connection and flourishing that the internet enabled.
Right.
And what people forget is that, our becoming the sort of internet entrepreneurship capital of the world, part of that had to do with the strength, the depth, liquidity of our capital markets. Part of it had to do with our laws, our court system. America's a good place to do business, but really that was a deliberate public policy choice. Mm-hmm. For so long, the internet was restricted to, those with a .mil or a .edu, address. The argument from lawmakers was that, if everyday people had access to this technology, they would use it for money laundering, for crime, for terrorism. These same arguments that were made, that we hear made against Bitcoin.
Yep.
And we made a very deliberate policy decision that was the result of extremely hard fought advocacy in Washington, to, allow for commerce to be conducted online.
Right.
And it wound up being, just from so many perspectives, one of the most profoundly good decisions that this country made.
Yep.
And it really sort of defined our position in the world in the turn of the century. And I think the opportunity that we have with Bitcoin is on par with that at minimum.
Yeah. Okay.
The potential for this tech stack to not only drive economic growth, but like enshrine the actual substance of this country that we care about.
Sure.
Like classical liberalism embedded in code, exported all over the world,
right,
where no matter what jurisdiction you live in or what your local tyrant tells you can and can't do, you have a way to own private property and to send it to other people and receive it yourself. And so that in and of itself is transformative. And just like with the internet, this country has the opportunity to not only do a great service for the world, but a great service for itself. Sorry, it was a long rant, but I am jazzed up about that.
Jazzed up this guy.
And I just want to get on this because you bring up the internet, which is fascinating, because if you go back and look at the Democratic Party in particular, in the 80s, right, there were Democrats who wanted to clamp down on the internet. They wanted to censor it. They wanted to limit it, right? And you actually had the new Democrats, the Bill Clintons, the Al Gores of the world, that came to power in the party, the DLC Democrats as they were known back then, and they actually were able to move it more open to a more open internet. This became a pillar of their platform. This is where the famous Al Gore saying he invented the internet came from, right?
Good old Al.
And I heard a commentator earlier, and I pushed back against it because I really don't believe it. They said, the Democratic House is not going to move forward with this. I totally disagree with that. I think you will see it will be so fast the move from some of the Democrats, your head will spin, because I absolutely think because I've talked to some of these congressmen, and they're coming at it from a place where they're really just following marching orders from a few minority voices in the party.
Right.
But you're seeing already the beginnings of a transition. I mean, there was a vote breaking party lines from Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer to repeal SAB 121. Okay, so I think there's the beginning of that's coming, and I think after this result, where it was such a big role, where it was one of the the biggest sources of donations for Republican candidates, I think it's going to be a big movement on the Democratic side. Not all of them, but maybe by 2028 you get a huge portion of them. Maybe in 2026 you get twice as many as we have right now. It's incremental, but it's coming.
Yeah, appreciate that. Just one other thing, going back to the excitement point that we were initially touching on. You deal with you look at markets very broadly, not just Bitcoin, but financial markets in general. Do you notice that maybe people who are coming to this from a TradFi angle, and even to speak a little bit to Faryard, coming from Goldman Sachs and understanding traditional markets, it's very easy to look at Bitcoin as just another asset. It's a lot of fun to go down the rabbit hole to understand how it can change the human race. Do you feel that tends to be the case, or is it more often than not when people come from the traditional world, they're like, oh, this is has higher beta than most other assets. They look at it through that lens. What do you see when you see people coming from that traditional world?
I mean, I have had this conversation with so many investors. They've called Bitcoin originally like the digital pet rock. And the interesting thing about it is that I think that it naturally is something that takes time to grasp. And the big frustration I have is that there are tons of people, there are millions of Americans right now who hold Bitcoin who have never sent a Bitcoin transaction. And I always say, like, the magic moment for me, because I invested, since I was very young, all sorts of different markets. But the magical moment for me was when I actually sent a Bitcoin transaction. And it is beautiful.
It's amazing.
It's an incredible experience. And if you're listening to this and you've only had Bitcoin on Coinbase or a major exchange, or if you've only bought the ETF, just buy a small amount of Bitcoin and play with the actual transaction mechanism of Bitcoin.
Right,
It is fantastic. It will change your entire, and the ability to take self-custody and the ability to have ownership over a key. These things are incredible, and I think that everybody that's in the TradFi world, they're still at the point like, oh, it's just like buying shares. It's just like allocating this. And the ETF in some respects has made that worse, right?
Totally.
They've never they've never taken control of it. But all of this is a good thing. This is incremental. It gets people comfortable with it, and then eventually they'll move to the place where a lot of us are, where we take self-custody, we use Bitcoin as it was intended, and it just takes time. That's all it is.
I think that's fair. A question about, it is exciting to not only have this new kind of money, it is exciting when the number goes up. And I know some people, it's like we like to sort of play that down. I like when the number goes up. I like having more purchasing power. I like having, more basically freedom to do what I want with my time. Talking about a topic like money on the left, I know I was a registered Democrat for most of my life. It's a bit of a taboo thing. Have you become greedy? What happened to you? Are you talking about money? Have you experienced that at all? As you sort of maybe felt the excitement of what Bitcoin is on multiple levels, tried to translate that to people. Did people not necessarily understand that when you tried to explain it?
Yes, no. I mean, I think that I for a long time, I thought that one of the best solutions we could come up with would be to abolish money. And I've come around in some ways. Obviously, but I think from a practical perspective, we need a type of resistance money.
Sure.
Trademark.
Shout out.
Resistance Philosophers BPI.
Yeah.
Right. We need that, and so I think that that's the angle that we have to come at it with. But I think the biggest challenge is that people see Bitcoin and crypto as a toy of Wall Street. It's just they just see it as speculation. Yeah, and I think going back to the earlier discussion about this is great, blah blah blah. We're going to get Democrats are going to come on board, and I completely agree. I do think that we're going to see more Democrats supporting crypto legislation. But I think we have to also be wary, because just like with the internet, we've had to fight for our freedom on the internet.
That's right. Yep.
And it's a constant battle for our privacy, for our data, our self-sovereignty. And this is not going to end with Bitcoin just because we have more Democrats supporting crypto legislation, right?
Yeah.
Because we are going to have to still fight for a right to have self-custody, a right to have privacy. And I think this is an ongoing battle. And we have to be really aware of this going forward. So good. Celebrate a little bit, but this is not over.
Okay, I think that's a fair way to look at it. And we know that that's the case. Looking at the Samurai trial, the Tornado Cash trial, we know that we're in the throes of what some people call the "then they fight you" dimension of or stage of the process. Speaking of difficult conversations to have, again. You seem like a smart guy, David. Saying to your loved ones, to your friends, I'm going to start the Bitcoin Policy Institute in D.C. What were the initial days of that like? What was it like to try to get something like that off the ground? And specifically the Bitcoin Policy Institute, not necessarily the Crypto Policy Institute. Had to be exciting in a lot of ways. I know you've told me personally it was a lot of hours at first to get this thing off the ground. What were those early days like?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just reminded of like the meme of like you can just do stuff. Like I, was the kind of kid who like in high school like grew up like reading think tank stuff. Like I loved reading Brookings. I loved reading like when I first made my LinkedIn account when I was like 16. The only organizations that I followed were the think tanks that I thought were interesting. And so yeah, I was always kind of interested in that. Thought at one point maybe I'd wind up working at a think tank, but ended up sort of starting one with my friend before I could, like do the normal like work at one thing. Right. But no, I mean, it actually like the story in some ways goes back to my relationship and friendship with David Bailey. Like I had interned for him in college and was getting ready to go to law school. And David Bailey was just like, I am not going to let you go work in the fiat world. Like you need to do something in the Bitcoin space. If you could just wave a wand and have a job in Bitcoin, like what would that job be? And I was like, well, I'd probably obviously be starting some sort of like think tank for Bitcoin. Wow. And, David was like, the first donor to BPI and was just like, go for it. And if it fails, no big deal. And if it works out, you'll be happy. So, started hitting up smart people, academics, finding kind of, I had this thesis that, look, the truth is on our side. The sort of extant structure around the production of knowledge, like our sort of systems we've built to mediate like epistemology are broken. And I had enough relationships with professors, when I was in school to know that not the people in the academy like do not feel like they can speak their mind. It is, and I mean, I'm sure Margot can speak to this, but like the whole notion of the academy and like epistemic pluralism just completely busted. Yeah. And so like the thesis was there are certainly a bunch of very bright, very credentialed people who've obviously decided that Bitcoin is good, who don't have a way to kind of come out of the closet as Bitcoiners. Yeah. Like, what are you going to do? Like, no offense, Bitcoin Mag, but like, if you're sort of worried about your reputation among your colleagues, you're trying to get tenure at a university, you're not going to go to an outlet to talk about sort of the price. Totally. It was clear that there needed to be some kind of brand or landing page where people could signal two things simultaneously. One, like, I'm not a nut job. And two, I think Bitcoin's really good for the world. Yeah. So that was kind of just like always the core thesis of BPI. Yeah. Obviously, like, we've been kind of making it up as we go along. Yep. But I think that like element of the thesis has been there from sort of inception to date.
Yeah. Interesting. Brings back memory. I don't think about this much anymore. I was a college lecturer, professor for 7 years, and left to write about Bitcoin, and I no longer speak with people from that world because they all think I've lost my mind completely. They might be right on some levels, but yeah, there's a reputational risk, right? I've had this conversation with, we mentioned the authors of Resistance Money. Shout out to those guys. We did a Spaces together where I talked about that. It's like you're putting a lot on the line by talking about this thing that most people think is sort of like a Nigerian prince scam or something like that at best. Like that's what it is, but most people don't really understand. What it is beyond price, something that goes up and down in price, or the fact that it took 40 years to create, that there were iterations of this thing over decades that really took a while, right. And that it is an actual technological marvel. I think looking at it through those lens, and now thanks to the work of the Human Rights Foundation, getting to see this as a tool for human empowerment, that people around the world should have the right to transact. We're in a new place,
Yeah. And I mean, that's the point I think Margot was trying to make earlier, right? That like, where we fail is if people believe Bitcoin, they believe in it, but it's a speculative widget that right. you can leverage and trade and maybe make money with. That is the like that is when BPI's job is like done in my mind, is when like pretty much everybody can tell you the human rights value of Bitcoin as easily as they could tell you the human rights value of something like the internet.
Yep.
So yeah, for us, like the mission is not just getting people to sort of take their medicine and accept that Bitcoin is like real. Like our bar is getting people to understand that Bitcoin is like wildly net positive for like the world,
for humanity, for human flourishing. Sure. On that note, we are waiting for Trump to take the stage in Mar-a-Lago, talking about a net positive for the world. So we're signaling to the world here that we may have our first pro-Bitcoin president in the United States. So yeah, we have a little bit of time. We don't know. Trump, as we learned from 2024, Bitcoin 2024, Trump does like to take his time. At Bitcoin 2024, we had the very charismatic Pete Rizzo over and over again, making sure that we didn't fall asleep as we waited for Trump, putting his whole being into keeping us excited and motivated. Yeah. So we are waiting for Trump here. But also, again, on maybe this idea of Bitcoin maybe forcing us outside of our comfort zone, as David described when he was starting BPI and saying, in these traditional structures, there's just no place for this conversation. Joe, for someone like you coming from traditional markets, you're a lawyer. Did you ever expect to be doing a Bitcoin Magazine live stream on election night with we got some mixed martial artists over here, and is this the direction your life was expected? Yeah. What?
I did not. I mean, to be honest, I did not. I mean, I've always had a passion for a lot of different subjects, one of which is politics and economics and markets. But you know what? The beauty of Bitcoin, for me, how it's like a brain virus, right, is because it impacts all of these things. Right?
Sure.
It impacts geopolitical issues. It impacts economic issues. And I just love how it has this sort of cross appeal among all these different disciplines.
Right.
And I truly believe that's one of the difficult things. To get Bitcoin, you have to understand, I think, a degree of economics. You have to understand a degree of our legal system. You absolutely have to have a basic understanding of the technology, all these different disciplines. And it comes at a moment where all the traditional institutions which we have relied on have serious issues, right? Our legal system has many issues. Our political system has many issues. Economic. I mean, the issues with sovereign debt alone, that's a generational thing we have to talk about. And then you have Bitcoin. And it just seems to fit the moment, right? And I think this is one of the difficulties, because if you get just a little number go up technology aspect of it, but you don't see what's driving it, what is behind that, you're missing part of you're missing part of the thread,
100%
of the Bitcoin. And I truly believe, more people will recognize this, but most people, and this is the key, they only turn, in my mind at least, and adopt things out of necessity.
That's right. Yeah.
There's a small minority that the early adopters, early majority, but then to really cross the chasm, you have people that are turning it out of necessity, and we have a bias, right? Everybody in this room, if you're a Westerner, you have a bias because we have the inherent blessing of the dollar, which continues to be the dominant global currency. And it's fascinating to have these conversations with former President Trump. They were playing part of his speech from the Bitcoin conference, and also what Michael Saylor says, because they view these things as being harmonious, like they can exist together, Bitcoin and the dollar along side by side. I believe that is true. I think for at least the near future, 10, 20 years, I think they can, in fact, come together and promote it while Bitcoin rises as a technology. But eventually, right, I think we all hope in the room that Bitcoin will sort of gain market share against even the dollar.
Sure.
And that's sort of the long arc of where Bitcoin is going. But as it stands right now, from our perspective, we have to acknowledge the bias and recognize that there are billions of people across the planet that don't have the blessings of the U.S. financial system, our courts, all of our property rights that were described earlier. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
And that's something I've missed, I think, in our conversations about Bitcoin.
Yeah. On that note, Margot, I think you were at both the Oslo Freedom Forum this year as well as the HRF Global Bitcoin Summit. I know I was brought to tears at a few moments at both of these events. Could you maybe give a bit of a recap for Bitcoin being used in this human rights context, and maybe a little bit of what you learned from both of those events?
Yeah, actually, it amazes me what human rights activists are doing with Bitcoin, and I mean, the amount of struggle that people face in the world is beyond anything we can imagine here in the U.S. I mean, they brought in people who have been imprisoned and tortured and can kind of laugh about it,
at this point, right?
At this point. And when you see them and you see how human they are and what they've experienced, I mean, it's very humbling. And the fact that they're here and they come to these events and they're excited about Bitcoin and they've actually used it to fund their protests and their movements and to get money across borders. I mean, it's so powerful, and I think what frustrates me is that we don't see this out in the media at a large scale. I mean, we know it within our little world.
Very small bubble.
But it's it's a very small bubble.
Totally.
And I think, you know, we had a much bigger discussion about this with the internet as a whole. You know, Twitter played a really pivotal role in the Green Revolution in Iran.
The Arab Spring.
In the Arab Spring.
Sure.
And this was something that was discussed. And it was really a moment where we started to see, okay, social media can play a really powerful role.
Yep.
We're not hearing these conversations around Bitcoin. And I often wonder why. And sometimes I get a little bit, you know, like conspiratorial about it because it's like, why can we not?
I could speak to that if you'd like. Yeah, no, I actually write about these sorts of stories for Forbes. And we're, you know, I feel very blessed to be able to do that because the only time that I think most people from, I know we joke about sort of normie world, non-Bitcoiners sort of get what I write is when they see something published in Forbes. They're like, oh, people use this in Uganda or people use this in El Salvador, and it makes it real for them. They just need to see that brand or something. But on that note, we are going to go back to the Studio A. It's been wonderful going into depth on these topics with all of you here. Let me kick it back over to Pete Rizzo, though. Back to Studio A. We will be back right after this.
Breaking news, Kamala Harris will not speak tonight or address the nation from her watch party, and we're being briefed behind the scenes, being told that Kamala Harris is being briefed by her closest advisors, being told that it's mathematically impossible for her to win. We're seeing Georgia now called for Trump. Let's take a look at the electoral map that is now taking shape and, as we're being told, mostly solidified, waiting, of course, for Donald J. Trump to address his supporters in Mar-a-Lago. Going to be sending it live there as soon as he is on the stage. But want to get some reactions from this panel. We have Pierre, Jason, Avik. You've been watching this race all night. Close to the finish line. Avik, is this a done deal?
I think it's close to being a done deal. Polymarket's at 97%, so is the New York Times. It's the way the polls are trending in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The math is not looking good for her. I think the outstanding question right now is what's happening in the House of Representatives. Decision Desk HQ has it at 60 to 61% probability of the Dems taking the House. Polymarket's on the other side of that trade. So, but on this one, because Decision Desk is following those house by house seat polls more closely, I'm really interested to see what they're seeing and figure out what happens in the House. Because that, for all the stuff that we've been talking about all night on Bitcoin policy, if the House goes Dem, that's going to be pretty significant.
Of course, still states to call: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona. Jason, there's no spoilers here. Are we thinking that this is going to be called much sooner than perhaps was expected?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you'd need just a significant turnaround, almost a sweep of the states that you're talking about. And I think right now, with Harris had people waiting at Howard University all day to be addressed. Apparently she's gone home for the night. I think that signals a lot. And I think at this point, a lot of questions now, almost, I would hate to say this, but the beginning of a post-mortem of how could we have let this happen again, where with Hillary Clinton, there was this idea in 2016 that she was just going to, finish off Trump. It wouldn't be a problem. And I think you're seeing that same kind of a sense now. They're not going to say it yet, right? Trump hasn't taken the stage. We don't know the traditional conversation between the two candidates. But if things are going the way they are, and maybe, Harris is sort of looking at what the numbers are and realizing it's not going to make it, it's a matter of what she does tomorrow, which at this point, from just the way there's been so much activity around this election, to have a peaceful transfer of power might be something we all just want to see happen as well.
Of course, waiting for Donald J. Trump. We're live from Mar-a-Lago, waiting for him to take the stage to address his supporters, hearing that Kamala Harris will not do so tonight. Pierre, I want to go back to you. Georgia now called for Trump. The path for Harris narrowing. Your thoughts, reaction as the first Bitcoin election wraps up with a positive victory, perhaps?
Yeah, I guess it's not surprising that Kamala is not speaking up, that it's been a pattern throughout this campaign that she has not engaged with the media. She's been, in some ways hiding, not going on Joe Rogan. I think that was a huge mistake. And now we see a continuation of a pattern of just lackluster leadership on her part. And I think that it also reflects on her record as the vice president. Now, granted, being vice president, you're never going to be at the top of the headlines every day. But nevertheless, her vice presidency has not earned any awards. So it's disappointing. I think that Democrats could have put forward a stronger candidate. But given the structure of how everything went down, it's a challenging postmortem. They've got to find a way to appeal to voters that is earnest and authentic, and they didn't have that with Kamala.
Before we go back to Frank, we want to show some quick Senate results. Do we have the Senate results graph? Obviously, key races happening across the country. Not everything decided. It is looking like a clearer picture in the presidential race. As we said, being told that it's potentially mathematically impossible for Harris to take the victory at this point, though there are still states in play: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona yet to be called. So taking a look at some Senate races that we've been talking about all night. Obviously, you've heard Elizabeth Warren retaining her seat, Democrat from Massachusetts. Obviously, John Deaton, the upstart, a long shot candidate there, but much progress in terms of Bitcoin candidates and a lot to be excited about in the Ohio Senate race. We have the winner being declared, Bernie Moreno, unseating Sherrod Brown, who, as we can see there from Stand With Crypto's rating, is a very unfavorable candidate. In Wisconsin, we're looking like we're trending towards a similar result there. We can see Eric Hovid and Tammy Baldwin looking like she might be unseated there. And a Nevada Senate race where we have two potentially pro-Bitcoin candidates there. Obviously, exciting outcome either way. What races are we watching now as things come to a close or feel like they're coming to a close? Avik, what are you watching?
I'm interested in the Michigan Senate race. Mike Rogers is an underdog against Alyssa Slotkin, and that's one where I think he's ahead right now with the major urban districts and precincts yet to report. So he may lose that race, but he's a little bit ahead at the moment. So that's, if he manages to hold on somehow, I think that would be the biggest surprise on the Senate side. Again, still trying to see what's going on in the House.
Jason, your thoughts on the congressional and Senate races that have yet to be called?
Yeah, so I think really the House, we're just not going to know for probably a period of time, right? Maybe into next week. And I think that's going to just, be out there, but it does seem like we're going to essentially have a full flip where we're going to see the House go to the Democrats, and I think you'll see the Senate on the Republicans, and then you're going to see the presidency as a Republican too. So you're going to have an interesting flip. I think that it's way too close to call. This has been historically close in the House and also in this presidential election. We don't know the final results yet, and so it's a matter right now, I think, of just a little bit of a waiting game. But I think, if anything, though, the influence of crypto and the crypto voter on this election has been made very clear. Right. Made very clear by the Senate races, both with Moreno, and then you mentioned earlier, Banks ascending to the Senate. This is going to be very influential. I will just comment too that the one senator that wasn't knocked off, right, with this whole plan was Elizabeth Warren, right, and so there's an issue with that, which is that she could then, with Sherrod Brown gone, become the ranking member of the Senate Banking Committee. So, I think Tim Scott has a lot of plans how he wants to move forward with this space. But, in the Senate, when you're the ranking member on a committee, you do have a lot of power where we might see Warren activated in a new way, right? Not influencing the administration, but just constantly being a thorn in the side of not letting crypto legislation go through, since she's sort of the lone survivor.
Waiting now for President Donald J. Trump, potentially the incumbent at this point, to take the stage in Mar-a-Lago. Our reporters are there standing by. We'll be there live as soon as he takes the stage. Of course, the picture taking shape. You can go to standwithcrypto.org to see the races as they're happening. 220 pro-crypto candidates elected in the House, 14 in the Senate, and Wrapping up with a few more to go, we're going to send it over to Frank Corva, lead business reporter at Bitcoin Magazine. Give us some fast reactions to the likely Trump victory.
Welcome back, everybody, and thank you so much, Pete. I think we were just talking a little bit here off camera about how pumped we were to have our bags pumped. It looks like Bitcoin is making another new all-time high. Somebody said I think the block clock over here might be slightly off. Some thoughts on this? Where are we at? Where are we at with price right now?
Yeah, it looks like we just crested 75K and feeling good, man. I mean, I think once Trump gives this speech, like we're looking at 80K maybe tonight. Like by the time we wake up. So
a little 80K Bitcoin on election night. Did you ever think you'd see something like this, Rachel?
Yes.
Yes, I like that. Yeah.
I'm excited to see what some of the publicly traded Bitcoin miners do tomorrow.
All right.
And it is exciting for number go up.
Okay. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I also think that we can take from this election what those of us in this room probably already know, which is that there's nothing more American than not being told what to do.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
And I think
100%,
Americans resented
being locked in our damn houses.
Well, there's that, and also, having a Democratic candidate who was anointed and not put in to a primary vote. I think
I
there
also
was
resented they kept calling us Nazis. That wasn't very fun.
That wasn't cool.
No.
And I
racist.
Yeah, I think
or garbage.
Well, I just saw a funny tweet that somebody said that nothing would be funnier than Trump supporters constantly being called racist and black men being responsible for Trump winning the election.
Yeah.
For me, a longtime liberal who feels a little homeless right now.
We love you over here on Team Unity.
They,
we'll take you any day of the week.
I am.
Let's go.
I definitely would have voted for RFK Jr. So I hope he has a place in the next administration. But
Sure.
it felt like gaslighting when I'm told over and over and over again that Trump is a fascist, and yet here I'm being kept from voting for a Democratic nominee for president. So Americans don't like being told what to do, and we don't like being gaslit, and here we are.
And this chart is proof of that, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Ben, you got to get us pumped up here.
We're having so much fun.
Yeah.
Team Unity. I already want to. Patriotism is back on the rise. First turning rejuvenation of the American spirit. It's going to be amazing.
All right.
I can't wait.
What is Trump going to tell us here tonight? How's he going to get us pumped
Man,
up?
you know what? I would really love, and I don't know if he'll do this or not, but I would love if they had the whole coalition there. It wasn't just Trump. And part of me says Trump is highly egotistical, so maybe he'll take all the credit himself. But I think maybe in the last 4 years he's gained enough wisdom to say it wasn't just me, it was Elon and Tulsi and Vivek and Vance and RFK and all these amazing people who contributed to this because we don't like being told what to do. And you said gaslit, but the even bigger one is when they just lie to us and they expect us to accept their lies. It is so infuriating when saying Trump is going to persecute his political opponents. Like, wait, but you're actually doing that. Like, come on, like, give me a break here. Or, they kick people off social media over coronavirus stuff when it's like, well, all those people ended up being right. And they said, no, we are the government. We are the science. We are God, essentially. You must listen to us. You cannot do any of your own research or trust the scientific process, which is to test out hypothesis.
And no matter what you think of Trump, we can all agree that sometimes with the things he says, he doesn't do himself any favors.
Agreed.
And so I'm really hoping that with the people that have been standing behind him in the unity government, he uses this as an opportunity to bring people together. I hope RFK writes the next 3 weeks of his speeches, which will be unifying. And that's what I hope for.
That is the hope. And I think it was actually funny. I watched the Rogan interview, and I thought to myself, when they gave him some chance to talk, one of the things that really I thought he handled with great nuance was everyone sort of like touts nuclear's the future, and that's fine. I'm on that train as well. But he's like, well, there is some danger with war that could become the target. He actually, when you give him a chance and you're not antagonistic, or the interviewer isn't antagonistic, he is able to speak with nuance. He was talking about qualities of concrete and nuclear, and it was
it's awesome when he started talking about concrete.
Yeah, he just,
I was like, what are we doing
but
here?
But it was like, you've never heard this before, because no one's ever given him a minute to just be like, hey, dude, talk about something that.
Or when the whales. How about when we start talking about the whales?
The whales are going insane. The whales are going insane. Listen, I mean, that podcast was extremely important for the American voter because they've been told a false narrative about who Donald Trump is for 8 years, and they finally got to sit down and see 3 hours of him uninterrupted. And he's not at all as described. I mean, he's pretty magnanimous. He's pretty charming. He's pretty funny, et cetera. And I think that, when Rogan endorsed Trump, it was a big moment that was basically
crazy. That was only 24 hours ago.
Right, I know.
Insane.
It was a big moment, though, in that he had broken the mental shackles of being on the Democrat plantation, and it was like, you're now all mentally, everyone's free to do whatever they want, and you don't have to kowtow to these rules, and
I got a question for you.
Bullshit, anyway.
Mr. American HODL.
Yes, sir.
What would you rather see? Epstein list, Diddy list, or who killed JFK?
Great question.
Which one?
Why do we have to choose? Can't we have all three?
Let's not get all spoiled. Let's not get crazy here.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the CIA killed JFK, so that one's.
There's other people.
So you want the
involved,
Diddy list there?
I'll take the Epstein list.
Epstein list.
Okay. Yeah.
Is there overlap between the Diddy and Epstein?
Probably.
There's got to be at least a
Probably.
few.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, you didn't get a chance to answer.
Who are you
so
gonna
I have
take?
to ask you, yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure. Nah, I don't want to get
Come
into
on.
it. I don't.
You just don't want to dive into that territory this late, right?
Yeah.
Did Epstein kill himself?
Ooh.
No.
There's no way in hell.
No.
Yeah,
Looks
it
like-
seems unlikely.
Yeah, it's a good thing most of our watchers are watching on X, because we might get stopped on YouTube at this point. But we are here for that as Bitcoiners. We
Peanut
like
the
free
squirrel
speech.
did not kill himself.
Peanut the squirrel didn't kill himself.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true too.
Quite a last minute. So it's quite interesting. A friend did bring it up. He said, this close to an election, we probably should be talking about things that are a bit more substantive, but we're talking about who called who garbage and the death of a squirrel. It's like America. This is what we do over here.
100%.
Yeah, this campaign.
An
was-
American squirrel. An American squirrel. Whose name was Peanut.
If you guys don't mind, we have Nico from Simply Bitcoin about to join us here.
This does not look like Donald Trump to me.
This doesn't look like Donald
need
Trump.
Trump.
Maybe Nico could give us his best Donald Trump impression. On that note, again, we have Nico Moran, host of Simply Bitcoin, with us. Nico, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Your best Trump impression, as maybe you tell us a bit about yourself.
I just got to say, man, remember Peanut. Remember Peanut. Remember why we're here. Remember why we did this. But this victory was absolutely massive. It was absolutely huge. It was absolutely incredible.
There it is.
And we're
There
headed
it
towards
is.
an amazing future. I know I kind of butchered it. I tried my best.
No, it's fantastic. It was fantastic. How are you doing over there on the East Coast? It's late. No, you're in Florida right now?
Yeah, I'm in Florida, man. I'm not going to sleep though, because I remember what happened in 2020. So I'm staying awake this entire night, and I think this is one of the most historic comebacks in American history.
Sure.
You're talking about hoaxes. You're talking about a media onslaught. You're talking about assassination attempts. You're talking about impeachments. You're talking about a conviction. You're talking about a questionable election, and the guy still potentially. Looks like he might win. So, we're seeing history in the making.
Appreciate it. I'm not ignoring you, Nico. I think we just got a note that PA was just called. So, this is what Ben's wife just said. So we have Ben's wife calling elections. We have the CEO of our company calling elections. It's a great time to be alive. God bless America.
Fox called Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Is that a win?
Got it. It might be that. Yeah.
Is that a win?
One last serious question before we celebrate here. I think we spoke on the live desk. We were talking a little bit. I think you and I were talking, both being fans of RFK, and you've been very kind of vocal about your support for Trump online and stuff like that. When did you sort of switch over? When did you sort of realize that Trump was the best way forward?
I mean, I've always kind of been a Trump fan, but I think really what struck me the most was that moment in the assassination attempt and the courage that it took for him to stand up. You know, he didn't know if there were still bullets flying over his head, and he stood up and he said, fight, fight, fight.
3 times.
And if that is not an embodiment of the American spirit and what we fight for and what we believe in as a country, I don't know what is. And that made me, you know, very, very passionate about this specific election. It seems like it was just called. It seems like we got a happy ending. And, you know, these next 4 years are going to be glorious, not only for the United States, but also for the entire Bitcoin industry. And I'm just happy to be a part of it.
We appreciate that. One of the things that's going to maybe juice the Bitcoin industry a little bit now is the price accelerating. If this election does, in fact, get called within the next, I don't know, minutes to hour to whatever, where are we going tonight? If we... For those of us that do decide to go to sleep, what sort of price Bitcoin do we wake up to tomorrow morning?
I mean, look, we already hit. I believe we already hit an all-time high, right? So, and what's quite interesting too is that it seems like the price of Bitcoin has been tracking the betting odds in regards to Trump's probability of winning. So I find that quite interesting, but not surprising at all whatsoever. So I believe that if it is called for Donald Trump, I think, you know, we're going to see 100K Bitcoin possibly by the end of 2024. Okay. And I think 2025 is going to be very explosive just because of the way that the industry sees him. I mean, he was at the Bitcoin conference promising everybody that he'll protect the right to self-custody. Huge. He'll protect the right to mine. One of the things that he said, which was absolutely hilarious, he's like, you're going to have fun with your Bitcoins. Yep. Such a Donald Trump thing to say.
And your cryptos.
But I think it's overall very positive for him to be elected for the entire Bitcoin industry.
Appreciate it. I think that's a perfect place to end. Nico, thank you so much for joining us. Hope you get to celebrate. Yeah, I know you're staying up through the night, but yeah, we appreciate you joining in here. And yeah, we'll you know, let's hope we're moving forward into a year that's going to be some 4 years that are going to be much kinder to Bitcoin than the last 4 years were when it comes to government and their policies. So thank you so much, Nico.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much for having me. Peace out.
Yeah. Some takeaways from what Nico said there. Staying up all night, kind of interesting. Definitely a skeptic. Not doesn't necessarily believe that this is all just. Yeah.
I don't want to listen. People get in trouble for this, but there were some box trucks that showed up in the middle of the night last time.
Okay.
Yeah. No, 2020 was bullshit.
Let's go.
Come on. I'm really supposed to believe Joe Biden
81 million
was the most popular president in history. My ass. Fuck off with that. By the way, I'm sitting here thinking, like, if PA just got called, like, you know, it's
over,
looking like it's wrapping up for Trump. Ross Ulbricht is going to be free.
Yes,
he just went from lifetime imprisonment, rotting away for the rest of his life, to, like, he is free at 38 years old.
Yeah.
What if Biden pardons him first?
You know what? Trump. They should. Like,
Yeah.
Hey, you want to court back the crypto vote?
Yeah.
Knock 2 or 3 months off of Ross's
Yeah,
sentence.
there
Like,
we
fucking
go.
grant him clemency right now. That would be fantastic. I would, you know, whatever gets him out soonest. But I mean, God, think about that. Nobody had more riding on this election than Ross Ulbricht did.
Yep.
And
Elon was a close second then.
Elon's a close second. Trump
Behind
Trump
Ross.
is
Interesting.
Trump himself. But I mean, it's so great that he's actually
so much
able to
fun.
get
We had
out.
a great day.
Yeah.
Speaking of Elon, you had the famous Peter Thiel quote, never bet against Elon Musk. He sort of proved it again. I think he was one of the people that said, I think it was earlier on, that they needed to focus on Pennsylvania. And if Pennsylvania just got called, it seemed like he was right about that.
It seems like every time Elon goes all in on something, you just can't fucking stop him. You know?
He kind of is. When you think, like,
he's
unstoppable.
unstoppable.
He's like running SpaceX and he's running Twitter and he tweets 1 billion times a day. And he's running Tesla. And then he's like, on the podcast yesterday, if you listen, he's like top 20 in the world in this video
Diablo.
game. It's like, how the hell
He's
you have
playing a
time to
video
be
game,
top
right?
20 in the world?
Wow.
Dude.
Interesting.
Yes.
He has the mandate of heaven, bro. Like, he's just meant to do this shit. Like,
Yeah, it's fair.
So how long, what is the betting odds on how much longer it takes till Elon figures out that Bitcoin is the thing he needs to buy?
Ooh, I don't know.
I don't think it's very long.
I think Elon's kind of already there. You know,
I think he's close, really close.
I had heard this thing that I don't know if I'm supposed to repeat live on air, but
let's do it.
Cares?
Let's go.
Which is that in 2013 there was a poker game in Silicon Valley that Elon was a part of with some other PayPal Mafia guys.
Okay.
And they were settling the poker game in Bitcoin, and the group put together like a $300 million buy, and Elon was a large part of that. And if you do the math on like what early 2013 Bitcoin was, $300 million. I mean, it's like, yeah, right. So I think Elon has had a stack of Bitcoin for quite a while.
And he hasn't told anyone.
Well, I think it's like actually not a material part of his net worth because he's
what
so
if
rich.
he was just like didn't think about it and then he just lost his keys or something?
Yeah.
That's a possibility.
Could be, you know.
Well, we appreciate all that, and I guess on a certain level, the work that don't bet against Elon, like you said, and especially not if he has $300 million worth of Bitcoin at whatever 2013 price is. We are going to send it back over to Studio A. Stick with us, Pete. Over to you.
Breaking news at Election Day Live here. Pennsylvania called for Donald Trump. Donald Trump close to mathematically clinching the election. You can see on the screen there his earning 19 electoral college votes from Pennsylvania on the heels of his win in Georgia. And now the election taking shape, and it looks likely the next president will be Donald Trump. I want to take a quote from Twitter at this point. Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong, and I quote, "Tonight, the crypto voter has spoken decisively across party lines and in key races across the country." I want to go to our panel here for reactions. Pennsylvania clinch, Trump the president, the crypto voter ascendant, Pierre.
I've put on the victory hat. I'm calling it Donald J. Trump.
What was the hard hat? Was that for the Kamala win or?
That's in case there's an insurrection or a riot or a peaceful protest. In my mind, the Elizabeth Warren wing now on this issue is going to be radioactive. But to Brett's point, she might not be able to influence other legislators, but if she has some keys to power, she'll be able to abuse those, to abuse those processes. And hopefully there's a path to getting her off of the banking committee. She doesn't seem to be making any progress there, but this is her baby, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. She wants to have somebody that she can help, right? And when we look at what the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau helps with, it's this giant fiat mess. And in a way, she doesn't like that Bitcoin is solving the root problem. She wants to be able to have lots of power to deal with symptoms. And I think that's the genesis story for her anti-Bitcoin stance.
Of course, waiting now for Donald Trump to take the stage at Mar-a-Lago. We're there live broadcasting, just waiting for him to take the stage. We've seen Elon coming out tweeting there in person. We've heard that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is there as well, waiting to see how they will address the crowd. Avik, I want to go to you about this crypto voter, this triumph. Was this a best-case scenario for what the Get Out the Vote initiative for this industry wanted to accomplish?
Well, I think the best-case scenario would involve the Republicans taking the House as well, so that would accelerate legislation going through that's crypto-friendly. We don't yet know if that's happening, as we've been following all night. Now Decision Desk actually has moved the lead back to the Republicans at 57% chance of taking the House. So they flipped from 61% chance Dems taking the House to 57% chance R's taking the House. So that's a big change.
So there could be a trifecta in play.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that's going to be a couple other things to be thinking about right now is, okay, so if Trump is a presumptive president-elect, who is he going to put in key positions? Who's going to be his Treasury Secretary? Who's going to be his SEC chair if he has opportunity to do that? CFTC, OCC, some of these big financially relevant positions. It's also going to matter who the new Senate Majority Leader is. We haven't talked about this tonight. Mitch McConnell, a longtime Republican leader in the Senate, is retiring. There's 3 different senators who are competing to succeed him: John Cornyn of Texas, John Barrasso of Wyoming, and Rick Scott of Florida, and it's likely to be one of the 2 Johns. But and they're both pretty similar men, fairly pragmatic, mainstream Reaganite Republicans who will be pro-free markets and inclined to favor, I think, Bitcoin-oriented or crypto-oriented legislation should it come their way. But it's not their core issue.
Of course, lots to be decided, waiting for Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago, where we're broadcasting live with our roving reporter. Want to read a few tweets from Elon Musk. He is out in force, and I quote, "The people of America gave real Donald Trump a crystal clear mandate for change tonight. Another quote, "You are the media now," talking about record usage of the platform. Jason, I know we're talking about the details, the specifics of how the final details might emerge, but this looks like a great win for the crypto industry and the crypto vote.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if anything, it's clear, as far as calling it, that, the Democrats lost this election on crypto. And we don't know the exact numbers of how many crypto voters influenced where and when, but it's pretty obvious there's been some direct results of both spending from the industry and a grassroots effort of people who want to use this technology, want to have jobs at Bitcoin mining companies, and see this as the future. And at this point, I think it's really just a matter of one more state. We're going to hear that it's called, and I think in true Trump fashion, typically someone will concede. I don't know if we're going to. You didn't have that opportunity of getting the concession from the other party, but you are going to see Trump probably declare victory. And what you have to realize is there are a number of promises that have been an industry and a group that has been persecuted on a number of levels, right? We're talking about, the Tornado Cash issue about self-custody. We're talking about, Gary Gensler and the way he's treated the industry as well. So for a combination of reasons, this is a moment where we can see a free Ross Ulbright. We can see a change in the way regulations are done in a way that moves off of the needle this concept of the Dame tax, right? Of seeing it go to 40%, we're going to tax, or and taxes is another issue. I think that you're really going to see a lot of work Republicans are going to do to reform tax code, and you're probably going to see, because of the influence of our industry now, affecting how there could be favorable tax laws for once for the Bitcoin industry.
Unbelievable achievements sinking in. Pennsylvania called for Donald Trump. Trump close to mathematically clinching, and we're waiting his speech at Mar-a-Lago. Going to throw it back to Studio B. Frank Corva, lead business reporter at Bitcoin Magazine, is giving us the reaction from the industry insiders here in studio.
Welcome back, everybody, and thank you so much, Pete. Yeah, I'm looking at these numbers now. I'm seeing some people on Twitter showing a map where it says Trump has the 270 votes. I don't know. I can't say for sure. I don't know where we're at yet. Some people are saying that some prominent names in the old Twitter sphere are
the
saying
box
that
truck
they
got
called
stuck
it.
in a traffic jam.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Ben. We're waiting for Trump to bring that Trump energy to the moment. In the meantime, let's talk about Bitcoin mining energy. Rachel, you were just talking about this a little bit. Did you meet? I know that was a representative from Bitfarms there when Trump met with the different representatives from the mining industry. That was a few months back.
I am not sure if there was someone from Bitfarms there. Okay. Since I technically just started my job yesterday with them, although I've been working with them for about 6 months. But yeah, I'm not sure if somebody was there in person for that first meeting. But in any event, the message that Trump has put out about Bitcoin mining is all positive. I hope to see, America's energy grids open for business. Yep. I think that's good for every American. And I'd like us to be leaders in the Bitcoin mining space. And one thing I love about mining is that it's so hyper competitive. You just know that someone is going to come up with something that totally changes the game. Okay. Whether it's, some really cheap way to generate electricity, right, or it's a super efficient chip or something along those lines. And so I think if we have a leader that is, sort of proselytizing the message of energy abundance, and already the incentives are aligned for miners to innovate and iterate and, come up with the most efficient way to mine possible. Yep. Plus, as the number goes up, all mining companies will do very well. And so I'm just excited to see that. I'd also love to see miners lead the green revolution in this country because that's what the free market dictates. That's right. And that I would love to see that hyper competitive world lead to
race towards more renewables. And the reason for that, again, is because Bitcoin creates a system where competition and incentives align, and it makes Bitcoin mining can make
renewable energy projects economically viable.
Yep.
And so that's what I hope to see over the next 4 years.
Amazing. And if you see my eyes sort of averting, I'm not trying to be rude, Rachel. We do have footage of what's happening at Mar-a-Lago. There is not a lot happening just yet, but we are waiting for...
it looked like someone was going to come out because they were kind of like, everyone was waving.
They were
and
waving
stuff.
their hats around, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that as well. So we don't know yet, but if we do cut abruptly, we don't mean to be rude. It just means that we're ready to go over to Mar-a-Lago. We touched on this a little bit before. I don't think we ever got a direct answer from you, Ben. What is he going to say? What is he going to come out here and say? Is he going to sort of spread the credit to his crew, to Vivek, to RFK?
Yeah. So I would hope that he spreads the credit, and I would hope he would continue to push the message of the rejuvenation of the American spirit and how many great things they're going to do in the next 4 years.
Yeah. When it comes to maybe a message of unity, we were talking about, RFK's been really big on this. Tulsi's been really big on this. Do you think that that's enough to really, really get? I mean, he did mention that when he came into power in 2016. But I feel like given I think the diversity of the amount of people who are now behind him, like we talked about it, we had a lot of black voters voting for Trump this time around, Hispanic voters voting for Trump this time around. It's almost sort of inevitable now that it is sort of the party of unity. You have all these people from different backgrounds. Do you think he really embraces this? Is this really something that he focuses on and sort of really gets the message out there about it that this is now, under Trump, the Republicans are the party of unity?
Yeah, 100%, man. I mean, the Democrats left behind working class people. They straight up just don't give a fuck about them. It's the party of rich liberal wine moms, you know what I mean? And fuck those people. The laptop class. You know what I mean?
Tell us what you really think at some point on this podcast.
Oh, yeah. I despise these people, the petite bourgeoisie who run our society. Fuck you. You made us wear a face diaper for no fucking reason during COVID. Suck it. Go back to your stupid party. Rethink your politics. This is a referendum on not just who you are as a political operator, but your entire way of life. You suck. Fuck you.
Don't mind us, ladies and gentlemen. We're just
the other thing I think about now that Trump won and it's over, the bullpen of fucking all-stars we have in this team unity, like, who, he's got one term. Who's going to go next? Like, Vance would be amazing. Vivek would be amazing. RFK would be amazing. Tulsi would be amazing. You have this, like, bullpen of all-stars that just sitting there. It's like, who's going to go next? And so as long as they can, keep egos in check and share the credit, it's going to be an amazing time.
Is that something to actually worry about? Yeah, I mean, people
absolutely.
Vying for certain positions. Okay.
Yeah, that's something I look at with, I'll go back to wrestling because that's what I'm in, but there's a team called Penn State, and they've won like 10 national titles the last, 12 or 13. And one of the things I think the coach doesn't get enough credit for is, when you get that many all-stars, sometimes egos get out of check.
Of course.
When they're the best of the best of the best, and there's the infighting, and he has just kept everyone getting along so perfectly. And so that's, I don't know if that's one of Trump's fortes. Maybe it's going to be. Who knows?
Yeah.
But when you have that many people who are amazing all-stars, you have to, keep egos in check and keep the team, running in the same direction.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Do you foresee this being a potential issue? I mean, he does have some big... Trump has his own ego, too. But he does seem like, he's been sort of straightforward, too, about sort of what he's willing to do or sort of like the roles he wants to give people. He even said with RFK, jokingly on Rogan, said something like, yeah, he could do the health stuff, but we're not letting him have any opinions on oil. We don't really want to see any of that kind of stuff. So do you think a little bit of, Trump does have a bit of that disarming ability, right? Do you think he'll be able to utilize that to maybe keep some of these egos at bay?
I sure hope so. I don't believe a lot of the things that Trump says, but I do believe
which one specifically.
But I do believe what RFK Jr. says.
Okay.
And what RFK Jr. has said about Trump is that he's concerned about his legacy this time.
Yep.
He's learned from some of the mistakes of the last administration. And so I hope that that's the truth.
Okay.
I hope that he allows some of these other voices like Tulsi and RFK to influence not just his decisions, but his messaging. And look, if Jeff Bezos can realize that the legacy media has lost an insane amount of credibility with their, meddling, for lack of a better word, then anybody can. And so I hope that's what happens here. I hope this ushers in a new era of, media reporting and journalism that jives with reality, where people don't feel like, who am I going to believe, you or my lion eyes? And I truly hope I think 4 years ago we saw a lot of Trump's sort of victim mentality.
Yeah. Yes.
I truly hope that going forward it is more of a focus on we the people, uniting us.
Yep.
And if what RFK says is true, that he's concerned about his legacy, then that's what will happen.
I think that's fair. We are going to send it back to Studio A. Pete, we're going back to you. Stick with us, everybody. We're here waiting for Donald Trump to speak at Mar-a-Lago. In the meantime, over to Studio A.
Breaking news here at Election Day Live. Minnesota called for Kamala Harris. Of course, still in store. Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona as votes come in across the country. But looking very likely at this point that Donald Trump will be speaking at Mar-a-Lago and making some sort of acceptance speech. Want to go to Twitter, where obviously the euphoria is starting to sink in for Trump supporters. Just want to call out that President Nayib Bukele of El Salvador has tweeted congratulating the president-elect of the United States, real Donald Trump. May God bless and guide you. Others pouring in, reacting to Ross Ulbricht's potential freedom. Really a moment where the industry seems to be coming together and thinking about the progress going forward. Pierre, your thoughts as it all just seeps in.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think Bukele actually contributed to Trump's success this evening. I think that he provided an example of effective right-wing governance that is inspiring to people, that government can actually solve problems and solve real problems like crime. So I think that plus we can look at Milei in Argentina and we start seeing a pattern of, we might call them populist right, or I think it's a disservice to call them far right because I don't think that accurately captures the libertarian conservative mix of policy positions that they have. And so hopefully that continues globally, because I think that's the best way to get prosperity globally. And the other part of it too, though, is that now it really is about for Democrats, doing the retro and looking at what went wrong. It boggles the mind that they did not pardon Ross Ulbricht very early on and take some of the wind out of the sails of the libertarian vote for Trump. It's fully aligned with Democrats' vision of criminal justice reform. There's no reason why you would put somebody like that in prison for life. So I think Democrats have to, and I think that the reason why they didn't do it is out of pride and ego, and that they didn't want to look like they're helping out a white male who has, and delivering a Trump campaign promise. But they've got to decide on, do they want to be right or do they want to win? And that would have been a winning move to get ahead of that issue.
Speaking of winners, standwithcrypto.org, one of our presenting sponsors tonight, calling the presidential race, so officially declaring Donald Trump the winner of the election and the 47th president. Obviously, not all news networks and organizations and polls agreeing on that at the moment. Want to note also, Polymarket appears to have shut down its Kamala trading. It looks like we're at 98.8%. Donald J. Trump. A note on the website now reads, the presidential market resolves when the Associated Press, Fox, and NBC all call the election for the same candidate. So a little bit of clarification on what they're looking for to finally kind of put this behind us and move forward. Avik, your thoughts as we really approach the conclusion, we wait for Donald Trump to take the stage?
Well, while we're on the topic of Latin America, I want to mention Puerto Rico. There are a lot of American Bitcoiners and crypto people in Puerto Rico. A Republican candidate, Jennifer Gonzalez Colon, just won the governorship of Puerto Rico, which is a flip from a previous Democratic administration. So I haven't been following closely what the issues have been in that race, but to the degree that the pro-Bitcoin atmosphere in Puerto Rico will presumably be furthered by a Republican governor there. That's interesting. The House trend continues to be positive for Republicans right now. The presidential race is basically over, and we're just waiting for Donald Trump to go on the stage to tell us what he thinks about it.
We've got some applause over there. Of course, I'd love to see an updated electoral map if we have one. Still races to be called: Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona. We mentioned Minnesota going for Kamala Harris. Jason, it seems like there's no surprises left in store. We really are just waiting for Donald J. Trump to make some sort of acceptance speech.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think at this point, the idea is to start thinking about what the transition would look like and because there's a lot of work once you actually become president-elect. And, you have questions of like some of the ways he's going to deliver his campaign promises. Like he said, he's going to fire Gary Gensler on day one. Hell yeah. And, it's more like a demotion probably because he'd switch in somebody like Hester Peirce,
right.
Who would be the chair. Hester Peirce has actually been saying lately she wants to retire. She actually wants to just be a beekeeper. So, I mean, maybe she'll decide to stick around as chair of the SEC. That's a pretty, because she's worked there for so long. But it's about, at this point, who are the new regulators going to be? And if, to bring back sort of the previous Trump administration, we did have a regulator that was put in place that was not too friendly to the crypto industry as well. It had 75 enforcement actions, sued Ripple. There were a lot of issues that you saw. But one thing Gensler, I think, had been strong about at the beginning was he was supportive of Bitcoin. He understood it as and we didn't really get a chance to talk about the tokens. There's, Donald Trump has his own token, right? The World Liberty Finance token. I think now, as almost all, people find out, we heard a few days ago that only...
That's true. The President of the United States now has a token issued in the cryptocurrency markets. That is a reality now that we live in, Pierre.
It hasn't done very well. They wanted to raise a lot of money. I think last I saw they've only raised $30 million, which to me is a large amount of money, but from the wider crypto sphere, it's pretty small compared to other ICOs that have occurred.
Well, we heard on Studio B a lot of talk about the All-Stars, this team of rivals that propelled Trump to office. Tulsi Gabbard, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I'm sure as we're talking about the Senate, the House, the presidency, some of these names are going to take key appointments from a crypto Bitcoin industry position. Do we want some of these names in certain areas? If so, where do we put them or where do we want them? Jason, let's go to you.
I just want to mention one thing real quick on the Hester Peirce thing before we leave that subject. I hosted her for a dinner my organization did in Austin when she was in town for Consensus, and she told us, I specifically asked her this question of would she be the new SEC chair if Trump were to win, and she repeatedly said no, she intends to retire at the end of her term. She is not interested in being the SEC chair. Now, as Jason said, maybe she'll change her mind, but she said this on the record at our event. So and she seemed pretty definitive.
Who's the ideal appointment, if not Hester Peirce, in your view?
Well, there's another Republican member of the SEC who's also relatively pro-crypto, and during the big battle over the Bitcoin ETF, as the different commissioners issued their statements being for or against that ETF approval, so they have I can't remember his name, but the other SEC commissioner could be the one who decides to ends up sticking around and taking over that spot. But in theory, Gensler is the chair through, I believe, 2026. So he would have to voluntarily step down, which would be customary, I think, but he doesn't have to.
What about some of these other names as we think about the appointments? Pierre, Jason, is there somewhere we want Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as a Bitcoin crypto supporter in this administration? Is there somewhere we want a Tulsi Gabbard? Does it matter where they're appointed by a President Trump?
Yeah, I don't know necessarily RFK would necessarily want to be in the Bitcoin crypto position. Probably want something more with healthcare, fixing our food, something along those lines. I do think, if we remember Vivek Ramaswamy, who really helped discuss the idea of an anti-CBDC concept that Trump got into, someone like him coming in, I think would be a real benefit because he really rolled out a strong platform last year when he was running for president about what Bitcoin and crypto would be about. So I think seeing him maybe go somewhere, maybe at Treasury or would be beneficial. We have heard Chris Giancarlo, had been possibly being vetted to be the chair of the SEC, so that could be another one.
He's pro-CBDC, Chris Giancarlo.
He is pro-CBDC, so that would be a little tricky. It would be very tricky because he came up with the idea of the digital dollar, and he's been talking about like token disclosures, things along those lines as sort of a new way forward. So there's a lot of questions like where these people, I think these are probably some of the key people you'll probably see is like a Chris Giancarlo, a Vivek Ramaswamy, making policy and being as a regulator for the
talking
space.
about the world as to be defined by Donald Trump, the soon-to-be 47th president. Hot off the press news, Fox News calling Wisconsin for Trump. Obviously, not all news networks calling Trump Wisconsin and the presidency. So joining Stand With Crypto and declaring Donald Trump the winner again. We are filming live at Mar-a-Lago in Florida, waiting for Donald J. Trump to take the stage, maybe with an acceptance speech, and increasingly looking like that is the situation here. But still races left: Alaska, Arizona, 3 districts in Maine, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. So not everything completed yet. Again, you can go with standwithcrypto.org to see all the races and insights as they're developing. And again, we're just waiting now for Donald Trump to take the stage, talking about some of these presidential appointments and the reality after January that Trump will be in office and potentially delivering on some of these promises, potentially freeing Ross Ulbricht, potentially realizing the strategic stockpile, potentially enacting regulation in Congress. So exciting stuff.
Mark Uyeda was the SEC commissioner that I was mentioning, Republican appointee who had been pro the Bitcoin ETF. So he's interesting. As you said, Vivek Ramaswamy could be somebody who serves in some sort of administrative, Senate-confirmed position in the Treasury Department or in financial regulation. That's an area that he's interested in, along with healthcare. So those are some of the possibilities for Bitcoin-relevant appointments.
One name we didn't mention yet as far as how they might be involved in the cabinet, might be Elon Musk. And maybe it isn't formal, but obviously he has a lot of influence. There's a lot of question. Is he a Bitcoin person? Is he a Doge person? What does that look like? He controls this major platform, and at one point he was accepting Bitcoin for Tesla, and that kind of went away. So I think sort of seeing where Elon Musk comes into play might help Bitcoin, but might also help the other coins that we sometimes don't like to describe.
We've got an updated graphic here. I want to throw it live on the screen. Confirming Donald Trump winner of the presidential race, now apparently with 277 electoral votes to 226 for Kamala Harris. And let's just zoom out a little bit, looking a lot like 2016. Want to talk about, Jason?
Well, no, and I think, too, it's important to note, we haven't seen the CNNs of the world and everyone yet come in on this. But, if you look back to the 2020 election, you remember Fox News made a call about Arizona not going to Trump. That was very, very unhappy. And then there were some other sort of news programs that spurred up sort of offshoots of Fox. But, hearing Fox News say this, they called it something very difficult that Trump was really unhappy with in 2020. So I think seeing these results, it might just be a matter of time, or we don't know where the legacy media is going to be with this. But I think this shows us the confidence that we do see the electoral votes are there. What I think, and Avik could speak to this too, is sort of the tradition now is you have sort of the person who's lost to call and concede and have that conversation. Since Kamala's gone home, as you said, sort of checked out, Trump doesn't get that call, which is I want to point out why maybe we're waiting so long, right? Because there's this sort of, it'd be a little bit of a break of precedent.
So you're thinking maybe that they're waiting
for Kamala to maybe decide to call and just let's move on as a country and let's just get it over with tonight. If Trump goes out there now but the concession doesn't come till tomorrow, I don't know. It'd be. I mean, look, there's been a lot of unusual things, but the tradition would be at this point that you'd get a concession call from.
I saw a tweet that that concession call for Democrats has not happened for the past 36 years, where even if they lost, they don't make that call on the night, which I think is bad for democracy and all of that. But back to the question of who's going to be staffing the administration, another name is Howard Lutnick. He is co-chair of the transition team.
Cantor Fitzgerald, CEO, right?
Cantor Fitzgerald, CEO, spoke at Nashville and is very, pro-Bitcoin. Cantor Fitzgerald has made a name for itself by banking tethers and really being a proponent of stablecoins and at the cutting edge of this industry. So where he ends up is very interesting. I think that there's a credible argument for him to be Treasury Secretary. In which case we would have a very influential and plugged in and aligned Treasury Secretary.
The reactions pouring in. Want to go to some of the live conversation on X. Anthony Scaramucci congratulating real Donald Trump and Elon Musk, saying their campaign was incredibly well executed. Excelsior. Giacomo Zucco, noted Bitcoin personality. I can't stop thinking now there's a non-zero probability I'll shake hands with Ross Ulbricht at the Bitcoin conference. Amazing stuff to see unfold. Just going off the raw emotion that is pouring out across the Bitcoin industry. And of course, now we know that Donald Trump, the highly likely, if not formally confirmed presidential race winner, waiting, of course, for his speech at Mar-a-Lago. What do we expect to hear from Donald Trump?
Well, first I was just going to say in response to Pierre's point, the winner doesn't have to wait for the loser to concede in order to give a victory speech. And I think there comes a point where the gracious thing for the winner to do is to give that loser the time to say, okay, we'll wait for that call. We'll put the feelers out with our intermediaries. But at a certain point, if the call doesn't come, sometimes then the winner just goes and says, I'm just going to go. And we may see that tonight, but I think Trump is, I would expect him to try to be magnanimous in victory on that particular point.
Yeah, let's talk about the tone, right? There's been a lot of criticism about Trump from the media, from the left, about his personality, about how he hasn't been a unifier. Can he send a message to the country tonight that's different from what we've seen in the past?
I think his tone shifted after the assassination attempt in July. And I think that it's, it was probably traumatizing on one level and humbling, and also, he did credit that to God, right? Because when we look at the footage of what happened to his ear, in my mind, it really is a miracle that he got out of there alive. And of course, we also have to pay our respects to those who unfortunately fell behind him. So I think that shifted his tone going into the convention. And I think it'll stick. So I do think that it'll be a positive tone. I also think that, he's probably been spending more time talking with Elon Musk, who is a very positive, hopeful, optimistic person. And so I think that it gets away from kind of the negative tone that might have come out of the events of 2020 and 21. And that now we're really talking about an age of American optimism.
Waiting for Donald Trump to take the stage at Mar-a-Lago, the 47th president of the United States, talking now about the tone that we might hear from the very likely presidential winner. Jason, your thoughts? What kind of tone would you like to see? Do you think there's a direction that he can move us forward in as a nation?
Very much in fairness to Trump, like we live in this world of information where almost every piece of data is analyzed or things. We've been through before where we had President Richard Nixon, who wasn't really well liked. There was a lot of issues with him, but there's a certain groundswell of people who supported his policies, and I think the tone he's probably going to strike is what I hope would be one of unity, but one of saying to the people who have supported him, like this is their time, and it really is an incredible comeback story that we've seen, and I think at this point, for him to, I'd like to hear him lay out the course of how he wants to improve the country going forward at this point. What kind of changes does he want to see? Let's start getting into the basics of policy, what his first 100 days are going to be like. Again, like you heard Anthony Scaramucci, who's been very openly critical of him, concede, that's a big deal. And then, of course, having Elon Musk and others, there's lots of names that could be thrown about as far as who might be in different positions. We heard maybe Caitlin Long at some point might be chosen to do something. Maybe John Deaton gets an opportunity, even though he lost the Senate race. Heck, over in Studio B is American HODL. Maybe he becomes like the general of Bitcoin Twitter. There's lots of opportunities, and I say that in sincerity that we're a small community, right? There isn't just hundreds of people who are in this space. So there might be opportunities for anybody, for people on this panel to be, part of the next administration as far as forming the right kind of Bitcoin and crypto policy. And this is what the crypto voter asked for, So we're really at that point where we can actually cash in. So
History made tonight. The first pro-Bitcoin president, of course, waiting for him to take the stage in Mar-a-Lago in Florida. Going to send it over to Studio B now. Frank Corva, again, taking us through history as it is happening.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here in Studio B. Joe, you were just telling me something about the potential replacement for Gary Gensler. I know we're all waiting for Gary Gensler to be gone. Who might fill those shoes, though?
Well, one of the names I didn't hear mentioned on the other panel was Dan Gallagher, right? He is the chief legal officer at Robinhood. There's political reporting that he was one of the leading candidates. He actually made comment to this. He said he was honored to be included in the names.
Okay.
And it's amazing, right, because Robinhood has actually recently received a Wells notice from the SEC, which is the first step before threatening litigation, which, he's spoken out about that. He says, I respect Gary Gensler, but he's totally wrong on this. I would have done things completely different. And if the reporting is to be trusted, I think he's right at the top of the list. I mean, he makes a lot of sense. He comes from a background of former commissioner at the SEC, definitely someone who's going to bring an entirely different perspective on day one.
Okay, and that's Politico that reported that.
Politico, yes.
Okay, interesting stuff. Does it really make? Do you think it makes a difference who gets chosen as the SEC chair at this point, or if it's just anyone but Gary Gensler?
No, and I have to say, as a Bitcoiner, I don't really care about Gary Gensler. That's a shitcoiner thing. What the fuck do I care? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, you could argue the arbitrary and capricious ruling about the ETFs. It depends if you like the ETFs, if you think that they're a good thing or not.
Yeah, they were doing that before Gensler, and then they were doing that
That's
during
true.
his term. So,
let's talk about this, though. I think we can all agree that with the different SEC, you're going to see the altcoin market proliferate.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So, in light of that, do you care? I mean, isn't that something that... do you want more altcoins? What's your view on that? Because I think that's an interesting thing we're going to have to deal with, because I think you're going to get clarity under this administration.
I mean, obviously I don't want more altcoins, but I think altcoins are collapsing down into meme coins, where it's hey, this is a piece of shit. If you want to buy it, go ahead and buy it, which is, I mean, that's fair disclosure, kind of. Right? It's not trying to compete with Bitcoin, and it's not hey, we're IOTA and we have the Tangle, or we're Cardano and we're shilling it to poor villagers in Africa or whatever.
Isn't Cardano becoming a Bitcoin layer too? Isn't that the word on the street?
God, I hope not. There's nothing we can do to prevent that, but God, I hope not.
No, they openly say they don't have any value, right? These are just gambling tokens.
Yeah. It's interesting. Yeah, we are moving into a strange era with that. Yeah. Margot, your thoughts on all this? We're about to watch Trump speak here. I know you're not the biggest Trump fan, but and totally entitled, obviously, to that. But is there anything, trying to look at this maybe optimistically, is there anything maybe you hope to see happen in the next 4 years?
Honestly, I think the only optimistic thing that can come from this is that Ross is freed.
Okay.
The rest of it is not so great.
Okay. Well, I mean, what let's looking at it more objectively, maybe not so much that it's Trump accomplishing it if you're not a big fan of him, and I'm speaking more generally, but maybe, Bitcoin being a bit more welcomed in the United States. Do you think, generally speaking, that this is a good thing?
I don't know. I mean, if you're trying to attract as many people to Bitcoin, to have a mass widespread Bitcoin adoption, I don't think this is the way to do it.
Okay.
Because right now we have a very divided country, and this election and the past couple of elections have been very divisive. And by making Bitcoin partisan, you're actually working against our ability to have mass adoption. Now, if your only concern is number go up, then it doesn't really matter who adopts Bitcoin.
Okay.
But if you actually believe in something like hyper-Bitcoinization, or you think that Bitcoin should be the dominant currency, then I think you would maybe reconsider what you want right now.
Mark, I totally respect your opinion, but I will say just this. Okay, I think that elections like this, where you're going to have the popular vote likely go to Donald Trump,
right.
You're going to have the Senate, the House, you're going to have a 310 electoral vote. That is a mandate.
Yeah.
That changes policy positions.
But what is it a mandate for?
You
think it's only a mandate for Bitcoin? Because definitely not.
I think it's a mandate for a middle class that feels forgotten and wants to be heard in Washington. Okay, HODL was saying this earlier, and I agree. So my point is from that, I think an election like this can actually trigger Bitcoin to be bipartisan, because I think the Democratic Party has forgotten a lot of people. You're seeing that in election results. And I just tweeted this out. I mean, my view strongly is that this type of thing causes some serious reflection on the Democratic side. They have to realize what they're doing is not working. The country is rejecting it. It's rejecting across the board. This is one of the most profound beatdowns of the Democratic Party in the modern history, right? So if you're not going to acknowledge that, then I don't know what you're doing. What are you looking at, Democrats? You want to win a third of the country? If that's your goal, go to it. I mean, but I think that's not going to happen. I think they're going to have to change.
Something that often gets talked about in the Bitcoin space, Weimar Republic, right? When money starts losing its value, we start seeing power vacuums, and we start seeing candidates that sort of promise a lot. So is it sort of inevitable, given sort of, and we know the dollar is the sort of prettiest pig in the pen when it comes to fiat currencies, but people are feeling the pain of inflation here, and it's likely only going to get worse. I'm not even sure Trump can do a ton to stop that. Is it just sort of inevitable here that polarization takes place because people feel like they're just looking for someone to speak to them, to speak to their pain?
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting question. I think we all know, as Bitcoiners, left wing, right wing, they're going to print. Trump's going to print. The next Democrat's going to print. The economic system and the monetary system in this country is not something that can be overturned. Every 4 years in an election.
Okay.
And so, because of the increased printing, you're going to see asset inflation, which leads to haves and have-nots in American life.
Right.
To some degree, we don't even have a middle class anymore. We just have a bunch of people who are, actually poor but have access to debt, and so they're kind of doing like a LARP, like they're in the middle class, which is desperately sad,
Yeah,
right?
that's a great way to put it.
And so I think that the more monetary inflation we have, the more asset inflation we have, the more wealth inequality we have, the more polarization we have. And Bitcoin is an antidote to those things. And I do agree with Margot's view that we do need to get as many people on board the lifeboat as we possibly can. And even though, I don't agree with Margot's politics, I think she's very tough and, for hanging out with us.
Amen.
Because she's the only liberal in the room. So
Well, the most interesting thing that we haven't talked about tonight is what is the relationship going to be between the big man, Jay Powell, and Donald Trump? Right?
That's a great question.
Had a huge...
Lots of jawboning, don't you think?
I mean, look, I'm looking at the 10-year absolutely ripping higher in the yields, right?
Is that still going on?
Oh, yeah, it's even higher than it was when we last talked about
that
it.
right?
The dollar is at 105, which is a 3-month high right now, okay? You're seeing, I think personally, you're going to see mortgage rates go a lot higher. You're going to see the inflationary pressures, the printing that the market's already pricing in with the bond market. And in that dynamic where we don't really have inflation going away, it's staying sticky high, closer to 3 than 2%, right? What is Donald Trump's policy going to be? Is going to be we're going to pump out more money? Because that's not going to make it better, right?
We know that. Yeah.
Right, that's going to make it worse.
Well,
So
we know that Donald Trump likes to listen. He's the only president we've ever had who's as focused on the markets.
he wants that stock market higher.
Right. Well, and every Friday he'll do this again. He'll talk up the markets going into the weekly close, and he'll directly attack Powell in a way that is not common for presidents to do.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
does Powell stick around? Powell's got another year left on his term.
Yeah.
So
Powell will
stick
probably
around?
be. You think he'll be renewed?
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think.
No,
either
he's not going
wants
to
be at this point.
You don't think so?
But I think he's going to serve out his term. So you're going to have tension for at least a year between Jay Powell, who is hell bent and determined to stamp out inflation. Right, inflation is number one priority, and Donald Trump, who wants the number go up across the board on everything.
Yep.
So I mean, and he also talked about lower rates. Right, he wants. So
he wants lower rates. He wants negative rates. I mean, remember he was talking about that during his first term.
It's going to be really interesting because I don't think he has had to deal with an inflationary environment when he was president. Keep in mind that most of the inflation surge came under Biden.
Right.
Now you can debate whether that was because of pandemic stimulus and all that stuff. I get all that, but the reality is the actual 8% official government stats came under Biden.
Closer to 10, I thought, didn't we?
Yeah.
Well, he's also going to have this problem too. If prices are sticky, we're going to live with persistently higher inflation.
Yeah.
Trump's
going to say that?
No. I mean, that's the reality.
Yeah.
Trump doesn't want that to be the reality, and he's going to fight against that. But ultimately, there's nothing he can do to stop it. Really,
I think that's the hard part. Going back to the comment you made about the lifeboat, I too share in that sentiment of wanting to get people on the lifeboat. Both people here in the United States and people abroad, which is why, as you mentioned, I love the circular economies programs like Bitcoin Data, teaching people, especially those who have historically been disenfranchised, to use something like Bitcoin. But oftentimes people don't have a lot of discretionary income. So in terms of getting Bitcoin into the hands of people, what do you see as some of the best ways to do this? Should people maybe be earning Bitcoin? It's very difficult to say even take $100 at the end of the month and buy some Bitcoin with it when you don't have that option. If you really are in the lower class and you don't have access to debt, as we were talking about, Bitcoin is a life raft, but how much of it can you really get, and how much is that actually going to help? Do you think about that at all?
Yeah, I mean, I think the ability to actually transact and earn in Bitcoin is really important for reaching people who can't just buy it and save it, which is really a privilege of those of us who live in the West. You know, this whole
Some
store
of us, not even all of us who live in the West.
yeah, but you know, like it's like the Michael Saylor narrative, like, oh, Bitcoin is a store of value and that's all that matters, and MOE is just a distraction, or you know, and I mean, if that's what you believe, then there is no mass Bitcoin adoption.
Okay.
That's just it's an anti-mass adoption narrative.
Yeah.
So yeah, you absolutely have to create these circular economies in order for people to have Bitcoin, to use Bitcoin, because they're not going to be able to buy it with debt. You know, it's hard to save money. I mean, the U.S. a long time ago they said that most Americans couldn't have more than $400 in their savings.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, we have to really think seriously, if that's seriously what you care about. The current narrative around Bitcoin is not really going to help.
Fair enough. Well, I appreciate that. We're going to go to a quick break from our sponsor, but we will be right back after that.
Are you holding on to an old 401k or IRA that's not working hard enough for your future? Roll it over into an Unchained Bitcoin IRA and unlock the benefits of self-custody and the long-term potential of Bitcoin. Unchained Solution empowers you with control over your retirement by letting you hold keys while enjoying tax-deferred growth. Don't let your retirement savings be subject to market uncertainty and high fees. Start your rollover today and take control of your financial future with no setup fee and annual fees not beginning until year 2 with a Bitcoin IRA from Unchained.
Is your company ready for the next evolution in financial strategy? Bitcoin for Corporations is your partner in securing the future of your business. With exclusive membership benefits, our comprehensive masterclass, and a network of trusted service providers, we provide the insights and resources to help you incorporate Bitcoin into your financial strategy, ensuring stability and long-term value. Strengthen your business. Innovate with confidence. Bitcoin for Corporations, protecting your treasury and positioning you for the future.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here at Set B with we have Pierre Rochard over here. Pierre, what did you bring back to the set with you there?
Yes, so this is the famous CO2 monitor that I used out in Rockdale when the New York Times was writing a hit piece about Bitcoin mining. They wanted to attribute lots of carbon emissions to Bitcoin mining.
As if like the carbon emissions came from the miners themselves. Is that the idea
that's the conflation that they wanted to have.
Right.
And they even had a table that had here's the mining facility and here's the amount of CO2. And so from our perspective, that doesn't make any sense because there are no carbon emissions coming from Bitcoin mining facilities.
Right.
It's all about how you generate the electricity. That is already regulated by the EPA, and the EPA has a rulemaking process around that. So, went out there, did some science. And what I've found, though, using this CO2 monitor is that while Bitcoin mining does not emit CO2, humans do, and it accumulates in indoor environments and actually does cause some cognitive impairment when it's at very high levels. Earlier this evening, we were at 2,000 parts per million, which is really not okay. That's in the red.
How much more is that than Riot's facility?
It's 1,600 more because ambient, so Riot's facility is about 400 to 450.
I'm reporting this event to the New York Times.
That's it.
Yes.
Yeah.
This was like a super spreader event for CO2.
You can see the cognitive unraveling and the quality of some of the conversations on this side of the thing over here.
Absolutely. We need oxygen tanks.
Exactly. ASAP stat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fair. How are you feeling, Jason? On that note, we've been here for a
Safer.
while.
I feel a lot safer.
Okay, sounds good. We appreciate your work. We've been on a ride here. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Key takeaways. Maybe what was a favorite moment from the day?
Oh shoot, man, I don't know.
It's been a lot, right?
I have no idea. Yeah, I guess. Well, actually, I think I have one favorite moment of the day, which was the moment that it became like clear that Lynn was going to get her son home. Like I've gotten to sort of know her over the past few years, and it's just heartbreaking.
Yeah, and this is Lynn Ulbricht we're talking about, Ross Ulbricht's mother.
Correct.
Yes.
I mean, of course, any mother would do the same, but the way that she has just devoted her entire existence to getting her son like free and like, it's quite emotional.
Yeah.
And I can't even imagine what it's like for that family.
Yeah.
I think knowing that he's coming home was probably the moment that was peak. Peak coolness of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of surreal in a way. It surely hasn't hit me yet, but it is sort of a bit of a testament to not only, it's sort of the way Bitcoin brings people together for something. We all very much care about this. And I think that this idea, and obviously shout out to David Bailey, my boss, and the CEO of BTC Inc. It's not easy to get involved in politics. It's not easy to get us, to get that close to political figures and to go in there and say, hey, look, this is what's really important to us, and we want to help you fight. We want to help facilitate this. We'll do whatever we can on our end. Along the way, I'm curious, Pierre, did it almost feel like maybe this is sort of dangerous to maybe provide this sort of false hope to get someone like Trump to agree to do this kind of thing? Then maybe it doesn't work out. What does that do to Ross's psychology? What does that do to his mother's psychology? Did you ever sort of worry about this process at all?
No, in the sense that I think he's going to deliver on that campaign promise. So, and I heard that during his first administration, at the end of it, that they did get very close to commuting his sentence, and somehow, it didn't go through. So I agree that it was a risk. I think this time around, it's not a risk. I think that he has it's going to be a different administration than his first one. Lots of lessons learned. That's something we discussed earlier. Yeah. And so I think that the level of effectiveness that he's going to have will reflect the level of effectiveness that his campaign has had.
Yeah.
I think that his campaign was well run, as Scaramucci pointed out, and that he was able to capitalize on some key moments, whether it was at McDonald's or with the trash truck or.
Buying burgers over lightning. Yeah.
So he understands that his legacy really does depend on delivering on what, frankly, is an easy promise, right? When we look at the Constitution, the executive has this power.
That's right, yeah.
It's there to be used in situations like this to right an injustice. And he also, in his first term, he did use clemency to enact essentially criminal justice reform in a number of different situations.
That's fair. Yeah, appreciate it. Jason, you've talked about it a few times. I think you said you're a registered Democrat, but at the same time, I think it's totally fair to be excited about what the future may hold for Bitcoin now in the States and, having clear regulation. What's the one thing you're probably most excited about now that we know Trump will be the president for the next 4 years?
That the Democrats have to figure out a better strategy about how to deal with the space. That the space, in fact, has arrived. I mean, as we've talked about before, I'm an advisor for David and Grant's, Bitcoin Policy Institute,
right,
which is an amazing creation. And one of the principles of it, and the reason I work with David on it, is because I know he wants to keep it as a bipartisan enterprise.
Right.
So, this is one election. This is one period in time. We might have the trifecta, but we're not leaving a two-party system.
Right.
It's like we'll be back in 28. We'll be back in 32.
Hopefully we'll be back.
And so we have to learn how to work. I do think what I am happy about, and I agree with Margot, is we have a man who still has a lot of time in his life in Albright. So, I think this is great.
Yeah.
I think, and I do know the details. Yeah, that there was this evaluation because usually Trump had to refer it with the Department of Justice. And there were a lot of people in the DOJ at that time who just felt like it was too early,
Okay.
really almost pushed Trump to say like this would be a bad idea.
Got it.
But so he's seen this whole process. Now he just has to sort of check the box of going to the Department of Justice. This is what he can do. But under the Constitution, he has full rights to do this. And I think that is what makes this special. And that is what I think, as excited we are, whether we're Republicans or Democrats, that this space, to me at least, binds us together.
Agreed.
In a very special way, because there's certain principles that we know we can be successful with. And I think that's why there's so many young people that are excited with.
Absolutely. Yeah, appreciate that. We're just going to go to a quick ad from our sponsor, but we'll be right back after that. Again, we're just waiting to hear from the 47th president of President-elect Donald Trump from Mar-a-Lago. We'll be right back after this.
No data centers, no internet. No data centers, no phones. Hive gives you 2 for 1. That is a play on Bitcoin and a play on AI with our HPC, our high-performance computing data center build-out. Think of NVIDIA. Its market cap is bigger than all the energy companies in the S&P 500. We are seeing huge demand for our chips. We're innovative, and we love the thrill of having that first-mover advantage.
Blockware makes Bitcoin mining accessible to everyone. We have multiple data centers across the United States that have access to some of the lowest electricity prices in the world. With our marketplace, you can purchase machines with 0 lead time. These miners are online right now, which means you'll be hashing as soon as your payment confirms on-chain. We have all of the latest and greatest Bitcoin miners available right now, so head to marketplace.blockwaresolutions.com to get started today.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here awaiting President Trump, or President-elect Trump, the 47th President of the United States, to speak at Mar-a-Lago. In the meantime, we're sort of highlighting some key points from our stream here today. We have Pete Rizzo joining us over here as a guest. He's been holding it down at the live desk all night today. Pete, how are you feeling?
It's pretty wild, man.
That's it.
Well, I mean, I don't think that I have had this much optimism or like in an election in a long time.
Okay.
I didn't vote in 2020 or 2016.
Wow. Okay.
And yeah, I think this is a particularly interesting one because I've been pretty much a lifelong Democrat, and this was the first time I broke from that.
Okay.
And that was a pretty difficult thing to do. So I'm from Massachusetts by birth, right? It's a pretty blue state.
Yep.
My family is pretty solidly blue. There was a whole ordeal, kind of emotionally coming through this election and just seeing him winning. If you had told me 8 years ago that I would be enthusiastic about a second Trump term,
yep.
I don't think I would have believed you. I don't think I could imagine that.
Okay.
I would have been the furthest person from being a Trump supporter. Amazing. It's amazing to feel optimistic, to feel hopeful. And it just feels fucking great to reject the real cynicism of the left, right? There was kind of this lip service to thinking that this was real, and just watching it kind of come apart.
Yes.
Because you knew that it was an intellectually bankrupt thing.
100%.
And then it really did a bunch of sand. It just gave away. I'm still processing it. I mean, it's just crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it has been a wild ride. I have not even begun to process it. So yeah, it's been quite insane. You were mentioning earlier too that you were I think you mentioned a lifelong Democrat as well, or you think of yourself as a liberal. And one of the questions I've been asking a lot of people at this point is, whether you're a liberal or Republican, whatever it is, it's almost kind of doesn't really matter right now if you're in the Bitcoin space. There's a lot to be hopeful about. So what are you thinking? How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely still consider myself a liberal. I guess I don't associate Democrats with liberalism necessarily.
Yep.
It's not always the case one way or the other.
So a traditional liberal.
A traditional classical liberal.
Got it.
Which I see Bitcoin as a tool to enhance liberalism worldwide.
Perfect timing. So I'm just getting word that we're just about to have Donald Trump take the stage at Mar-a-Lago. So we are going to send it over to our live feed from the arena over there in Mar-a-Lago. Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome, President-elect Donald J. Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, and the Trump family, accompanied by Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, along with friends and campaign staff.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. Oh, we're going to. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that. Nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden. We call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw all that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And, you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. And it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. Slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you.
Welcome back, everybody. We were just listening to President Trump, President-elect, 47th President of the United States. And we just wanted to say thank you to all the viewers this evening. It's been a long day, long evening. We really appreciate you all sticking around. Thank you to Stand With Crypto. Thank you to Bitcoin Magazine, BTC Inc. It has been truly an honor to bring this to everybody. Thank you to all the guests here, to everybody who made things possible behind the scenes. Give them a round of applause. Pete, please bring us home.
For the hundreds of thousands of people out there watching, you just witnessed history. Donald J. Trump, the first pro-Bitcoin president, and of course, more history to come.
Thank you guys for watching.